amazing. I don't even know where the right food to. Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the best bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay.
Ow! Ow! Hey! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing?
Feeding. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
Sing the song. And this day just plays on my buzz. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
God. Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто. Все, пошли все к черту. Окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually. Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2.
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my God, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it. I'm fucking.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me. Neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
We're waiting.
washing away, fading away with
It'll
the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
No photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice?
I love it.
All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Oh,
Just
her face say that she likes it.
She looks like she's so happy.
What? Kind of fool. Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
I wasn't listening. I just listened to last bit.
Do you ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the windows smaller for a second. Alright. Okay.
No! It's fine. It's only taken 10 stops. We haven't gotten anything in.
It's totally fine.
We won't get one. We
We're
won't get
gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in. I believe in you. That's
Okay.
okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, that, no.
9?
It goes. What?
I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is it an earthquake?
Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, boy, Chris is being that's very thorough. Very thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the
It's on.
Oh!
What I have in my hand here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What did I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the
Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why
best
do you
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Relax tomorrow, it's okay, it's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing? Speeding. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
Sing the song. Ooga, ooga, booga, cha-cha-cha. And this day just plays on my plus. Filled out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See? My little fist? It fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
God. Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту. Окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my god, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm fucking...
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
Waiting.
washing away, fading away with
It'll
the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
No photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice?
I love it.
All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing, I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Does her face say that she likes it?
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea, who are you trying to fool?
Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea,
I wasn't listening. I just listened to
Dude,
last
do you
bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the window smaller for a second. Alright. Okay.
No! It's fine. It's only taken 10 stops. We haven't gotten anything in. It's totally fine.
We won't get one. We
We
won't
are
get
gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in. I believe in you. That's
Okay.
okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, no.
9?
It goes, what? I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Europe, and good morning, Los Angeles. We're ready for day 2 of Chess Camp. My name is Jon Ludwig Hammer, and I will be guiding you through at least the first couple of games of the day. And we're already started. Anna and Jules setting off. We have 2 mashups today, this morning, with quite big favorites playing with the white pieces. Dina versus Andrea, one of the big matchups in terms of names, but I'm sure they've never really played against each other in a competition before. And then we have Anna Kamling with the white pieces against Jules. And Jules got a big day yesterday. She managed to beat Andrea, and as such, she's feeling pretty good. Whereas Kamling managed to spoil a position where she had a bishop more than Belankaya. And that was, it was a horrific blunder that took away what should have been an easy win for Anna, and she's gonna be feeling some emotions after that. And so, even though on paper Anna is a big favorite against Jules, I think, considering the events of yesterday, maybe this is a lot closer than we may think. I can see drama against Dina and Andrea. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're having a boxing match in the back room, and that's why they're so late to starting their games. But having a boxing match first might be necessary for Andrea to have a good shot here with the black pieces. It's an incredibly difficult pairing for her. But on the other hand, Dina did show some weakness against Anna yesterday, ending up, or rather down, a bishop yesterday. But you gotta believe. And here we have the arbiter on the scene, Papa Botez, trying to get this game started, trying to call in Dina. Andrea at the board first, which is a rarity for her. Okay, the girls are in their places and the game may begin. In the meantime, Anna is actually thinking about this Nimso Indian, which comes as a big surprise to me because Anna has played this with the white pieces so many times in the past. So surely this is something she's well familiar with, and I must admit I'm not super familiar with Jules's openings, but does she not play the NIMSO ordinarily? Why is Anna spending all her time here? Russian School of Handshakes. Unfortunately, the cameras are on a closed circuit, so I don't have them in the live feed for this week. But I guess I'll have to look at the stream delay together with you guys. We're second rate, not getting it live, 2 seconds delay all the time. C'est la vie. I think we're getting started. Clock isn't working. I mean, either the clock isn't working or Dina is doing some of her witch magic on the clock. I've seen Dina hustle the hustlers in Central Park. I wouldn't be surprised if she would hustle Andrea for some easy points. That girl will do anything for a win in chess. Okay, she's moving her D pawn, and she has decided to move the D pawn 2 steps forward. So both games are off, finally. Although Anna, who already doesn't have the greatest relationship with time management, her spending 5 minutes in one of the most common opening positions in the world is not really inspiring confidence in her preparation so far. Jules turns around to see that the other girls have got going. And is that Papa Botez in the background of the Jules Anna game? Is that like his positioning for the week? Hey, Alexandra, how's your preparation going? Alexandra today is playing with the black pieces against Jennifer, which is arguably the most difficult pairing in the entire tournament. But she got a win yesterday, so I guess she might be feeling good. Okay, pawn to G6. Andrea is going for her King's Indian, and Dina is letting her. When you're the lower rated player in a game, it's often a good idea to try and get some really complicated, difficult to understand opening. Because if you don't put pressure on your opponent, they're going to grind you down. Like if they're just a much better player than you, they're going to grind you down eventually. So you may want to create some chaos. And the King's Indian, Andrea's choice for this game, is the sort of chaos that could be needed. Okay, pawn to e4. Dina goes super aggressive with the pawns in the center. When you're allowed to do that, which black is allowing with this King's Indian setup being a bit passive with their pieces, it is a very much the sort of punishment to just occupy the center with the pawns. However, black's whole idea for the King's Indian is that white's pawns become too aggressive and that you leave behind weaknesses that can be exploited in the future. So for instance, in particular, I would say, a problem square for white in the King's Indian is the square d4. And the reason that square is problematic is because since both of the adjacent pawns went 2 steps forward, it means that white is no longer in a situation where a pawn can control the d4 square. Right now, it's not a problem because the queen and knight is having that completely under control. But at some point in the future, if black could somehow get a knight protected by a pawn on the d4 square, that would be a huge success. And in many variations, that's precisely what black tries to accomplish in this opening. In the meantime, we've had castling from both Andrea and Jules. Jules castles on move 4. And, well, it's not that often that I commentate on a non-Botez game on this channel, but it is refreshing, I must say, to watch someone castle on the earliest possible move. This is a move 4 castling by Jules, textbook stuff, and it is the earliest you can castle. You can check my math on that. In the meantime, Anna secures herself the bishop pair. Pawn up attacks the bishop. The bishop will not retreat because this allows white to build a center very much akin to what Dina has done on the other board. And instead, black is willing to make the trade bishop for knight with the argument that white has spent now 2 moves moving the queen around, and losing the bishop pair can be offset by the time investment in that black has gotten their pieces out much quicker, whereas white is just moving their queen around. Dina, in the meantime, plays bishop to d3. This is not the most common placement for this bishop, but it's absolutely viable. Very often, white will follow up at some point in the future with bishop to c2. And basically, white is expecting black to move their knight to the c5 square. And with the black knight on c5, and with the black knight on this square, the bishop is controlling all the possible opportunities for that horsey to move forward. So in many ways, you can say that this bishop placement is the perfect one to restrict the attacking movement of a knight. So bishop, 3 squares in front of the knight. That's going to make sure that the knight cannot move forward. Something to keep in mind for the future. Andrea, typical to her style, when she faces a move that she's not familiar with already, she's going to take some time to figure out whether her usual plans can be used in this situation as well. In the meantime, Jules has played pawn to d5, immediately creating some tension between the pawns in the center of the board. White doesn't want to capture this pawn because then after the recapture, you've allowed the black bishop to develop very easily now that there's no longer a pawn on e6 blocking the bishop's path. So Anna wants to keep this tension. She wants to keep the black pawn on e6, which is preventing this bishop from getting into the center easily. And as such, this bishop will have to find another way to get into the game. And that's precisely what Jules should be doing right now. She should look for ways to get the bishop into the game, and pawn to b6, I would say, is the correct move here. Trying to get the bishop and preferably trying to make a trade of the 2 bishops against each other, seeing as how white has the bishop pair, the power of the 2 bishops, while black does not. So you're going to want to trade the bishops whenever your opponents have 2 of them and you only have 1. Okay. I've been ignoring chat to kind of feel like I've caught up with the games in order to keep keep up with the blistering pace of the opening. But I gotta say, the pace has been all other than, and yeah, we're slowly getting into the first couple of moves. Jules, the best so far, I would say, getting that early castling, and now also following my advice with the fianchetto move, pawn to b6, opening up the path for that bishop to get into the game. Dina also has not been wasting time with her moves, but she did waste time with starting the clock and the handshake and all of that stuff. So, so far, Jules with the best start. Did Andrea just have eye surgery? I think she's just what do I know? I think she's just trying to play mind games with Dina. But the Botez, is that a Botez sunglasses? Does it say Botez on? Maybe it's part mind games, part swagger. That's Dolce and Gabbana. Of course, I should know that. My bad. Fashion brands, of course, one of my specialties. Although now that I mention it, they should get Botez sunglasses, surely. Do people ever wear sunglasses in tournaments? Literally looking straight at it, classic. Are you implying that this is not a proper tournament? How dare you? We got a completely unbiased arbiter and everything. These games are going straight into the FIDE ranking. There was a problem yesterday with direct sunlight at Andrea's table. Wow. That is some smart prep in that case. Hammer aims for a royalty cut on the sunglasses. I mean, I'm still so devastated. I don't think you understand how upset I am that the video idea chat came up with under my supervision of having Alexandra do sandcastles on the beach to practice her castling. Like, it is the best video idea I've ever been involved with. And the fact that it hasn't happened is devastating to this day. There's a lot of beach in Malibu. It's not too late. Yeah, but they say that the Botezes are content creators, but they can't recognize good content when it's, being spammed in their chat. Hammer, give us your tournament predictions. I was going to post a tournament prediction on Twitter. I even had Jules help me out because she explained how I could do like a format that she did with the numbers and stuff. She was very helpful. She even actually offered to do them for me, and that I thought was a bit too lazy. So I kind of turned her down on that, but I also decided that my prediction wasn't really worthy of anyone's time investment. Because what I came to realize is that my prediction would have been just ranking the girls in rating order. Oh, well, with some uncertainty about where to put Linda. I was gonna check out some of her online games if I was gonna make a prediction, but I think the number one pick is very, very clear. I think Jennifer Yu is by far the best player at the moment. I think Dina's number two, although the fact that she was losing to Anna yesterday, that does leave some questions about her tournament play lately. But at her best, there's no doubt Dina's number two in my mind. And she did manage to survive that very problematic game against Kamling. I have Nemo number three, Alexandra number four. No, sorry. Nemo number three, Kamling number four, Alexandra number five, and then the last three, I guess Linda, Andrea, Jules. That would have been my prediction before the tournament. But I do kind of like the first round pairings. I don't know if that was done purposefully or whether it's just a freak accident. But the tournament pairings had like number one versus number three, number two versus number four, number five versus six, and seven versus eight. And I do think it's nice for Jules and Andrea to get to play each other before they're completely tilted out of their mind, having to butt heads with these some of the 2200 rated players. Because what they did yesterday was kind of like, it was a fight, a good fight of skill and whatnot. Whereas if they had faced each other in the seventh round, it could have easily just been about who has the mental fortitude to have to deal with playing against consistently playing against such high rated players. Hammer, is it possible to achieve WGM or WIM norm in this tournament? Yes, it is not. No, it's not. Damn it. I'm so dumb. I was going to say yes because they have 3 women's grandmasters playing. So normally the answer would be yes. Yes, it's possible. But it's only 7 rounds. And for a tournament, in order to be able to make a title norm, it has to be a 9-round tournament. So if we only had like 2 more players, norms would be possible, but that would, stretch the budget and the schedule and whatnot. So if one of the non-WGMs does very well, it's going to be a real pity that norms cannot be scored. Do you think Alexandra is going to beat Andrea on Saturday? 3rd time's the charm to solidify the drama? What do you mean 3rd time? It's only the 2nd time they're playing against each other, right? Have I been missing out on a Botez versus Botez game? Okay, I think it's the 2nd attempt, and I do think Alexandra is stronger. I would say Alexandra is the favorite. It's the 2nd time, but 3rd time's the charm. Yeah, let's get back to Andrea for the 3rd time. But as for the 2nd matchup, I definitely think Alexandra has a leg up on her. Although Alexandra was really nervous for the last one between them. She really, really, really wanted to beat her sister. Did we have a clip of Bach impersonating Hammer? Well, no one does it like the original. Let me assure you of that. Wow, fly you fools. Thinks Andrea is going to take Alexandra down. That would create some drama. Dina painted a heart. Did she really? Even though Jules won the game for Dina's affection? That's kind of rude. It's not possible to play seriously in front of Dina. Yeah, but at the same time, she's distracting herself as much as she's distracting you, I would think. Why isn't Benjamin Bach playing this tournament? I don't know. I guess they thought he would just cruise through, beat everyone. Must be the reason. Try and keep it a bit more competitive. It's the only thing I can think of why they wouldn't have the Bachmeister. Okay, pawn to d5 played by Dina. She now has all her pawns in the center on the light squares, which is kind of good news for Andrea. It means that Andrea has a lot of dark squares that she can target. In particular, Andrea is going to want to try and get her knight to the f4 square and this knight to the c5 square. And what do those two squares have in common? They're a dark square, as a result of white not having that much dark square control with the pawns on light squares only in the center. In the meantime, Anna still in like very common ground within the NIMSO Indian Jules played. Anna has somehow managed to use already 20 minutes. And like, she played a good game against Dina yesterday until she blundered a full bishop from a winning position. And why did she blunder a full bishop? It was because of time trouble. So Anna is very much familiar with Andrea's tendencies of poor time management. And well, I guess Anna is a year older, maybe. So the question then becomes if she has been teaching Andrea poor time management, and it is infecting both of them in terms of the results in the games. Andrea versus Jules yesterday was a very tense, close battle, but decided on the 39th move as Andrea blundered in time pressure. So time management is going to be key here. And right now, Anna Kamerling is not really using her time in the best possible fashion. In the meantime, Andrea showcases some understanding in this position. She has placed all her pawns on the dark squares. That means that she's not controlling the light squares very well, but she is making sure that the knight can now maneuver itself later on to this c5 square without having to worry about a pawn chasing the knight away immediately, since she also now took control of that b4 square. So Andrea securing the c5 square for the knight with this latest pawn advance. That is good positional play, and also a plan I have seen her utilize many times previously. Is the room uncomfortable or something? Seems unusual. Everyone leaves the table so much. I mean, it's definitely unusual when your main experience is watching a Botez stream, but I have mentioned a couple of times during the previous tournament broadcasts that it's incredibly unusual to do what Andrea and Alexandra does, which is basically never leaving the board whatsoever. And in fact, I'm not even sure it's a good thing. I feel like Alexandra in particular, she's very like almost sitting at the board for 4 or 5 hours straight. And I don't think it's optimizing for performance. Yeah, you get to spend a little less time maybe because you're calculating on your opponent's move, but you're tiring yourself out so much more. And when you make calculations while your opponent is thinking, it's only like a 30-40% chance that you're calculating the move that your opponent is going to make. And so that means it's a 70-60% chance that all the energy spent is going to be wasted. It might still, because like sometimes the plans you think of are not viable in the variation you're like you thought about a plan against one of the opponent's moves, and then you can play that plan against other moves as well. So it's not like it's not a set science to it. But I do think that there are definitely some advantages of taking breaks during the game. What measures have been done to prevent cheating in this chess camp? I would guess there have been no measures whatsoever. In fact, one of the measures that has been taken is hiring the dad of two of the participants as the referee to decide what is wrongdoing and what is not. Very sus. No conflict of interest. Let's just say I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think this tournament is going to go off without a hitch. What I will say is that the fact that we had a 15-minute delayed start this morning probably has something to do with the general mood of the tournament. If someone is not ready at the starting time in a normal event, you start their clocks. But here, if someone does not have their camera ready or needs to have some kind of last-minute content crisis, the tournament does wait for you, which is both the benefit and the disadvantage of organizing your own stuff. Dina, in the meantime, has castled, and Andrea moving her knight in towards the c5 square. The plans have been set for both players, and this is actually very reminiscent of a game Alexandra played quite recently. And in that Alexandra game, I think she made a mistake moving her knight to the c5 square too soon. So basically, the knight really likes this square. But what good is it going to do if the knight comes in here and just gets chased away immediately? So here, if Andrea moves to the c5 square too quickly, it might be reasonably easy for Dina to devise a plan where she's going to kick this knight away from its placement by building up her pawns slowly on the queen side. And here, seeing as how pawn up to b4 was White's plan, no matter what, making that plan happen while simultaneously attacking the knight has kind of gained White an extra move, since now the knight has to step back to the edge of the board, and then you might as well not have gone in towards the center to begin with, because you've allowed White to execute their plan while also attacking your piece. So while Anna has awoken from her slumber to make the most obvious move in the position. But having liberated herself with 20 minutes off the clock, I do think that Andrea should be cautious about moving the knight in too soon. And maybe first, sometimes there's this classic saying in chess that the threat is stronger than its execution. And she can just stay with the knight out here on the edge, and then she'll always be ready to move into the center if there is an appropriate timing. Hammer, are you scared of getting bold? And then the response is, this guy has the best hair. No way he becomes bold anytime soon. I don't know. I am definitely scared of being bold. But that's because I have gotten attached to my hair, because I do have, like the viewer says, the best hair ever. My dad is, and my granddad is reasonably bold at a somewhat early age. But I've heard that hair is, you get that from your mother's side. I don't know if that's just me being gullible or if that's real science. But if it is real science, I can tell you that I'm good. I'm going to be fine. My mother's side has great hair. Big if true. I mean, I'm sure it's true, because otherwise it wouldn't be like a thing people said, right? But like from the genetics biology of it, I don't understand how that could be like a regular thing. Boldness genes comes from your mother's father. Like how can that be like a fixed thing? I don't understand. Bold hammer would enhance your personality. Yes, this is true. I would have something more interesting about myself if I was bold. I've thought about that myself. I completely concur. It's a myth that it comes from the mother's side. Well, based on the fact that I'm not bolding yet, I probably have been lucky enough to get it from my mother's side. But it being a myth, I find very easy to believe. Botez has caps merch. You could get one for free, maybe. Ah, finally, I'm saved. I will stop concerning. I will stop being concerned about my lack of hair growth. Are watches and bracelets and glasses and other gizmos allowed during chess tournament? The World Chess Federation has started banning clocks, even analog ones. Why, I do not understand. But the world of chess is a very suspicious place these days. And by suspicious, I mean, is that the right word? People having suspicion? Maybe it's the same word. Kramnik typing. He definitely is typing something, Amar. But the good news is Kramnik is not watching this tournament. So we can pretty much do whatever we'd like. A lot of kids these days can't even read an analog clock correctly. Is that true, or is that just old people saying that everything was better before? I can say that I have generally found myself having some biases towards young people, which I think is a sign of, yeah, jealousy of youth. Stuckfish gifting 5 subs. Thank you. That's definitely true, and I'm not old. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. It's not jealousy, they are worse. I mean, I think they're worse than me, but not worse than my generation. But that might be my ego talking. I have an IRL tournament this weekend. What happens if I mess up the notation? Oh, Mace man, you get sent to chess jail. If you write something wrong on your score sheet, oh, yeah, you can never show your face at a chess tournament again. Even the freaking 5-year-olds can do it. You should be ashamed. Yeah, no, the thing is about chess notation, I've played against people who I swear to God have perfected the art of just doing some scribbles that can halfway look like it's a letter of some sort and maybe a number. But it's completely unreadable. And you have no idea what it says. You suspect they have no idea what it says either. And yet, you know, they get to do that. No issue. I wouldn't be too concerned, Mace Man. It's going to be fine. Speaking of fine, Andrea plays knight to h5. I'm very happy with this for 2 reasons. Number one, knight up to this f4 square is one of the best plans for black. And number two, Andrea has realized that putting the knight on the c5 square too early may just result in the knight getting kicked back again later on. So the fact that she prioritizes the maneuvering of the knight on the king side means that she has understood to keep the other knight back for the time being. So I think very good move from Andrea. And now she has pawn to f5. She has knight to f4. Her position has some very intuitive plans moving forward. And I'm kind of liking everything she's doing. I don't think this opening has been a big success for Dina. And the fact that Andrea is finding the right plans also means that she's quite comfortable with what's going on. In the meantime, Jules has made a trade between the pawns. This is an interesting decision. You might say that this is a mistake because by making this trade before White's bishop has moved, you're allowing the White bishop to recapture the pawn in one go. Whereas a traditional thing for Black in these kind of positions is to wait for White to develop their bishop and then make this trade. Because then to make the recapture, the bishop has to move yet again. That is a very traditional consideration within these kind of Queen's Gambit positions with the 2 pawns looking at each other. However, I think it's actually kind of clever to make this trade immediately. Because if Jules were to go bishop to a6 first, then white would play pawn to b3, reinforcing the protection of the pawn on c4. And if there's a trade, white will recapture with their pawn, making sure that the two bishops will not be traded, keeping the bishop pair for white. So by making this trade first, Jules is guaranteeing herself that Anna needs to move the bishop into the game, after which now bishop to a6, there's no way for white to avoid the trade between these bishops. Well, I mean, you could move the bishop back, but then you would never get to castle because the black bishop would be controlling in towards the king's path. And you're not allowed to castle if any of the starting squares, end square, or the square you cross as you castle, if any of these squares are under attack, castling is not permitted. And as such, I believe Jules has guaranteed herself that the bishops will be traded off, and that is a very good strategic trade for black to accomplish in these positions. Hammer, how many players in this tournament are not representing the country where they were born? Wow, Papa Botez with the quizzes. Okay, so Alexandra was born in Texas, so that's one. She's representing Canada. Anna Kemling was born in Spain, but she's representing Sweden. That's two. NEMO was born in China, then lived in Finland. So we actually knew her in Norway because she competed in the youth championships together with Aryan when they were like 9-10 years old. And then her family moved to Canada. I believe she represented Finland at that time, but then she switched to Canada. But NEMO also not representing the country of her birth. Dina is Belarusian, I think. Yeah, well, she's something. She's definitely not born in Israel. And actually, Dina's Russian. I have a tendency of confusing her with some Belarusian girl. And then who do I have left then? Jennifer Yu, Linda Diaz, Jules, and Andrea. I have no idea where Andrea was born. Maybe she was born in Canada? I'm going to guess Andrea was born in Canada. And Linda, Jules, and Jennifer, I'm going to say, are all born in the US. I'm going to say 4. I'm going to say 4, Papa Botez. 4 players not born. That was a pretty good quiz, though. You just know he's been thinking about that for a long time. Hammer, 100% right. Let's go. I'm quite happy with that. Give this man a raise. I don't need a raise. I just need the recognition. I'm a very happy man right now. A trade has happened. A trade has happened between the bishops in Anna's game. Why are we voluntarily allowing the Black Knight to get into the game in a better position? Black now is supporting the next pawn push to c5. So normally you would say a knight on the rim is kind of dim. But here, because the knight is supporting the c5 square, it's actually like, imagine here if white just castles pawn to c5, the knight is actually perfectly placed in case of this pawn trade to get into the game with a good position for black. So I'm gonna, yeah, I'm not sure why the computer is being so objecting to this bishop trade. I feel like Jules executed this really well. The only thing I can think of that I'm maybe very slightly concerned about is the move pawn to e4. Because after pawn to e4, that pawn cannot be captured due to the queen then attacking both the knight in the center and the knight on the edge of the board. Or computer is saying somehow this is equal. But like, how do you save the knight? Knights. If the knight goes to c5, trying to benefit from the pin, the fact that the knight cannot be captured immediately, with the queen then capturing white's queen, here white would just go one step back. And we still have this pawn putting pressure on the knight on c5. And if that knight moves, the queen can capture its buddy in the center. And if the other knight tries to step back, then we can go pawn to queen to e2, and same kind of idea. We're threatening the knight on the edge, and we're also threatening the other knight. And if number one goes, then number two. But here the knight can do a counterattack on the rook. Ooh, fancy. And what if we put the queen on the c4 square so that we're covering this square, we're threatening here, and we're threatening here? I guess then pawn to b5. Pawn to b5, attacking the queen, sacrificing the pawn. And then after rook to b8, we're threatening the queen again. And the difference now compared to the previous position is that because black has managed to activate their rook, the rook controls the b3 square, allowing the knight to jump in there with a counterattack on the rook so that the pawn and the knight on the edge isn't in trouble after all. Okay, that was some very sneaky, tricky things. But I guess apparently pawn to e4, not really a viable option for Anna. So she goes pawn to b4 instead. That is very sensible. Jules's plan was very clearly to go pawn to c5. And by playing pawn to b4, Anna is clearly trying to dissuade that by controlling with as many pieces and pawns as she can. But let's just double check what happens if now the pawn advances even so. I guess white captures, recapture, pawn to b5, attacks the knight. The knight has to move, and now you lose the pawn in the center. But even so, like, because the white king hasn't castled yet, even though Kamling is up a pawn right now, it does feel like black's superior development will help in regaining that pawn pretty soon. And like even something like queen to d3, sacrificing this knight in order to get the rook involved. And then, oh wow, computer even thinks this is winning. Not that I'm understanding how. Maybe just rook here? Because I want to prevent queen to d4. Oh yeah, yeah. So apparently I found the right variation. And even though white is up a pawn and a bishop, white is just being completely overwhelmed by the power of development and the fact that black got their pieces into the game so much quicker than what white did. So I think what's very important for Jules in this moment is that if she starts backing down to Anna's threats, then Anna is just gonna have some potential of steamrolling her because white does have the most aggressive pawn placements in the game right now. So Jules needs to strike while the iron is hot. She needs to um, she needs to exploit this moment when the white king is yet to castle and when white is still lagging behind in the development of the pieces. And she needs to make this pawn to c5 sacrifice. That is my opinion. Dina's time management seems off again. Well, the thing is, she's playing Andrea, so I feel like even if Dina spends a ton of time, she's never really gonna, she's gonna be in time trouble, but she's never gonna have less time than her opponent. That being said, Andrea, having found the best plan in the position, not rushing in with the knight on the right side, and also getting her knight on the king side into its perfect positioning, and then pawn to f5 afterwards. Andrea has really showcased her mastery of the plans available for black here. And I think that's the main cause of Dina's think right now. She's thinking because she's actually not that fond of her own position. She ends up playing bishop to d2, which just doesn't really do anything, does it? Yeah, I really don't know what the idea of this move is. And now Andrea is going to go knight to f4. She's going to attack the bishop. The bishop is going to step back. But then, sure, we have pawn to f5, which is an interesting idea. But part of the issue here, once you've already maneuvered your knight in front of your pawn, one of the main ideas for black in the King's Indian when you make this pawn push is that you want to continue pushing that pawn even further forward. And you want to use this to kind of just take some space and then have the rest of your pawns follow for a big attack on the white king. But once you decide to put your own knight in front of this pawn's path, you're kind of ruining the effectiveness of the f5 pawn push. So then maybe you should go searching for a different plan. And here I think bishop to g4 looks super good because it's really awkward for white to deal with the pressure down on the white queen. Because you can't move the queen away, then you get the super ugly double pawns and you weaken your king position. And well, in this instance, it's immediate checkmate. So you can't really move the queen, but if you don't move the queen, you can't move the knight. And so these pieces get all kind of stuck, dependent on each other. And if we count the value of the pieces that's stuck, black is using a bishop on the mission, while white is struggling with both the queen and the knight. And so white's pieces that kind of get stuck in this whole diagonal are much more valuable than the black counterparts creating the problem, which in turn means that this is very good for black because you're using less resources than white has to keep that tension. h3 is taboo. Well, if you play pawn to h3, number one, I can just keep this bishop pointing at the queen. But number two, I would kind of be tempted to start sacrificing in front of the white king and relieve that king of some of the protections. Like here, if white tries to get me to take the rook, I would seriously consider not taking the rook and instead keeping that bishop pointing down on the white queen yet again, because of the value that pressure has. And maybe we can just move the bishop back and then sacrifice against one of these pawns in the future once we also manage to open up for our rook to get into the game. I'm very optimistic about Andrea's position. I think she's gotten a great situation out of the opening. And I feel like Dina having that 15 or maybe even 20-minute think on the previous move, it really showcases that Dina's not comfortable right here. And that's always a good sign. In the meantime, Jules centralized her queen. And yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. I wanted her to seize the moment and start making pawn sacrifices and stuff while Anna's king was still in the center of the board. Spending one move on moving the queen up has enabled Anna to get her king to safety. And I guess now Jules is going to go pawn to c5. But now I'm more concerned about some of these pawn to b5 variations. Because previously, this didn't really work out for white because we were looking at some very cool variations where black sacrificed a knight to exploit that the white king got stuck in the center of the board. But now that the king has already castled, this becomes a lot more safe for white. And we can get into a situation here where black is left with two split pawns. We call them split because they're not adjacent to each other, and as such, they cannot defend each other. White's pawns, on the other hand, they can defend each other, and they do that. And in addition, bishop to ace3 coming up, it's going to be very easy for Anna to get that pressure onto the c5 pawn, which is the major weakness. So one bad thing is that this is a major weakness, but the real bad thing is how easy it is for white to put more pressure on the weakness in the position. So while I did like Jules's approach of getting the trade between the bishops, I do also feel that her follow-up was not decisive enough. And now she's caught herself in a bit of a problem because the move she wants to make will always be met by this maneuver in which the pawn on c5 becomes a massive long-term weakness, and white also manages to start moving their pawns up the board on the queen side, and ultimately these pawns will try to become a new queen. In the meantime, Andrea has played knight to f4, so very important now for Andrea that she should not combine the plan knight to f4 with the plan pawn to f5. If she wanted to play pawn to f5, she should have done it here before the knight was blocking the pawn's ability to continue further forward. But knight to f4 is probably still the best move because we just go for a different plan. With bishop to g4, pointing that bishop down towards the white king. And this is super unpleasant, very, very unpleasant for Dina. She's in some trouble now. And I mean, I have a tendency of over-interpreting body language based on what I believe to be the situation on the board. But I do feel like Dina is, well, for a moment there, she didn't look super comfortable. I've done it before and I'll do it again. Over-interpreting body language. But I'm going to say Dina's not happy. Would Andrea's outfit be allowed in a tournament? Jay, what are you saying? Do you think the majority of chess players can live with the tournament rules that dictate a certain way to dress? Chess players are not really known for their fashion sense. Dress rules that would destroy like over 50% of participants. We unironically like to wear Adidas pants and just a full sweat set. It's the closest the Botezes have been to normal chess attire. Tripolsky. I actually, after that stream, I actually have been playing that song on my own accord without a gun to my head. Which, it has, I have surprised even myself, but it's kind of catchy. I have been doing the Polish or Romanian, Russian, I'm not sure which, Adidas gangster tribute. Dina played pretty quickly. She backed up with her bishop, but now this means that her bishop can no longer make it to the e2 square, which in turn means that the bishop cannot kind of deal with trouble on this diagonal, meaning that this is the optimal timing for Andrea to try and attack with her bishop. If white could just move her bishop back and try and neutralize black's bishop on the same diagonal, then this wouldn't be as effective. But by forcing the bishop to the right, to the queen side of the board first, and then coming in here with the pin, that is very good. In the meantime, Jules has played pawn to c5. But I do feel like she played it one move too late. She should have played it as a pawn sacrifice, and instead she got too attached to her pawns. She wanted to move her queen up to give extra defense, and that just the difference it makes for Anna already having gotten her king to safety is massive. And Kamling will now make that trade and push the pawn forward, leaving black with an isolated pawn, a pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns. And that is a massive long-term weakness. Is Anna in trouble in terms of time management? I mean, I definitely didn't like her time management at the beginning. She spent like 20 minutes on a position that should have been very well known to her as a Queen C2 Nimso player. But on the other hand, she's gotten a good advantage now. So you can't really blame her play. The move she's made has been worth it. And in general, I do think it's more important to have a good position than having good time. A lot of it's very common that your opponent will spend a lot of time if they're in trouble because they're looking for a good move. There are no good moves, but they keep looking, spending time. And so that's why it can be very wise to invest some time early on, even if you're down like 30, 40 minutes on the clock, as long as the time you've invested resulted in you playing good moves, it means that oftentimes you can equalize the situation on the clock with your opponent desperately searching for good moves and not finding any. And then because you were willing to be down on time for some moments, it means that you also end up with the better position and being equal on time because you took that risk and because your opponent spent so much time trying to get out of trouble and failed. What plan should Black do? Well, I mean, she needed to go for this pawn to c5, which she did. She was one move too slow with it. And now it's just very, very bad. Very, very bad. This pawn is alone, but it's also super easy for white to target. So, yeah. Jules was obviously a big underdog for this matchup. Well, both girls with the black pieces were big underdogs, facing much higher rated opponents, but also facing opponents that frankly are better than what their number suggests. Dina being at 2,200 is kind of weird. She's supposed to be better than that. And her peak is, way, way, way above that. And then we have Anna, who also recently has lost quite a bit of rating, but definitely is good enough to boost a 2,100 rating, if not more. So I would say the white players are big favorites today. But so far, Andrea is causing quite a concern for Dina, while Jules has Jules has made one mistake in the entire game so far, but that's already enough for her to be in massive trouble. That's how it goes. It only takes one mistake. Speaking of mistakes, I am sorry to say that we have another one, and it's on Andrea's board. I praised Andrea for her restraint in holding back her knight on this a6 square, but her restraint is no more. She has moved her knight up to the b4 square, threatening to take out the bishop, making Coach Hammer proud. But Dina, knowing the value of bishops, she just retreats even further down. And the problem for Andrea here is that, well, now pawn to a3 will come, and that was a move white wanted to do anyway, and then the knight is going to have to retreat, essentially leaving us with, so say Andrea goes, well, bishop to g4 is what we're hoping for. And then a3, knight steps back. And then you can compare this situation to this one, where after bishop to g4, a3, now it would be black's turn. So here it's black's turn. And here, which is very similar. The only difference is the positioning of the bishop, but here, and whose move it is. But here it's white's turn. So similar positions, but in one of them, Andrea would get to make another move for her plan. But in this one, it is Dina who can keep reinforcing her position. Computer doesn't really think that it matters whatsoever, which kind of surprises me. But it's about the general principle of the thing. The knight is gonna get kicked away again, and then moving your knight forward, allowing it to be kicked back on the very next move is just a waste of time. .4, massive trouble for Jules. Yeah, I mean, I think so, yeah. Keep in mind, I'm not only judging by what the computer is saying, but also, you know, human train of thought. But yeah, I think, I definitely think Jules is in big trouble. Why can't the knight just jump in? I guess we're about to find out, because Andrea has now played f5. And after praising her so much for this knight to h5 move, she's now done everything I said not to do. She moved the knight in too soon, or at least that's my theory. And then she played pawn to f5 after having played her knight to f4, so that you're not threatening to push the pawn further forward at this moment. And yet, despite Andrea doing everything I said would be wrong, the computer still thinks that Andrea has a quite a good position. I'm curious, if pawn to a3 attacking the knight, is Andrea going to move the knight forward? Is that her plan? Because if it is, computer is not happy. This knight doesn't really have a lot of support. So it could easily end up in quite a bit of trouble. Although, I guess bishop here, you can trade. If you move this knight, well, the knight doesn't have anywhere to move. And it's being attacked by both a bishop and a queen. I don't know. I just feel like if the knight moves further forward, I feel like it's just gonna get trapped. It doesn't have the necessary support on those squares. I'm not a fan. I feel like it's better to go back. And then we have that situation I talked about where it didn't really give you anything to move forward if you had to go back on the next move anyway. Do you coach Andrea? No. But I try and help Alexandra a little. With some success, I am happy to say, finally. Back-to-back tournament wins. Who saw that coming? It's been a while. Okay. In the meantime, Jules has moved her knight back. The knight was under attack, and so she tries to counterattack the white pawn. However, that white pawn is very easily guarded by its buddy. White has the buddy system going for the pawns on the queen side. That is not the case for the black pawns. These guys are not adjacent. They cannot defend each other. And the most forward one on c5 will very easily get pressure in towards it. And like I said, Anna still has a big advantage in that game. Dina really sped up for the past couple of moves. Now she played pawn to a3 quite quickly. And this is a big test for Andrea. Is she going to move her knight into the belly of the beast? Or is she going to wisely try to retreat? Someone in chat was saying that if knight to d3, you can just capture the knight and then go bishop to g5. Now, I don't like giving away bishops, but I do agree that when I can follow up the bishop trade with an attack both against my opponent's queen and the opponent's knight, that seems very convincing. In fact, it's so convincing, I have no idea why the computer is not saying that this is instantly winning. Oh my gosh! Oh my, you can move the queen, allow the knight to be captured, because then you trap the white bishop afterwards. And after pawn to f4, it turns out the bishop cannot get back. So even though black just lost a knight for nothing in behind the white pawns, you still kind of get away with it because you're about to trap the white bishop with your pawns on the opposite side. That is kind of cool. Completely unnecessary, but kind of cool. It also it's also like it's also so straightforward that I don't see Andrea moving her knight up when white has a bang-bang solution to that move. And indeed, the bang-bang solution spotted by the younger Botez, and she has retreated back to where she came from. But to reiterate, I felt like the move knight to b4 was a mistake because quite clearly the knight would have to go back at some later stage. And as it turns out, that later stage was just 2 moves after the advance happened. So, yeah, didn't really accomplish much there, Andrea. But, so I'm thinking now the logical move, I feel like, is pawn to b4. The idea behind this pawn move would be that if black were to capture, it would open up between the rooks on the side of the board, and black's knight would not be able to capture the pawn a second time, as that would drop the rook in the corner of the board. But even if you do push the pawn up to b4, that pawn now becomes a target in the long term. And after something like bishop to d7, we're protecting the rook in the corner. Now we're really making a threat against this white pawn. And defending the pawn is kind of awkward. And you definitely don't want to continue forward as white, because then you allow the knight to find its amazing placement. And in a situation where, since both the white pawns have advanced over to black's half of the board, it means that neither pawn can attack the black knight out of its position. And Dina has played pawn to b4. So Dina's trying to restrict the placement of the knight. She's trying to kind of punish Andrea for doing that back and forth. But at the same time, it's not really clear to me how Dina's going to defend this pawn in the future. And right now, one important thing I want to note is that Andrea should not make the trade between these 2 pawns. I think that would be a mistake. I would rather like to see these pawns keep their tension. Because right now, even if white can technically win a pawn by capturing the one on a5, that would then allow the knight to get to the c5 square. And because the pawn moved away, there's no pawn that can kick the knight away from that placement. And that is worth more to black than an isolated doubled pawn on the side of the board that's already in need of protection, giving the rooks pressure on the a file. So I honestly kind of feel like I've already done commentary on this game before, because the opening with bishop to d3 and with the knight coming up to f4 and the knight also moving too soon into the center of the board, all of this was played by by Alexandra in that tournament she won. I want to say it was like round 5. She was playing some kid, and it had all the same thematic ideas that Alexandra's game had. So I feel like I'm basically repeating myself that you shouldn't necessarily move the knight up to f4 too soon. You shouldn't get this guy involved too soon, because it's just going to get chased back. It's just, yeah, it's very reminiscent of that. Although, to be fair, Alexandra did win that game in quite good style. So maybe Andrea can do a repeat of that. Andrea studying Alex's games. I mean, if she did study Alex's games, maybe she wouldn't have repeated Alexandra's mistakes. Because she kind of did a couple of the same mistakes that Alexandra did in that game. But they are playing the same opening with the black pieces. So it's only natural that that they kind of, feel somewhat similar. Andrea trades on e4. This is an incredibly committal decision. I haven't decided whether I like it or not. This is one of those moves that's either good or horrendously bad. There's no middle ground. And the reason why it's such a divisive move is that after the trade happens, now white's bishop gets into the center of the board, and there are no black pawns that can get control of the e4 square anymore. Making this trade means that black's ability to put pressure into the square it moves to has been completely destroyed. And white gets this incredibly well-placed bishop in the center of the board. Computer feels like this is a non-event. Computer said it was equal before this decision and it's equal after. But let me tell you, that was not a non-move. That was a controversial decision. And the only reason the computer is saying it's equal is that computer thinks everything's equal. It has no emotions, no understanding, just coming in with moves for no explanation. The guy in the background is ruining the vibe. Wow, how dare you say that about Papa Botez? Do you want the arbiter, the referee, the judge to move? Controversial. It's not Papa Botez, is it not? Who else would be sitting in the background? Oh, I was just assuming that's where he sat to keep, stay close to the games going on. My bad, Papa Botez. I have called you out for no good reason. Chess.com media guy. If we don't know your first name, then yeah, maybe you are getting kicked out of your placement. Head arbiter not even in the room. It's Dina's cameraman. Wow. Imagine being such a star that you need to have a cameraman following you around everywhere. I am not close to that level of stardom. Why are we watching from Black's perspective? I actually know the answer to that. Because this channel is called BotezLive. And as the name suggests, it's slightly connected with Botez. And as you may see, one of the participants in the tournament is a certain Andrea Botez, and she's playing with the black pieces. So, yeah, the bias in the tournament is very strong. There's Botez's playing, plural. Botez's Botez arbiter. Everything is rigged for the Botez's. What are we going to do? I don't know how long I can do that same joke. It's probably going to wear thin by day one, but I didn't prepare any other snarky comments. Hopefully they'll come to me soon, just naturally. Are you doing both games today? The thing is, if I follow both playing sessions, that's going to be like a 9-8 hour broadcast, I feel like. And I don't have the energy for that. So I'm getting relieved of duty a bit over midnight, my time. Is Botez's the plural, not Boti? That is Italian grammar, but I understand your confusion. Bow tie, also Italian, I think. So Vila must comment on the second session. We have Anamaya and Benjamin Bock coming in to relieve me when I'm tired. Hammer, you're going to miss Alexandra's game. Well, but on the other hand, I told her what opening to play. So I feel like I already know, what's going to happen. Anamaya and Bach doing 1 a.m. commentary. I'm pretty sure Bach moved to the US, but don't quote me on that. Queen to f4 from Jules. Ooh, computer really hated that. I guess now, so my first instinct for Anna is to go bishop to a3, trying to target the c5 pawn, basically trying to win this pawn as quickly as possible. But my second instinct is maybe we just go bishop to b2, because the benefit of this is that we now have the queen and bishop working together on the diagonal down towards Black's queen. And importantly, we're preventing Black from going knight to e4 to put pressure on the queen, since now queen to g7 supported by the bishop. That's a checkmate. bishop to b2, and then you can go rook to c1, and basically preventing the black knight from getting into the center is indirectly a way of defending the pawn on c5, because knight to e4 would both attack the queen and defend the pawn. So even if bishop to b2 is not attacking the pawn directly, it is preventing one of the main ways for black to reinforce the pawn's protection. And as such, this bishop move might be just as effective going after the c5 pawn as the more direct bishop targeting pawn. Although I am very confused why the computer thinks that it's such a massive difference in the computer evaluation. Knight to e4, like this should still be quite good for white. Because even though you're not winning this pawn immediately, it feels like you're going to have a good shot of making it happen long term. Do we have some kind of crazy pawn sacrifice? Why is the computer saying that black is, well, not okay, but not dead lost at least either? We'll figure it out. I guess both bishop moves are good. So Anna can't really get this one wrong, because either way, black's pawn on c5 is going to be in trouble. In the meantime, we have some decisions on Andrea's board. Andrea has gone bishop to g4. So that is the move we were looking for earlier. But note how I actually don't like this f5 move, because if we had gone bishop to g4 immediately, we would have this pressure against the knight without what has happened now, which is that right now, this pressure is less effective because Dina got her bishop to the e4 square so that the bishop can keep the knight defended. So Dina is definitely the one benefiting from the trade of pawns in the center, because that has enabled her to give protection to the knight, which is a real issue in white's position because of the black bishop pointing down on the queen. That is some serious threats. But Andrea has made it easier for Dina to handle having that bishop working defensively. That being said, it's not the end of the world. And now Andrea is threatening to capture the pawn on b4, since she has now started a protection for the rook along the back rank. Rook to b1 played by Dina. And here Andrea goes for the trade. Earlier I was making an argument that you shouldn't go for the trade, but I think it's okay to make that trade now, because now white no longer has the rook on this newly opened file, whereas black does. Andrea follows up with pawn to b6, and this I really don't like. So the only real point of pawn to b6 is trying to increase the protection of the c5 square, trying to prevent white from pushing forward there. But frankly, the c5 square was already under control. And my concern is that after pawn to b6, the knight on a6 is going to be poorly defended in the future. The knight previously was defended by the pawn, but as the pawn moves forward, there are, definite concerns about this knight being a target. I could imagine something like queen to b3, Although it is kind of scary moving the queen away from the white king, but bear with me. Queen to b3, followed by rook to a1. And then, well, it's not really clear what black is doing on this side. I guess we can go bishop out here. And then rook a2. But basically, what I'm scared of is that we're going to end up in some situation where both of white's rooks point down against the knight. And then the fact that you don't have your pawn protecting the knight anymore is going to be a very, very big concern. Although now that I think about it, if queen to b3, how crazy would we be if we now played knight h3 check? The knight cannot be captured because then the pawn leaves the protection of the knight on f3, allowing white to just open up in front of black to open up in front of the white king. But on the other hand, if the king moves away, maybe we still do a little bam bam and we sacrifice our rook for white's bishop to destroy the coordination between the white pawns and then try and get our queen involved. The problem here is that the white queen is able to help along the third rank very easily. So even though the queen moved out of away from the king's side, it still has the ability to help defend over there. Maybe I got a bit overzealous there with the sacrifices. How about this? How about we make the trade bishop for knight immediately, and then we jump in with our knight, attacking the pawn on b4, and in addition, considering making this rook for bishop sacrifice. No, but even this doesn't work because then the knight takes over the beautiful placement in the center, while also, since the knight moved away, the bishop is now defending the pawn. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it for Andrea. I guess I'm not super fond of this b6 move, but really the main thing I have a problem with is that we could have gone for this bishop pointing down on the white queen at a point where white would not have this defensive bishop on e4. The trade between the pawns in the center, it cost Andrea 2 moves to make that pawn trade happen. And in addition to spending 2 moves on that, it has enabled white to get a super good defensive bishop in the center of the board. Computer wasn't objecting to that trade when it happened, but I think strategically it was very, very bad for Andrea. Hammer, are you glasses crew, Andrea and Anna? I don't know. I guess I'm kind of supporting Andrea and Jules today because I feel like they're facing so much stronger opponents that it's kind of sad if just the bottom seeds gets wiped off the board. And I'd rather see some interesting fights. And I'm cheering for the underdogs. Although I must say, I do think in many things in life, there are not enough people cheering for the favorite. And having been the top rated player in many, many tournaments I have played, I think there should be some movies where there's like a big favorite and they end up winning. Too many underdog movies. I want to see some respect put to the guy who had the pressure of being the favorite ahead of the competition and who managed to perform to everyone's expectations. And maybe he was the favorite because he put in a lot more work than the other guy as a kid or something. More overdog stories in cinema, please. Hey, no spoilers, Drew. Hammer, I have a genius concept for a boring film. I mean, why would you think that's boring, though? Who decides that a winner's kind of emotions are not valid? Okay, knight to e2 from Dina, that feels like a big blunder to me. Well, let's see what the computer says. Knight to e2, computer is not happy whatsoever. My first instinct is that I want to move my knight away and give a check on the king. Try and get Dina to capture my knight so that I can capture the white knight. And then white's king has the ugliest of pawn structures in front of it. But my concern is, what happens if the king just moves to the side? Gosh, I have no idea. How crazy can we be? I'm genuinely searching for a move for black, and I'm not understanding why the computer thinks this is good for black. Maybe bishop takes knight and then recapture with the bishop. Ooh, then we have pawn to e4. Pawn to e4. Ooh, that's a big one. The pawn cannot be captured because then we open up for the knight and rook, both towards the f2 pawn. The knight comes in with an attack against the king and the queen, forcing the rook to sacrifice itself against the knight. But then Andrea is going to be up a rook in trade for a bishop. Ooh, that's a big one. And this is a very bang-bang situation. Andrea does like those. It's just sacrifice of knight, capture of bishop, and then sacrifice of pawn through the center. Seems findable to me. I'm not liking this knight move from Dina because that the problem of that move is that it cut off the connection from the white queen and the knight on f3. And that knight really needed all the protection it could get. And Dina has done a disservice to the knight by removing one of the key protectors. How crazy can we be? Can we do this? Okay, based on computer eval, that's going to be a no. We cannot do that. Can we do... Now, I'm happy with what we found. Knight to h3 it feels right. You go give a check on the king. You exploit the fact that the knight cannot be captured without you then being able to capture one of the opponent's knights. And then the key to all of this is that when the king moves, we can make a trade, allowing our pawn to have a clear path forward. And sacrificing that pawn puts the white bishop out of position, and with that pressure against the f2 pawn. Yeah, no, I'm liking this for Andrea. The opening was a success. She has then made a couple of strategic errors, in my opinion. But now this is not about strategy anymore. Because now the checks and captures are making their entrance. Knight sack, capture, pawn sack. These are the kind of moves that we can expect from Andrea. So I'm feeling cautiously optimistic on her behalf. I'm not feeling optimistic in any way, shape, or form for Jules, however, because Anna Kamling has shown great constraint in not going for the pawn immediately. Instead of trying to attack, Anna, being the nuanced player that she is with two grandmaster parents, she has prioritized her own kind of dopamine rush of capturing a pawn. Instead of that, she has prioritized preventing the opponent's plans. And by having this powerful diagonal with the queen and bishop in towards the black king, you are preventing the black knight from moving up into the center. Why is this important? Well, the knight would both attack the queen and protect the major weakness in black's position, but that is not a problem anymore. The queen, supported by the bishop, means that the knight has to stay put for the time being, and that means also that the knight is unable to offer defense to that c5 pawn we're so concerned about. Jules, in the meantime, has played rook to c8. She has identified the c5 pawn as a source of problems. The question then becomes, is she going to be able to offer sufficient protection to that pawn? Actually, now that I think about it, if we go back one move, could Jules not play pawn to a6 here? Pawn to a6. So basically, if black succeeds in making a pawn trade on the queen side, then this is just going to be draw. The reason white is so much better is because of these pawns working together. And if there's a pawn trade, well, then both players will have a pawn standing on its own on that side, and those two weaknesses are probably going to balance each other out. But the problem here is pawn to b6. And then after knight to d5, I was thinking the knight attacks the queen and the pawn. Good news for black. But the problem is that the knight now is blocking the queen's defense of the c5 pawn, allowing Anna to capture that pawn, and very importantly, also defending that very key pawn on b6 at the same time. However, now that Jules first has gone rook to c8, if Anna just makes a random move on the side of the board, then that will spoil her entire advantage. Because now pawn to a6 guarantees the trade between these two pawns. Because after pawn to b6, knight to d5, the knight is attacking the queen and the pawn at the same time. And if the queen comes to defend the pawn, then actually black will once again kick the queen, and then the queen cannot move anywhere where it still has protection on the pawn. Ooh, but actually there is queen to a5. But after queen to a5, rook b8, and once again, there's no way to defend. Maybe there is a hidden way to defend that I'm not seeing. Actually, maybe you can make no. Why is the computer saying this is winning for white? I'm very confused. How are you defending this pawn? It's surrounded. You just take the A pawn? Well, if you take the A pawn, then knight takes the B pawn. And with just one pawn remaining on both sides, this is just going to be a draw. Ah, bishop to E5. So yeah, you need to make sure that you can make the trade between the pawns without losing something afterwards. And here, black actually did lose something because the bishop is attacking the rook, and if the rook moves, well, then the rook is no longer protecting the knight. That was the trouble that I couldn't see. But even so, I do think if Jules could start making threats against this pawn, and she was very close to surrounding that pawn. So in general, Anna here with the white pieces, she needs to make some kind of a plan that deals with this pawn to A6 trade-off queenside pawns intention. And the most obvious move here is to try and go rook to C1 to attack the pawn on C5. And then if pawn to A6, and then, no, this is the difference, right? Because now you can go queen to B3. And earlier I said that wasn't possible because of pawn to C4, attacking the queen and pushing it out of its position. But because the rook has come in to reinforce, that is no longer a viable strategy for black. And we end up in a situation where the queen is attacking both the rook and the knight. And you can't keep both of them defended, kind of similarly to what we saw in the other variation. I'm starting to think Anna's position is not as brilliant as the computer evaluation makes us think initially. There's definitely some plans here for black to try and equalize white's momentum. How's Alexandra's game going? We're only doing 2 games at a time so that all the games kind of get the attention that they deserve. Alexandra's game is starting in 2 hours. How did your tournament go? Did I talk about my tournament last time? It went horribly. It went, worse than my wildest dreams. It was, terrible. But I guess that's what you get for doing Botez commentary instead of preparing. Not gonna make that mistake again. It was just bad luck. There's a limit to how much you can attribute luck to anything chess related. It was mostly bad play, and then we can discuss why I'm playing poorly. But doesn't commentary help with prep? No. I don't see why it would. Prep, you need to sit down and look at opening variations, look at what the top players have been doing the last couple of years, months, however long you've been inactive. Find some ideas that you're excited to try and get in one of your games, that kind of thing. Should have played the Jababa London. Honestly, I had a bit of a disappointing start with the white games. I managed to in my first 5 games, I had 3 whites, and I managed to sit with 1.5 point out of 5. 3 draws and 2 losses. I genuinely think if I had played Andreas Jabava, I would have done better. But to be fair, I also think anything I did differently would have been better. Commentary preps you for more commentary. That's the truth speaks. You're speaking the truth. Limited transferable value to actually competing yourself. Benzea coaching Hammer when? Do you think he's available? That would probably help also. Is she allowed to walk around? Yes, absolutely. In fact, it's very uncommon to sit at the board for the entire game. It's going to drain you for so much energy. Sometimes you need to kind of take a breather, think about something else, so that you have all your brain power for when you're trying to make your decision. I wonder how often a GM has been coached from lower titles. I mean, Nakamura's coach doesn't even have a title. To be fair, he's ridiculously good at what he does. But coaching does involve some different abilities than just the chess playing ones. I guess you're not really allowed to do Romanian slander on this channel, but Carana's main coach is like a 2,500 rated grandmaster. It's not like a lower titled, but it's still way weaker than Fabi and the other people they work with, right? There's plenty of examples of people of seconds, as we call them in the trade, opening helpers. You just need to be good with organizing and computer instincts and some stuff like that. The actual competitive abilities doesn't need to be the main qualification. Oparin is not 2,500. This is true. Your statement is true. My statement is true. How can it be? Hammer is also a good example. I mean, I was going to mention it, but yeah. I was also pretty rubbish at competing when I was helping out Magnus for the World Championship matches. I still had some good ideas. I think it helps having some specialty knowledge. So like I'm very good at some like strategic thinking, and I have pretty good understanding. I just can't calculate for shit. And when it comes to working with computers and openings and stuff like that, having no calculation ability as a competitor can be actually pretty good. Because when you're preparing openings, you have the computer to do the calculations for you. So you can just sit there and just input some ideas you have and then the computer will tell you whether it's a good idea or not. And it brings the best of both worlds in terms of computer power with human intuition and instinct. Andrea has played queen to f6. Very bad news. Oh, she had a big opportunity here to seize the initiative against Dina. Instead, after queen to f6, she is trying to increase the pressure in towards the white knight. But the problem with this move is that now Dina can just make a trade. And then this pawn will block Andrea's queen and rook from having any influence towards the f3 knight. Although, now that I'm inputting it, this trade would also get rid of what is often considered one of the worst pieces, or rather, should I say, pawns, for black in the King's Indian. This pawn is often a big problem because it's blocking the influence of black's bishop. And now I'm advocating for Dina to make the trade between the knights so that this pawn is blocking the queen and rook up the f file. But on the other hand, now when the pawn has moved forward, that has opened up the diagonal for the queen and bishop. Ooh, maybe this is not so bad after all. I may have spoken too soon. Andrea is kind of, because I was so focused on having all this pressure towards the f3 knight. So I was like super disappointed when I saw that all that pressure was going to just be ruined by the knight trade. But Andrea has seen that, okay, I'm going to switch from attacking to now instead exploiting the diagonal. I'm still not a big fan, though. Because also, like, now the bishop doesn't even have to stay here. Now something like bishop to d3. Like, I don't even think white has to be too concerned about this trade. Because now with the black pawn standing in the path of the f file, I'm not sure the doubled f pawns here is that big of an issue. Because it's very difficult for Andrea to get more pieces attacking in towards the king side. And a lot of this stuff is just easily protected. Here, I feel like Andrea really has an issue with that she's not controlling any of the light squares in the position. She has to do something with this knight. Ooh, but maybe we can just move the knight back. Maybe the knight can just maneuver itself back into the middle of the game. Ooh, yeah, because here, when the knight suddenly makes its appearance, it's going to completely destroy white's coordination. Ooh, it's a very difficult position to judge. But yeah, actually playing through this, I've come to another realization. Not only is this pawn standing in the way of the bishop, oftentimes it's also good to get this pawn moved away because a piece may take over its position. And here, the e5 square is absolutely perfect for the black knight. And I've been so upset about having this knight here on the edge of the board, it didn't really dawn on me until now that the knight could very easily maneuver itself back into the middle as long as we kind of accept the reality of having to move the knight back to its starting position. The knight is doing nothing here on the edge of the board. It should be a priority to get it in. And it's going to be so good here in the middle. Okay, Dina has, I think maybe this was a really good decision by Dina. She's avoided making the trade between the knights, potentially realizing how much of an asset the black knight would then be if it got to the e5 square. And Dina has instead played rook to b3, offering extra protection to the knight on f3. And now I think it's very important. Andrea goes knight b8. This knight is doing nothing here. It's time to realize that, move the knight back so that the knight may come forward through the center of the board afterwards. And as a benefit, moving the knight away is also allowing the rook to come up afterwards. And like the rook could get some very interesting pressure along the second rank. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm feeling knight to b8 is super important for Andrea here. Can Dina's plan be to put a bishop on c3? It's definitely a possibility. So like knight back and then the trade, get the bishop pointing in towards the queen and bishop here. But then, you know, you're just going to see a trade. And Andrea is still headed towards the e5 square with her knight. And that placement for the black knight is going to be so good. I think black has quite a significant advantage in this situation. Yeah, no, I'm partial to Andrea's position. I think actually Andrea's got some real stuff going on right now. But she is down 25 minutes on the clock. So time could become an issue. They're only on move 19 so far. So Andrea still has to make another 22 moves before she gets additional time. The time scramble was the thing that ended her in the last game. Here's hoping it's not going to be what ruins this one as well. Andrea and Anna are the same person. It strikes me as appropriate that they have become very good friends. They're surely sharing a lot of the same attributes, as definitely as far as time management goes. Okay. Anna played knight to e5 earlier. The only thing I kind of just want to check in on is whether Jules could go pawn to a6, try and trade off here without anything bad happening. Based on the computer's valuation, I would say something bad is going to happen here. Knight comes up, attacks the queen, attacks the pawn. However, after queen to b3, that's going to keep the white pawn protected. And there's no chance of kicking the queen away because the knight had that square under control. That's part of why she went up there in the first place. And anytime you try and increase the pressure, you're just going to have these two buddies defending each other, now just 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. So therefore, Jules goes with the queen first to attack the queen. Ooh, and controversial decision from Anna Kamling. She goes queen to a3. I'm not a fan of that whatsoever. The problem being that now after pawn to a6, you're not able to go pawn to b6 because you don't have that queen in the position to keep the pawn defended. So the question now is whether putting her pawn forward will enable Jules to get a very desirable trade on the queen side. I'm guessing Anna's idea is to go pawn to f3. Okay. Pawn to f3, and then the idea is that if black captures the pawn, you get the double attack. The white pawn in the center attacking both the queen and the knight. Why is... I'm so confused right now. Computer is saying this is equal. But is this not a pawn attacking two very valuable pieces at the same time? How can the computer think this is okay? I've been staring at this now for a minute and I still cannot figure it out. I'm pretty sure this is what Anna is intending. So if Jules plays her pawn forward on the side of the board, she can probably get this position. But then she's got to figure out that this is okay for her. And if I can't, I dare say that she can't either. I'm genuinely so confused. Do we take it? No. Do we counterattack the queen? No. Do we counterattack? No. I feel like I tried almost every move at this point. We just move away? Wow. Move away and then what? Advantage for black? Take here? No. Attack here? No. This is why I didn't do well in the Norwegian Championship. I have no idea what the computer is on about. Do we just recapture? The knight, maybe? One, two. How does the computer think that black is better? Black has two pawns in trade for a bishop. Like, oftentimes the extra bishop is better even against three pawns. And here it's going to say that two pawns is better than a bishop. That is wild. Okay. But I guess if you're a Jules fan, you're definitely hoping for pawn to a6 now. That would relieve a lot of the pressure. Maybe Anna just needs to make the trade and then go f3. Pretty sure f3 and attacking these two pieces at the same time is the plan. But computer keeps hating on it. White can still push the pawn. If the knight takes it, it's trapped. I don't think you mean this position because the knight can always return. This game is a lot more complicated than what I gave it credit for initially. I thought Anna just had like a very comfortable advantage with white having these two, having 2 against 1 on the queen side and having that easy pressure down the c file. But yeah, this is definitely somewhat more complicated than that. But I think in general, it's very important for Jules to break up these 2 white pawns defending each other. So she should take this opportunity to try and challenge in on that side, regardless of whether it's good or not. And apparently it's good. But regardless, it's just, it makes her position so much easier to play, because it becomes a lot more easy. Now these pawns are defending each other, but if a trade happens, you have a much easier time trying to target the queenside pawn, because now they're not defending each other and it's standing on its own. So cautiously optimistic about the trend here being in Jules's favor. On Andrea's board, we're already kind of happy with how things are going, but she needs to reroute her knight from the edge of the board. And quite importantly, she needs to do it quickly, because time is running away from Andrea. She managed to keep Dina's pace for an impressive amount of time. But the last couple of moves, she's really, she really lost that momentum. And now she needs to play quicker. And unfortunately, knight to b8 has not been her choice. Instead, bishop to h6. What are we thinking about this move? Well, one thing I will say is that now if the knights are traded, we can no longer recapture with a pawn, because then the fact that we left our bishop out on the side, notice how this black pawn is suddenly standing in the path of both the bishop and the queen and the rook. So that's just like a massive unfortunate come together of pieces standing, or rather the pawn blocking all the other pieces on the board. So if the trade happens, Andrea's going to have to recapture with her bishop. Generally, a trade between the dark squared bishops are favorable for Andrea, because she has all her other pawns on dark squares, and normally you don't want the bishop that stands on the same colored square as your pawns. That's often the bishop you want to be trading off. But Dina might just not want to make that trade. Apparently that's a huge mistake. And I'm not understanding why. I am understanding why. Ooh, if bishop moves away, Andrea has a very nice trick. Bishop takes pawn. And if the knight recaptures, well, then you lose your queen. Can't have that happening. And if the king recaptures instead, the queen comes in, check on the king, and threat on the bishop at the same time. King has to move, bishop gets taken out. There's pressure here, 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 here. It's GG's, and Andrea wins the game. Ooh, so that's kind of sweet. Okay, I think this move is fine. If we get the trade between the bishops, that is generally advantageous for Andrea. So I'm liking that potential trade. In the meantime, Jules has gone for the one movers. Cannot say I respect it. But that's because I fall for so many one movers in Internet Blitz. This is a classical game, though. And in classical games, you probably prefer having ideas that have more than a one move intention. Jules is planning to go knight to c2, which if Anna moves on the king side, that would be very effective, attacking both the rook and the queen. However, Anna sees the threat and goes rook to c1 instead. Now there's no fork on the king and queen, and knight to c2 is kind of just like a punch in the air, not really accomplishing anything whatsoever. So I'm not super happy with this knight to b4 move. And one of the main reasons I'm unhappy is that now if Jules reverts back to the plan I was advocating all the time with pawn to a6, trying to get a trade between the pawns, well, now since the knight is no longer controlling the b6 square, that pawn can just continue forward. And if the pawn gets attacked, you have these two pawns protecting each other deep into enemy territory. While if you try to be clever and go a5, saying that I'm going to cut your pawn off away from its buddy so that its buddy cannot come forward to protect, the idea is decent, but the execution is poor, because the pawn just continues forward, attacking both rooks at the same time, winning a rook and with it, the game. So no more chance for Jules to get rid of these two pawns working so well together. Do chess players have tells? I don't know about tells, but I definitely try to give my opponent false information about my feelings during the game. So sometimes I will act very surprised about a move. And then I'm doing that because I want my opponent to think that he made a mistake and that there's something he doesn't understand about the position. And then sometimes I will pretend that I think I made a mistake. Like I will make a move and then I will kind of like hesitate as I'm writing down the move. And I will like put my hand to my forehand and then kind of just run away from the board as if I'm pretending to try and quell my emotions about having made this mistake. And then in reality, I set a little trap. Some things like that. I didn't go to drama school, but you know, I do like I do like the little acting class here and there. Giving off false tells, that's done in poker too. Yeah, I'm better at it in chess though. Give this man an Oscar? I'm not sure it has worked though so far, but I'll keep attempting it. Suddenly we're having rapid moves on two boards. Dina goes rook to a3. Honestly, that's a great move, unfortunately. Very good move from Dina, because now we wanted to maneuver this knight back into the center. This knight has no square to go to other than the b8 square. The problem is now knight to b8 will always be met by just the white rook capturing blacks. So frankly, I have no freaking idea how we're going to save this now, because this knight is in big, big trouble. It cannot move anywhere, and Dina's kind of about to just increase the pressure, after which the knight will just be lost. So can we somehow make a crazy sacrifice? Computer thinks it's kind of okay. Computer is saying crazy sacrifice should be considered. But you know when you're making crazy sacrifices that the situation is quite dire. What opening was an Andrea Dina game? It was the opening you played against the kid in one of your tournaments. It was well, you played many kids, but it was a kid against a kid with bishop to d3, where you went with a knight to f4 pawn sack. It was very reminiscent of that. Do you think Hikaru or Magnus or Alireza could adopt you in Blitz? I mean, I think all of them could adopt me in Blitz. And one of them would likely adopt me on the first attempt. They are very good at chess. Poor Andrea was prepping wrong line as usual. But Alexandra, the likelihood of you hitting your preparation, especially against a strong player who plays like 3-4 different things, you cannot get attached to thinking you're gonna get your prep in. In the Norwegian Championship recently, like I was out of prep on move 3 for the first 4 games or something, right? Like people try to surprise you. And it's not poor Andrea, because Andrea got a really good opening. Just because you don't hit prep doesn't mean that you got a bad opening. Like she had a great opening. Dina was in big trouble. And then Andrea made some poor strategic decisions. But I don't want you to get too attached to your opening or your prep. Andrea loves her theory. Yeah, well, okay, so then I should give her this same speech I just gave you then. What is the point of prep at Grandmaster level? You don't know what the other person is going to play. And you're both so good anyway, what does it matter? Well, I mean, both players are trying to predict the opponent, right? But then oftentimes your opponent, like one of my games in my recent tournament, I decided at the board to play the French because I thought he was going to go with a queen's pawn, and then he went with a king's pawn instead. And I hadn't decided what to do against that. And so I decided at the board to play the French, which I basically never play. But because Alexandra has been playing so many of these tournaments, I've been prepping the French more than any other opening in the past couple of months. So I thought I'm going to give the French a go. That's going to come as a big surprise to my opponent. And then the freaking dude says, oh, no, I was expecting the French, despite me playing the Caro-Kann mostly and the Sicilian. Like I'm playing 5 different openings. And the guy says, no, I expected you to play the French, even though I didn't even know I was going to play the French when I sat down at the board. So, yeah. Getting your prep in is difficult. And it's not something you should expect to happen. He follows your commentary? Yeah, maybe. Honest board isn't live? Yeah, sorry, my bad. Knight to g4 was played. Wanting to make a trade between the knights. Seems like a decent move. I don't really see what's wrong with it, but computer's very happy on his behalf. E4? Is that a big blunder? Pawn to E4 by Anna Kemling, and the computer kind of likes it. I'm so confused. That is brilliant from Anna. I just don't understand why right now. Why can I not just take this? Oh, if takes, then rook to c4. I'm so dumb. Ooh, you cannot take the pawn because of rook to c4. I was so stuck looking at rook attacks queen and pawn tries to fork. But if pawn tries to fork, then the queen can get out with a check and also threatening the white queen, and trade happens, but that the knight gets away. And if rook comes in, the queen can just retreat. But yeah, of course, you cannot take the pawn because of rook c4. Good spot from Anna. And that means Jules is going to have to go queen f4. And now trade, not trade. Do we just keep kicking the queen? Yeah, maybe something like this. Ironically, the players have the same amount of pawns. Material is equal. But the thing is, white's pieces are just so much better placed on the board that the computer estimates white's advantage to be equivalent of 3 pawns. Because this knight is way out of play on the edge of the board. And frankly, even if the knight does try and get back again, pawn to f3 is then just going to do, like, these 2 white pawns are doing a fantastic job of restricting all the squares this knight wants to move to. And you still have the long-term issue of the pawn on c5. How are you going to protect that in the long term as white starts putting, you know, yeah, I don't know, 2 rooks maybe pointing down on that pawn. And there's also the issue of this guy potentially becoming a problem. So I guess Anna can just go for a potential queen trade. Although, yeah, no, Jules can go queen h5. And then she's both threatening checkmate and threatening the knight in the center. And especially the fact that she's threatening checkmate means that this whole idea of moving the queen over to point down on the knight and queen no longer works. So after queen to h5, Anna has nothing better than to make the trade. But then she's still happy to have made that advance with a pawn in the center of the board, because Anna has her bishop on the dark squares. And very often, if you only have one bishop remaining, you want your pawns to be on the opposite color of your remaining bishop. And this position very well illustrates why that is. Because look at how all of these pawns are controlling light squares. And then the bishop is controlling a lot of dark squares. And having your pieces working together, controlling both the light squares and the dark squares, that is the optimal strategy. Making sure that you don't have a particular weakness in one of the areas, that you're just good in everything. How many moves until move 40? Andrea's down to 5 minutes. Andrea needs to make another 21 moves. It's not optimal. She's going to flag. It's that simple. She does get another 30 seconds per move that's being made. But yeah, she needs to make some decisions. But right now, making decisions has become very unpleasant for her, because the rook is pointing down on the knight, and the knight is massively struggling getting back into the game. It would have been like just one move ago, Andrea had quite a nice position if she moved her knight in towards the center of the board. I don't think she realized the importance, the rush of getting that knight back into the action. Because now after rook to a3, the knight can no longer retreat without blocking the connection between the black rooks. So now the knight is stuck. Just play pawn to c5 and there's no problem. Sir, let me tell you about a move that may have escaped your attention, but you are right. There, pawn to c5 would be fine because it enables the knight to go to the c7 square. It would be fine if not for one move. And you're about to get a big surprise, dude. This is gonna be a shocker. He doesn't know. But let me see what happens if I move one of these pawns to an empty square. Boom! Black's pawn completely disappeared. The en passant has claimed another victim. So you are right. If en passant was not a thing, then pawn to c5 would save everything. But the problem here is that you're not allowed to use the special effect of the pawn moving twice on its first move without an adjacent opponent pawn getting the option of capturing. So you can't kind of get past your opponent's pawn without them having the option to capture during. So en passant, you capture the pawn as if it had only moved once when it does its special two square move. And that is the problem. Is this kind of move played often in Grandmaster games? I can't tell anymore who's baiting or not, but on this occasion, I will take the bait. This special move was once made by yours truly against the then reigning World Blitz Championship, Magnus Carlsen. And what was special about my execution of this move is that I played en passant and gave a checkmate. En passant checkmate against the world champion. My greatest achievement in chess ever. Wow, you've never said. Yes, it rarely comes up. But yeah, this is the source of Andrea's problems, that and the clock. Andrea now decides to pretty unprovoked give away her bishop for the knight. I'm not super happy with the bishop being given up this recklessly. On the other hand, I guess what she's trying to do is she's trying to get Dina to move her rook away from this A file. She's trying to get Dina to move her rook to point down towards the black queen instead, so that Andrea may save her knight and get the knight into the center. But both capturing on e4 and now capturing on f3, what these two moves have had in common is that Andrea has given up a lot of light squared control. And yeah, opposite to what Anna is doing in her game, Andrea she's giving away the bishop that's on the opposite square to her central pawns, which means that when she gives up her bishop, she needs her pawns to take charge of controlling the light squares. And let's just say her pawns are not up to that task. So it's a big problem giving away your light squared bishop when all your pawns are on dark squares and you don't have the ability in the future to push them to light squares instead. In the meantime, Jules has made a checkmate threat against Anna. And Anna has retreated her knight instead of making the trade. It's probably fine. She's saying that this knight is lacking good squares. And so that this knight is going to have some issues moving forward. The disadvantage of this move for Anna is that now she can no longer protect the pawn on e4 with another pawn. So I would think here for Jules, maybe queen to g6, knight to f6, try and target that pawn now on the next couple of moves. That would be my idea. In the meantime, Dina has captured the black bishop with her bishop, and Andrea then very quickly pushes forward with her pawn in the center. Very interesting pawn sacrifice from Andrea, but right now she has to play quickly. She's down to just 1 minute 38 seconds on the clock. If Dina captures this pawn once again, that will allow Andrea to get her rook off the edge of the board and into the center. Apparently that's not the move, but it's very interesting that the computer says taking the pawn now is a big mistake. Ooh, if bishop takes pawn, then Andrea can go trade between the knights and go queen to b2. The queen then pointing in towards the queen and the bishop in the center, as well as pointing against the rook on the edge of the board. Ooh, this is very interesting for Andrea. Andrea has spent a lot of time cooking up some nastiness, but she's definitely causing some problems for Dina in this situation. Unfortunately for Andrea, Dina can actually just move her bishop away. The bishop is under attack. You would think the bishop had to capture the pawn, but here moving the bishop away is more beneficial, because if we go into that same trade that we saw earlier, now if the queen moves forward to attack both towards along the second rank and the rook on the side of the board, the difference between these bishop placements is that the white bishop is now defending its own queen, and therefore the white bishop can capture the black bishop, and you're not concerned now about the queen since it's protected. It's a bit more complicated than this, because then you can take the rook, and then the bishop comes in to give a check. And apparently this is super scary, although I don't see the checkmate the computer is announcing. But yeah, just keep in mind that this is bad news. Queen to d2, and then you get the queen up and your king is trapped. But still a big moment in the game, because Dina has to make the realization that the pawn is poisoned and that she should go bishop to g4 instead. This would have been very tricky for Dina if she was lower on time. But unfortunately, since Dina has 39 minutes left, that's enough time for her to figure out Andrea's trap and avoid it. Okay, rook to d8, played by Jules. Ooh, Jules. Oh, she's a sneaky one, isn't she? Jules now is threatening winning the game. Her idea is that if Anna does a nothing move, the rook will come in, attack the queen, but also attack towards the knight. The rook can try to interject, but then rook sacrifices itself against the knight, and that knight was the only protector against the checkmate threat. The queen and knight working together, and a checkmate on the white king. However, it is Anna's move first, and Anna, while she did make a horrendous blunder against Dina yesterday, What are the odds of lightning striking twice? Anna is going to play pawn to h3, very wisely chasing away the attacking knight, and then you can continue. In fact, after the knight moves back, maybe there's... It's actually, now that I think about it, it's somewhat problematic for Anna that knight takes e4 is being threatened, as well as knight to d3. And you don't really have any moves that can address both of these threats. Unless you start doing something freaky. Can you trade the bishop for the knight and then try to intercept the protection along the fifth rank? Can you do something like pawn to e5? No. Okay, that's bad, apparently. Ooh, then the rook can come up and maybe sacrifice again. Maybe here, queen to e3, and you just increase the pressure. Jules is on 17 minutes, and Anna is on 13. That's going to be a time scramble there. Okay, while you guys are having fun with the copy pastas, I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. You chased me away. Okay, I just realized that was terrible timing, taking a break in such an important moment of the game, especially if the chat thing we have is without boards. That was not great. We also lost the camera. Okay, the camera is back. Thank God. Everything went wrong in that break. He didn't wash his hands. He did wash his hands, which is why it's full of water. Big moment still. Dina's thinking about it. She spent 10 minutes so far considering whether to accept Andrea's presence of a pawn in the center. Spoiler alert, that pawn should not be accepted. Andrea has been cooking some good stuff in her thinking, but very unfortunately on her behalf, Dina can find a different placement for that bishop to stay ahead in the game. Actually, also here on the g4 square, the bishop can potentially get an attack in towards the black king in the future, and that is concerning. But as long as Dina's thinking, there is a chance she's going to make the trade. And just to reiterate that, if the trade happens, Andrea can make a trade between the knights and then come in with her queen, the queen attacking a lot of white pieces at the same time. Also, the bishop is helping out. And there are, my bad, very big concerns along the second rank. In the meantime, Anna has played h3, putting pressure on the knight, and the knight doesn't really have a lot of places to go. So I'm expecting the knight to retreat with the counterattack in the center very soon. Powerful sneeze. It was the most powerful I've had for a couple of months. But if you're going to do something, you better do it properly. Don't do things half-assed. What move are we on? Andrea just made her 20th move. She has 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining and needs to make another 20 moves before she gets an extra half hour. It's not optimal. But the good news is that for every move Andrea makes, she gets another 30 seconds. So it should be fine, but when you only have 30 seconds to think for each move, you're prone to make some mistakes. The problem with being low on time in chess, it's not about actually losing on time. It's more about making mistakes because you don't have the time to really think about it. Could Anna take the horse? Actually, I just made the assumption that the knight would go to f6, but Jules has played the knight to h6 instead. And I gotta say, not a fan of that. I guess Jules didn't like that if she went to f6, Anna could trade for it. But the thing is, would you rather have doubled pawns, or would you rather have your knight on a square where it can never improve from that positioning while your opponent has this incredible bishop pointing down in the direction of your king? That was a somewhat leading question, but I think it got the point through. Jules should have preferred the trade between the knight and the bishop, partly because, well, the bishop was such a powerful piece she should be happy to get a trade for it, even if it is not to her advantage with the doubled pawns in front of her own king. I think Jules made matters worse by moving the knight out on the edge of the board. In the meantime, Dina has rejected Andrea's present, and she was wise in doing that. That was a present with some very dangerous potential consequences. Andrea now queen to b2. Great move from Andrea. Why did I not consider this earlier? Queen to b2 sees the queen, putting pressure along the second rank and against the rook, just like we talked about on the previous move. We had studied knight takes knight, queen takes knight, and then queen to b2. But this had an issue with the two bishops now up against each other, and white's bishop being able to capture black's because the queen is protected by the white bishop. But by first going with the queen in, Andrea is kind of doing the same plan, just in a much better method, because now there is the knight blocking the path between the bishops. There is the attack against the rook, and if the rook moves, then Andrea wins the game, as after knight takes e2, that's a check on the king, while also opening up for the bishop, which in conjunction with the queen will win a piece. So Dina still has to navigate some very trappy waters here. Off the top of my head, my first instinct was bishop takes knight. That's going to save the bishop. And when Andrea recaptures, now you can save the rook. But like, this doesn't seem all that bad for Andrea. She has well centralized pieces. She's still massively struggling with the knight on the rim, but at least now there's no longer a rook pointing down towards it. And Andrea is doing a good job of creating some difficult decisions for Dina. In the meantime, Anna has jumped forward with her knight in the center. The knight now takes control of the d3 square, making it unavailable for black's rook or knight. Jules very quickly plays pawn to f6, trying to kick the knight away. And if the knight now moves, then black is doing very well, as black infiltrates using this d3 square to activate their pieces and maybe even making some sacrifices close to the white king. There's also some ideas now of this knight getting back into the game and also into an attacking position. So the only way Anna's previous move makes sense is if her main idea was that this knight is now blocking the influence of the queen along the fifth rank. And I think Anna is now going to capture the pawn on c5, giving up her own knight, but with the idea that this pawn capture also eliminated the defender of the black knight on the queen side. And in this sequence of captures, Anna will have won a pawn and in addition has a very easy target on the e5 square thereafter. So Anna is about to decide this game, I think. I think rook takes c5. That's what she's prepared, and it's going to be a killer. The only concern she has is that she's down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. She's executed the game very well so far, but that time pressure is what made her winning position against Dina yesterday only end up in a draw. And we could, well, once again, Kumling has created for herself a winning situation, but it remains to be seen whether she spoils it like yesterday or whether she can finish it to get her first win of the tournament and also have her be, I guess, one of the candidates for a great performance here, maybe even potentially win the tournament, seeing as how she's outplaying all of her opponents so far. That being said, it has to be mentioned that Anna has had white in both of her first 2 games. So she's going to get more black games as the tournament progresses. How does FIDE ELO work in tournaments? Is it a zero-sum game? It's not a zero-sum game because of something we call coefficients. So different people have different coefficients, but the same kind of general math is the same. So the difference is that the coefficient basically decides how vulnerable to short-term results your rating is. And generally, if you're lower rated, your coefficient is higher because you're presumed to have an easier time making big improvements in short time frames. And when you're a kid, you have much higher coefficient. But in short, the answer to your question is no, it's not a zero-sum game. Anna has captured the pawn on c5. Great move from her. That was the idea by moving the knight forward in the center. The queen was no longer offering protection along the 5th rank. And when Anna removes that black pawn, she also removes the only thing defending the knight on b4, which is why she doesn't mind the knight on e5 being captured, because she knows she can capture a black knight herself in return. Meanwhile, Dina's still thinking. And we talked about this bishop takes knight move as a way for Dina not to lose her bishop. Right now, the white bishop is being targeted by both the black bishop and the black queen. So just finding something to escape those threats kind of feels like it should be good enough for Dina to just execute. What alternatives might she be looking at? There is knight takes on f4, but then Dina has to even consider that Andrea could capture the rook. The benefit of capturing with the bishop against the black knight is that it also gives an additional threat against black's bishop. So you don't really need to consider queen takes rook because you're just going to get more stuff for free. So to Andrea's credit, she has gotten Dina to have to go into the tank 2 moves in a row now. But unfortunately, the computer says if Dina finds all the right moves, white just has a winning position. And right now, it has everything to do with this knight on a6. That has been the problem piece now for some time already. And previously, we talked about how this knight could potentially make its way back into the center of the board. But the bishop on g4 is actually really well placed to deal with that plan. The bishop having control of the d7 square means that even if Andrea manages to chase this white rook away from the a file, which I do believe Andrea is about to make happen, but that's not going to be a major accomplishment in itself, because even then getting the knight over here to the middle of the board is going to be a very difficult task. as traversing the d7 square is going to be highly problematic. Are Anna and Jules close to 40 moves? Not really. They're on move 24. Anna needs to make another 16 moves. But the thing is, Anna now has a completely winning position, and it's a lot easier to make quick moves when your position is so dominant compared to when you're facing quite a few problems, which is Andrea's case right now. But yeah, both Andrea and Anna would very much benefit from somewhat quicker pace in their play. I think that's a fair assessment. Wow, we have a lot of quite uneven matchups today. After we're done with these two games, we're going to have Jennifer Yu with the white pieces against Alexandra, and we're going to have Nemo as white against Linda. Basically, the top 4 rated players of the tournament are all playing with the white pieces against the lower half. So we're having 4 games with very clear favorites, and we're going to see if someone can score an upset. Now, right now, it's not looking like it, although Andrea is closer than Jules, because Andrea has managed to provoke Dina into some long things for the past couple of moves, whereas Jules has just lost the pawn that was basically the major problem in her position for some time already. And yeah, her position is kind of collapsing as a result. Alex is a lower half. Yes. Alexandra is the 5th rated player in the field. Hammer, is your chair a Jævfjellet? Yes, it is. Are you an IKEA marketer or something? It's really good though. I recommend. Hammer sponsored by IKEA? I wish. You know us Nordics, we love our IKEA furniture. None of that stylish, expensive stuff. Okay, pawn takes knight has been played. Jules then is going to see her queenside knight disappearing off the board. Unfortunately. Why is Jules referred to as Julia on the internet? I believe Julia is her legal name. Wasn't super complicated, but there it is. Not everyone can have such a good name that it's also their nickname. I am one of the few. I'm surprised Dina's still thinking. Yeah, me too. but I welcome it. Andrea's chances are going to be much better the lower on time Dina becomes. And Dina's thinks are really, they should be motivating Andrea a little bit. Andrea understands that Dina's insecure about something. I don't quite see how to parry Andrea's threat. The bishop takes f4 is the move we've been considering, because the queen is attacking both towards the rook and towards the bishop. We can't really save both of them in one move. And that's why we have to look for moves where we can make counter threats. And bishop takes f4 is one of those, because not only does the bishop capture a knight, it also attacks further to the h6 bishop, so that you don't have to be concerned about queen takes rook, because then you'll just keep capturing. Do you think there's a player from top 10 who's less talented than you? No. But what does talent even mean? What does it mean to be talented? That's a discussion we should be having more often. In many ways, talent is just having the ability to put in the work. But that's not like what most people would think about. When they said talent, they mean some kind of innate ability. But most innate ability is innate because you spend a lot of time training it and practicing it. Like Tyler, well, let's just say Tyler practiced quite a bit, I would say. The freak has played more chess games than me the last 5 years. Talent equals success with less effort than normal person would. Honestly, that's pretty good. I like that. Talent is kind of like, because some people will understand something when you explain it to them, and other people will just not understand anything, even with a good explanation. So talent is like ability to learn or ability to understand. A talented person needs to bring less effort. Yeah, but like less effort because you understand something when instructed, right? It doesn't have to be that you're lazy. It could be that you're just better at something saying click in your head. Talent is like a coefficient which multiplies hard work. That's pretty good as well. Man, I've been thinking defining talent is difficult. And then you guys, after having a whole day of nothing from you guys, suddenly you're up there with the definitions. Chat big brain today. I mean, maybe some. But then again, you did also do the copy pasta that chased me away with Andrea having 1 minute left. That being said, Andrea's now had 1 minute left for 40 minutes. And in those 40 minutes, there's been one move. So Dina's really putting on her thinking hat. Okay, Jules retreating her queen, protecting the pawn that was under attack. Anna has less than 1 minute remaining. But I can't see her squandering this. Ooh, and there she takes another pawn. Didn't even realize that pawn was under attack. I should have been aware. 2 pawns more now for Anna. It's looking good. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Jules doesn't have much more than that either. Main excitement right now seems to be whether or not Dina is ever going to make a move. I feel like Dina felt bad for Andrea being so low on time. So she just wanted to think for a bit to compensate that. I may have spoken a bit too soon. I said that Anna was now up a pawn in this game, but after knight to g5, this just became tricky. Threat against the pawn on h3 due to the pin down towards the king. There's also a threat towards the pawn on e4. And if Anna tries to target the pawn on e6, then she loses the game potentially, as the knight can give a check on the king and attack the queen, the bishop. The knight cannot be attacked due to the pressure down from the queen. So the king has to hide away, losing the bishop in the process. In the meantime, Dina has gone bishop to e6. And apparently that's a good move. Damn. Bishop to e6 from Dina. Check on the king. If the king moves to the corner, the bishop will be able to attack both the king and the queen. So Andrea doesn't really have a choice but to capture the bishop, but that has opened up the diagonal, allowing Dina to capture the black bishop with hers and attack the rook. There's also the attack on the knight. Oh, but there's also the attack on the rook here. Andrea can take the rook. This is a controversial decision by Dina. I didn't understand it at first, but Dina is actually sacrificing her rook in this situation. In the meantime, Anna, being very low on time, has moved her king off the same line file as the black queen. That was a sensible decision. It does mean that Jules can capture in towards the center. Ooh, and knight takes e4 not only threatens the rook, but it also threatens a fork. Knight takes e4 threatens the rook, and if the rook moves, there's the knight coming further to attack both the rook and the queen. Anna is about to lose some stuff here. But the thing is, it might not matter at all, because even if she loses her rook, there's no way for Jules to defend against the bishop and the rook working together in towards the black king. So we're going to end up having a situation here where Jules is going to have 2 rooks against the queen, but the queen also has 2 extra pawns. And the black king is very prone to danger. In the meantime, Andrea has captured the rook. And now if Dina also captures the rook, that would enable the black knight to get away, recapture without letting the white pawn capture the knight. And here Andrea would have a full extra knight to win the game. So Dina instead has to prioritize capturing in the center. This also enables the white queen to possibly get involved via the d5 square. for some reason, Andrea has not moved her rook away. Ooh, if rook moves away, then queen to d4, threatening queen g7 checkmate. So Andrea is trying to address that threat by going queen to b2, putting pressure against the knight, but also giving some protection down towards her own king. That's a really good move from Andrea, because now she's also discouraging moves like queen to d5 because of the pressure she has in against the e2 knight. She also has some kind of knight takes b4, chasing the queen out of position. Dina only has 6 minutes left. This was a fantastic move from Andrea. I really like queen to b2, and that's giving Dina something to think about. Dina has 6 minutes remaining, and the position is super messy. Dina is down a rook versus a bishop, and it's not clear how she's going to get out of this. She may capture the black rook with her bishop to regain the material, but then the pawn on e6 is going to be a major weakness, and Andrea is going to be able to get her knight back into the game as she has this b4 pawn completely surrounded. In the meantime, rook to d7 from Jules. She's trying to prevent the white rook from coming in and making the threats along the 7th rank. Rook to c8. That's a good move from Anna. Check on the king and threat against the rook. If the trade happens, then the queen comes in, check against the king and threat against the rook. That would be GG's right there. So Jules has no choice but to retreat her rook once again. But then rook to c7, that is going to be the game. Anna manages to coordinate her pieces in towards the black king. And there's really not much Jules can do. She ends up retreating her knight again, but now she's retreating at a point where Anna has already managed to capture 2 pawns. So should be a win for Anna Kemling. She has the more active pieces and 2 extra pawns. She only has 1 minute remaining on the clock, but should be a piece of cake. I'm gonna shift my my focus towards the very unclear and undecided matchup between Andrea and Dina, because Andrea really has something going on right now. She is gonna be able to get her knight back off the edge of the board, and Dina only has 4 minutes remaining now. Dina really shouldn't like being in this unclear situation against a much lower rated player. This is the kind of position where anything could happen, and that's great for the underdog. Jules with her queen out on the edge. Don't really see what this is doing. Anna can just push her pawn to try and get this this rook involved into the game. Seems very straightforward. Anna instead, queen to c1, just wanting the queen trade. That seems fine as well. Sunglasses buff is strong. We'll see. We'll see. It's not over yet. Dina does decide capturing the black rook. I'm expecting a very quick recapture from Andrea. Andrea takes with the king. Why? Why would you do that? Yeah, that's probably game over. Dina has a very interesting move now, queen to a1. Because remember how I said it's guaranteed that Andrea is getting her knight back into play? Well, now it's not guaranteed anymore. Because queen over here, if queen takes knight, then the queen infiltrates. That's game over. And if there's a queen trade, then there's going to be a struggle with the rook pointing down against the knight and rook. Although there was the guy suggesting pawn to c5 to solve all of this, and we kind of made fun of them for not knowing en passant, which was kind of rude of us, but it had to be done for the memes. But here there's no en passant, and Andrea will then be able to get her knight. Actually, it might be better just to go one step forward. And then you're going to get the knight back, and the knight is going to defend the rook. And there's a chance you survive this. Okay, so queen to a1, maybe not as effective. I just don't like having this rook unprotected. What I liked about rook takes is that then my rook would at the very least be protected. I think what Andrea was concerned about was that the pawn would continue forward in the center and there would be a check against the king and stuff like that. But like there was no cause for concern in these variations because her rook would have the pawn completely under control. Okay. So after we had the trade and king takes, Dina's down to a minute. This king takes definitely caught Dina by surprise, and Dina's first instinct is going to be to go queen a1. So it's very good news that queen a1 is not very effective for Dina. Dina's actually behind Andrea on time. That's a rarity. Still 14 moves to make for both players until they get that additional 30 minutes. Something is going to get decided here within the next 10 minutes. There's going to be some drama. Queen comes up through the center of the board. Problem with this now is that the queen is attacking the rook. Previously, there were many variations where we could play knight takes pawn to counterattack on the queen. But since the rook was left undefended on the side of the board, we're going to have to move the rook in. And now what? If Dina takes the pawn, then Andrea could probably go for a queen trade here. And she would be moderately fine. Getting the queen trade here would do a lot to help the king's safety. Instead, Dina goes knight to d4, cutting off the queen from being able to contribute in defense. That's very annoying. Yeah, we're going to struggle when the black queen is unable to get back. That's a very good move from Dina. A very, very good move from Dina. Yeah, I think that's game over. The black queen is unable to come back to help protect the king. The king is in some massive trouble right now. Pop off, Andrea, please. This is not the kind of situation where you can just decide to pop off, though. You don't have enough pieces close to your king to survive. Knight takes pawn, attacks the queen, but the queen captures in the center. This would be completely fine if the queen could just jump over the black knight, but the fact of the white knight. But the queen cannot get past here, and this means the queen is now threatening to make attacks down towards the black king. I guess we can go king g7. This king is going to have to move at some point anyway, so we might as well move it ahead of time. And then if the queen tries to get to the f7 square, we can counterattack on the queen. That seems pretty effective. Do we have other concerns? Is it like rook to b1 going to be a problem? attacking the queen and putting pressure on the knight? Computer says no. Andrea goes queen d2. Well, that's just game over. Now the queen is just going to get to the f7 square. Oh, well. Good fight, but Dina's going to take it home. Queen gives a check. That is GG's. No matter where the king goes, the queen is going to continue, and Andrea resigns the game. Oh, good fight, good fight. Dina's opening was not perfect. Andrea did manage to cause some problems for her esteemed opponent. But even though Dina was forced down to a minute on the clock, Andrea had to give up in the end. Didn't have the necessary protection around her king to survive the attack. King to e2. If the king moves up, queen comes in, check. And even though you're keeping your rook safe, the problem is that the queen comes in for the checkmate. Okay. In the meantime, there's a one game going on. It's Anna Kamling about to win against Jules. And, well, Anna is already up by 2 pawns. But here's a third. And the pawn on e5 is about to be captured, and that's going to collapse everything. Bishop takes, pawn is on the board. A third pawn for Anna. And yeah, there's not much left of Jules's position. What do the 2 kings in the middle of the board mean on Dina and Andrea's board? So this is kind of like how the software with the automated that knows where the pieces move work. So at the end of the game, if one king is on white and one king is on black, then the game has ended in a draw. And if both kings are on the light squares, then white won. And if both kings are on dark squares, then black won. And here you can see both kings are on the light squares, and that indicates to the board that white has won the game. "40 moves break time." Oh, yeah, you're right. They did make it to 40 moves. I thought they had way longer left to get to move 40. But Anna got up, got some water to hydrate, but it's not going to make much of a difference. She is going to win this game with 3 pawns more than her opponent. That's going to do it.
turn the shot over one more time.
Hey, Andrea, how are you feeling?
Hi, Hammer. I'm okay. Let me. Where's that coming from? Thanks, Goober. Hi, chat. We're gonna do. I wanted to ask Hammer a couple questions, and then I'm in the production room, and then I'm gonna do my interview with them. But I wanted to go over the game first. Hi, guys. Sorry we didn't have a post-game interview yesterday, so we're trying to make them happen now. Yeah, I mean, there was another blunder. This tournament is rough, I'm not gonna lie. Dina completely surprised me again. I'm not gonna lie, all of our prep for every game has been my coach saying, well, I don't really know what they'll play. We don't have enough games in your lines. So for Dina, all morning, I was preparing versus a ready and E4 and any G3, and then she just pushes D4 and trolls me. But the opening was good, so it wasn't a problem.
Yeah, no, the opening was great. Like,
yeah, the opening was
Don't
solid.
get attached to kind of like what they play and what you're expecting, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about you're doing this preparation work and it's going to benefit you. Even if it doesn't benefit you right now, it's going to benefit you in the future, the work you put in preparation for the game. And even if it didn't happen for this game, you probably learned something from it.
Yeah, hang on. Let me record this call really quick. Request host to start. Vila, can you record the Zoom call while we're talking as well? It might just be cleaner for the YouTube video. I don't know, Vila, can you hear me? Let me just ping him really quick. Vila,
recording in progress.
Oh, it's being recorded. Great. Okay. Yeah. And those tricky okay, night before, honestly, first I'm curious. I'll let you kind of ask me the questions and like where my biggest mistakes were.
Well, so night before, I wasn't that big of a fan of because I feel like your knight is going to get kicked back pretty soon afterwards. And Alexandra actually had a game that reminded me very much of this. In one of her previous tournaments, like the one I won, she won, I think. And there, Alexandra went knight to c5 very early on, and I thought it was a mistake because it allowed her opponent to push her pawns forward and attack the knight in the process. So I was really praising you when you went knight to h5 because I thought you didn't make the same mistake Alexandra did by getting your knight into the center too early.
Yeah.
And then you kind of followed it up right afterwards with knight to b4, which was then kind of like the same type of mistake that you're moving the knight forward, but the knight is going to be chased back afterwards.
Yeah, no, I made this thinking I had like knight d3 ideas, and then I realized, oh, she just takes, and then bishop g5, discovery, winning my knight. And I thought like, oh, she had enough weaknesses where like my knight's being super active. But yeah, obviously, but I mean, yeah. And then I realized, okay, this line doesn't work. So that was just like a miscalculation. But even after that, I was okay.
No, one thing, so I'm just talking about the kind of strategic elements that we've discussed on stream. I think f5 is a mistake.
Oh, interesting.
Because you kind of committed to playing this plan with knight to f4. Very often in the King's Indian, the reason you play f5 is to go f4. I don't think knight to f4 and f5 combine very well. Computer thinks it's fine, but from a strategic standpoint, I think that by going f5 when you have the knight on f4, you're not forcing her to make the trade of pawns, because now she can just keep this tension between the pawns because you're not threatening to go further forward. Whereas in a normal kind of King's Indian situation, she would be very nervous about not trading the pawns because that would allow you to kickstart your attack and getting that f4 space advantage on the king side.
But then what is the plan once you get the knight on f4?
Well, the thing is here, after bishop to b1, you had bishop to g4.
Oh, just to do it before f4, you're saying?
Yeah. And when you're
F5.
doing it before, that means she doesn't get the bishop on e4 to protect the knight. So it makes this pin
Yeah, I
so
had
much more
considered
valuable.
this. I thought about this, but then I thought like, okay, here, then they're gonna go h3, then I take, then queen takes, and then I do f5 anyways. So like.
Oh, but you go bishop h5. You
go
don't
bishop
wanna,
h5
you want to keep
after
the
h3?
pressure. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because there's duh. For some reason I don't think about bishop h5 in this position because of the g6 pawn. I think that you could trap your bishop, but that makes sense. Gotcha. Okay, good note. And then from here you have the f5 plan now. But the bishop's just
then
more
you can
active.
play f5 afterwards, because what happened in the game is that when you play f5, now you have to make the trade in order to get the bishop on the other side. But making the trade is a huge positional concession.
Yeah,
because
that
then
makes
you're
sense.
creating a square for your opponent where you cannot chase this bishop away. And this bishop used to be like the worst piece in White's position. And suddenly after you make the trade, the bishop is fantastic.
Dino is here, but do you want to, I'm analyzing with Hammer. Do you want to join? You can join. Come on stream. I'm sure chat would be happy to see you. Hello, Dina. She was, you know, after all, you're still my best friend. I think I was more pissed at Alex when she beat me than at you. And to be honest, you didn't play that good, so I wasn't that impressed. Like, honestly, if I hadn't gotten time pressure, I kind of had it in the bag. So I kind of feel like you got lucky. So I don't really think you're good. I just think I'm bad. So, like, we're still friends. I thought your prep wasn't that good either.
You mean like I have like 10 games in the base with the same move and you...
I prepared all morning the ready. I looked at every ready variation you could play. That's what my coach has been telling me. Can you coach me? I've gotten no prep this entire tournament.
Just download my 5 last tournaments.
I did. We looked at everything.
I played bishop d3. I literally asked you in the game, do you know my move? And you didn't reply. And I played bishop d3.
Well,
I started thinking for 10 minutes. Hammer, how is this possible?
Well, no, Hammer hasn't prepped me. No, I'm telling you
that I've been playing for the last 3 months.
I have
classical games.
When I tell you, I spent all morning and all night preparing for you, and no one expected you were gonna go d4. So I don't. But it's not Hammer. Hammer's not my coach. Like I can't blame Hammer. He wasn't the one who prepped me. But
want to, but you can't.
Hammer can't be blamed. No, I literally have had the worst prep. But my coach said you were gonna play ready, and so we reviewed already and ready with e4.
This is the most like the most stupid thing I've ever heard. Like Banzea, I don't know what. Like, honestly, he's an amazing player, and like he's writing chessable courses. This man doesn't. I don't know. He doesn't have a basic database.
I don't know where your games were. We have to look.
Like literally February, March, April, May, June, July. All my games are d4. In every tournament, I get at least 1 or 2 kings in, and I always play bishop d3. Like,
I don't know what to say, man.
Like, this is such an embarrassment. Like, and you were thinking for 10 minutes. I mean, like, it's not like.
I mean, 10 minutes wasn't, honestly, like, I still had a decent position. But yes, I felt stupid that the fact that I had spent all my hours preparing for something that wasn't even close. But anyways, we'll have a therapy call with my coach and Dina and ask some questions. But the opening was luckily fine. Hammer was giving me a good note. But I'm curious, Dina, like, what was your prep? Just e5? Was this what you were expecting?
So this is like a setup that I've been playing against King's Indian, and I just had my plan.
No.
Yes. It will also, chat. Can you tell Lula that I joined Andrea so that she can just watch party the like kind of us. So if you could tell that, thank you.
Tell her.
No, it's chat. Which I will say. Like just tell
chat.
To watch.
Don't forget your deed. Okay.
And so this is just a setup, and the plan is that whenever you push f5 and then we trade, it's hard for you to attack because I have this bishop on the other diagonal that kind of blocks your, like stops you, like you kind of weaken yourself sometimes. So it's not easy to push the G and the H pawns, and it's more about getting the position, the plan that I understand, and then also playing against your knight. So kind of like.
And you're okay allowing knight f4?
Oh yeah, I think like knight f4 is totally fine. Sometimes I have the idea, like for example, take on f5. If you take with a pawn, then I take on f4.
Yeah, I saw that
and then,
idea.
like, so yeah, knight f4 is also great because you don't have f4. So basically, like in
That's
that
what
position,
happens.
I don't see the way how
Well,
black
you're
can
supposed to
attack.
go. I was supposed to go bishop g4 first and then f5.
Yeah, no, but then I still
But yeah, I don't have
I take
f4.
on f5.
Yeah,
So
but I
it's
still
like,
like I was pretty. I guess it's like dead even, but I was comfortable in this. But I was
yeah,
curious if this
it's
was what
not
you
like
wanted.
I'm not looking for any advantage here. Obviously, I'm getting a position where I consider that it's genuinely hard for black to do their usual plan, which is attack. And meanwhile, I play against the knight on a6. Well, you kind of need to put it on c5 fast. But if you don't, then I just kind of kill it and then play against this knight. Also, like I'm not sure about b6. So it was more kind of like, yeah, getting the play that I like and that you don't like, and then like kind of. Honestly, like I think like the idea that she found is genius. Like I was really impressed, and I was so shocked that I couldn't find any advantage. That's why I burned all my time advantage, like 40 minutes. Yeah, but and that's why I was having like in the end. Apparently, it's a advantage, right? But because I had 1 minute on the clock and you had, I'm not sure I would have easily found the way how to win like after rook e7.
Okay, Hammer, you can take it away now. Oh, it's so hot.
Well, I mean, it's kind of difficult to follow Dina. She
no,
goes,
you should. It's okay. She loves her. My favorite thing about Dina, if I learned, is she's very talented at improv. She never stops.
Yeah,
but it was good insight
I
for the
agree
chat.
with
But you
Dina
can show
that
us.
B6 was quite a big mistake. In general, I'm not sure you should even trade the pawns on the queen side.
Interesting.
Because you're not really afraid of her capturing your pawn on a5, because then you can always go with the knight to c5.
That was stupid. Yeah, I thought for some reason I was completely, I thought I was completely blocking her attack by trading and pushing b6. And I thought like, oh, now I have the open file, and I just missed that you could go back and then my knight's kind of stuck, which I saw even before rook a3, but I was hoping for tactics. But yeah, so I just shouldn't have touched those pawns.
Yeah, and that's why your knight got in such big trouble, right? Because the pawns got traded off. So even though you temporarily get control of the A file, the dangerous thing is that sometimes white can regain that control, and that's what happened here, and your knight got into massive trouble.
Thanks, Jules, for the raid. So then instead of b6, what was I supposed to do?
Well, I mean, we were liking, I think, knight to b8.
Yeah, I was also looking. I think
that was my first. That was going to be my move.
I think
that was my first intuition. Knight b8. This was literally going to be my move.
Because you want to go after the bishop on e4.
Yep. No, I had seen this plan.
Get rid of that bishop.
I guess actually no. I think I saw it. I think I saw the knight b8 idea after I pushed b6, so probably too late.
I think all the way until bishop h6, that was the last mistake. If you don't play bishop h6 and then still, even with b6, you have to play knight b8 and knight d7.
No, I was considering that. That's where I was considering it, but then I decided to go for the tactics because I thought you couldn't go rook a3. But yeah, these were my two candidate moves, knight b8 and bishop h6. But I thought I had a more simple tactic to get an advantage and I thought that was the reason rook, and then I realized it wasn't simple at all. And then I had to completely scramble, and I got lucky with e4. But yeah, I just miscalculated here and should have just stuck to the more solid move.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so like Dina said, bishop h6 was a bit of a mistake compared to knight b8.
And it was kind of what I was hoping for, because I was like, whenever I will play rook b1 and then rook b3, there's no way Andrea will see rook
I saw it, and this was gonna be my move, and then I thought let's be tricky and let's try to go for some tactics and bishop h6, and I was expecting h3 first, and then I was gonna defend again. But I always learn my lesson.
Bro, h3 is literally the one that I would never in my life play against King's Indian, because it is what makes white always get checkmated. Those pawns, you need to just not touch them.
But the tactics worked though, because rook a. Okay, I mean I should have done this first, but at rook a3, and then I'm curious what Hammer thought of all that chaos.
Yeah, no, I think I hear you're in a bit of trouble already, but your method of trying to create some issues for Dina was very, very good. So the pawn sack was a great attempt at complicating things, and you succeeded, right? Because you saw how much time Dina spent.
Yeah, no, I mean I definitely should have played knight b8, but
I think
Well,
if
now
you
now
have
it's
done
too
the same
late,
thing
and
with
now you
faster,
kind of
yeah.
threw yourself into it. And
No,
yeah,
I
it
mean, I
was.
figured.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it was
go
a
ahead.
really good attempt, but Dina navigated the complications and time trouble very well.
Yeah, no, I was spending all my time calculating all her moves, and then I saw Bishop E6 like in the last like 3 minutes before she moved, and then it was just rough.
there was this
Yeah.
really nice line that unfortunately doesn't work. If I take bishop f4, and now, like no, instead of bishop e6, just take on f4, bishop takes, and then queen a1. But unfortunately, I have bishop e5. I don't know if you saw that. Queen a1, like I was really trying to win the knight, but then you have bishop e5, and then like I just I cannot win anything.
I didn't look at Queen A1, but
because if it's not bishop
But I found
e5,
bishop
then
But that's a nice move.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're good.
Yeah, no, I was expecting Rook E3, and then I saw Bishop E6 after, and I was like, ah, shit. And Rook E3, I was feeling good, but no, I mean, yeah, honestly, like.
It was a good fight,
yeah.
but Andrea, keep in mind some of the things we talked about, like
Yeah.
F5. You never really want to capture on E4 because it gives her such a good square, and then that has implications for playing F5 when you already have the knight on F4.
Makes
And
sense.
then not.
Yeah, I guess I mean, no one's ever played Bishop D3. I have no prep. Like, I know Versmar del Plata Bishop B2. So I just kind of had no ideas in this position.
Personally, I think Dina's full of shit. Like, I think Dina's opening was terrible. I think you played it really well. And if you had played Bishop G4 instead, Dina's in big trouble.
What the hell are you talking about? It's literally the prep with my coach, and I get exactly what I want. My opponents do not understand what to do. Like,
I don't know. New prep, Dina. You need new prep. Like Bishop G4, this is ridiculously dangerous for you.
What? I like that I'm not the only one getting scolded for once. Well,
I actually genuinely disagree, but I think if maximum it's an equal position, but that's maximum.
Okay, but like, what are you saying? What are you doing here? Are you playing A3, B4? Like, are you just sitting there waiting?
Yes. No waiting. I'm playing against your knight. Like, what's the problem there?
What are you doing? Rook B1? Like,
yeah, Rook B1, B4, yes.
Yeah, Rook B1. Computer says winning for black.
How are you winning this?
The plan that we said Bishop G4 F5, which is just what I should have done, but starting with the bishop.
I'm assuming I go Knight C5. No, I don't go Knight C5. I'll take and then go Knight C5 if you take with the bishop.
Well, like, what? I don't understand. I really don't like.
Dina, listen, I think we both need new prep.
So if knight takes, I have knight takes G2, and you're soft on F3.
I'm not giving you any tricks.
I'm just bishop takes, then I come in with the knight. Andrea also made a mistake coming in with the knight too soon. I also disagree with what you said, that black needs to go knight C5 really early on. I think black should wait. I think one of the key things here is that if you go too early, then you're going to get kicked by white pushing the queenside pawns. I think if you just wait with the knight on the edge and then come when appropriate, that's how you exploit this.
I agree.
Well, that's kind of was my trick. I was hoping that I would provoke Andrea to go.
Well, I wasn't gonna go. I mean, knight b4 was, but I wasn't gonna go for knight c5. But yeah, knight b4 I only played because I miscalculated. Thought I had knight d3, but I knew it was a mistake. But yeah, I still fell for it as usual.
Well, in that case, I mean, if you're right-handed, then
I don't know if
it's
you're.
Just a question of tempi. I think I need to put the knight on e1, maybe somewhere a bit earlier.
Yeah.
But like, I think it maybe one move I wasn't accurate. But if I put maybe the knight on e1,
we can debate this later on in the tournament. If you have the white pieces against Alexandra, I would very much welcome you to repeat this opening.
What pieces do I have against Alexandra?
I don't think they know. Okay, all right, Hammer, I'm going to let us wrap up this interview. I need to figure out how the hell to prep because none of my opponents the prep has been even close to what they've played, and I've kind of been screwed. But I'll figure that out for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm playing Anna.
Yeah, so that you know,
doesn't really matter whether. Sorry.
What, Hammer? Go ahead.
It doesn't really matter whether you hit the prep, just as long as you're doing the work before the game, the work you're doing will benefit in the long run.
Yeah.
And you're playing the long game, right?
Yeah. I mean, here again, like the
Right.
reason, yeah, but I still made the same
Right.
mistakes. Yeah. Okay.
Good luck
Well,
tomorrow.
thanks, Hammer. All right, chat. Talk to you guys later.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, chat. Bye, Hammer. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye. Okay, so in the meantime, we do have another result. Anna Kemling, with her extra 3 pawns, has managed to beat Julia. And we have new games now going on, started at 3 p.m. local time. That's midnight Europe. And we're going to put those games on the board. First, we have Alexandra Botez with the black pieces against former women's US champion Jennifer Yu. This is not anybody Alexandra's playing. This is proper opposition. Jennifer starting out here with pawn to d4. Alexandra does, like her little sister, going for the King's Indian here. And after knight to c3, bishop to... No, she actually didn't go bishop to g7. Alexandra instead went pawn to d6. This was actually the move I suggested for her. But she sent me a message during Andrea's game saying that she was going to ignore my advice and follow Banseya instead. But okay. Anyway, pawn to d6 was played, and here Jennifer went knight to f3. And we just get a normal King's Indian in which white copies black's play in terms of fianchettoing the bishop, getting that bishop pointing towards the center of the board. Knight to c6, castles, all of this played previously. Let me see if we're getting... let me just coordinate with my producer. Yeah, so knight to c6, all of this has been played thousands of times previously, and having some inside intel, I can tell you that this is part of Alexandra's preparation for this game. This g3 King's Indian setup Jennifer employed is something she has done regularly and was predictable in. Pawn to e5 from Alexandra, putting that classic King's Indian pressure towards the center of the board. The pawn moves forward, kicks back the knight, and the knight retreats to its starting placement. But the idea is that now that the pawn has advanced, the square c5 is available, and we're trying to reroute the knight in that direction. After knight to e1, Alexandra plays the other knight to the d7 square. This is kind of tricky, but the idea is that she's ready to go pawn to f5 while also coordinating her knights towards the c5 square. Jennifer plays pawn to e4. Alexandra goes pawn to a5. This is part of the c5 square plan. The pawn takes control of the b4 square so that it becomes more difficult for white to push their pawn forward there and kick the knight away. Jennifer, with her maneuvering with the knight, has taken control of the c5 square. So that was a clever maneuver from her to try and prevent Alexandra's plans. But because Alexandra was using both her knights, both this knight coming in from the left and this one in the starting position, Alexandra is able to have both of her knights control the c5 square, and as such ready to move in there. Going forward, bishop to e3 was played. I do believe Alexandra's prep was knight to c5 here. Instead, she played pawn to f5, immediately putting that pressure in towards the center. We learned from Andrea's game that the main plan of this move is trying to push further forward. But Jennifer, moving her queen up, she now has the knight, the bishop, the queen, and the pawn controlling that square. So we're not going to be able to push further forward anytime soon. And in the meantime, Alexandra has played knight to c5. And actually, she didn't go with that knight. She went with the knight from the d file. And this is actually part of the prep because, wait for it, we want to use this knight so that the other knight still controls the b4 square to make it as difficult as possible for white to push their pawns forward and kick the knight out of position. In my opinion, a good start for Alexandra. And I'm looking forward to seeing the continuations here. Let me check in if we're quickly doing Linda's game 2 to catch up. Linda is playing against NEMO, but we're gonna catch up with that after the break as we're getting a co-host in to help with the final 2 games of the day. So while we're getting our co-host in and sorting out the layouts, we're gonna go on a little break. We're back with Chess Camp, and I am joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Buck, and he is going to help guide us through these last two remaining games of round two. Previously today, we've seen Dina Belankaya defeat Andrea Botez. We've seen Anna Kamling take down Jules Gambit, and now for our final two games, we have Jennifer Yu, a former women's champion, going up against our very own Alexandra Botez. And we also have Nemo with the white pieces against Linda Diaz. And Benjamin, what are your expectations for today's games?
Yeah, so Jennifer should definitely be the favorite against Alexandra. I mean, she's outrating her by 250 points. And kind of the same thing in the game between Nemo and Linda. Both Nemo and Linda aren't very active tournament players anymore, but I'd say Nemo definitely much more active still in the chess world. I mean, she's still, streaming chess. And also her last tournament was like 2 years ago. I heard that Linda's last tournament was like 7 years ago. And we really saw that yesterday she had to shake off some rust.
Yeah, it's an interesting day with the top four ranked players all having the white pieces against the bottom half. And as such, there are big favorites in all matchups, but we're still looking for that one player to upset the rating system. We went very quickly through the opening moves of Alexandra's game. We've since had one move from each player, a trade between the knights. Alexandra then getting her knight into the center of the board. I think she can be pretty happy with the outcome of the opening. But we also need to catch up on Nemo's game against Linda, because we've had a very exciting start there. Nemo starting with the King's Pawn opening, and Linda going for the Caro-Kann. And we're going into a so-called advanced variation of the Caro-Kann with the white pawns moving forward through the center early on. The disadvantage of pushing forward this quickly is that you can be prone to counterattacks against these far advanced pawns, and that's precisely what Linda's trying to do here. She pushes another pawn forward, sacrifices that pawn, but relies on the white pawns becoming weaknesses as a result.
Yeah, so it's good to see that Linda at least is playing the opening quickly today. Yesterday, she was definitely a little bit slow. The moves weren't coming in very quickly. But yeah, I like what she's doing. She sacrificed the pawn, but she's putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on c5, also the pawn on e5 potentially, and
so pawn to e6 saw her opening up the pressure against the c5 pawn. Nemo coming in with her bishop, trying to hold on to that extra pawn. Knight to d7 sees the knight attacking both the c5 pawn and the e5 pawn. It seems as though it's impossible to protect both at the same time, but Nemo, she does manage with a pin. The bishop comes out, points down towards the king. The knight's attack now in both directions rendered useless. But interestingly, knight to e7 doesn't really address this bishop whatsoever, still lets the bishop point in towards the king. But after knight to f3, we've caught up with the current situation on the board, and Linda is making an attack against the white bishop. And if that bishop is removed, the pawn on c5 will be captured next, leaving the opening a success for black.
Yeah, so I like what Nemo is doing here. She goes pawn on b4, hanging on to that pawn on c5. Like I said, if black takes on e3 and takes on c5, black is doing great. They really have everything they can ask for. Bishop pair, better pawn structure. So the one thing Nemo has going for her right now is that extra pawn. And the pawn on c5 also restricts black's pieces somewhat. So now it's really up to Linda, and I'm kind of curious to see how far her preparation will go. And it's interesting to see her playing the Caro-Kann with a quick c5. I know that that's what Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess, always recommends. Do you think that she got that opening from him?
You know what? She might. She might. I actually have some inside knowledge because Linda, you said she hasn't played a tournament in many, many, many years. But when she did play a couple of tournaments, she actually did it in my hometown of Oslo. She came to Oslo twice to play some of our summer tournaments, where I got to know her. And part of the reason I got to know her is because she was pretty good friends with one of our local players, Maud Herdsmoen, who actually grew up in New York alongside Alinda and that kind of group of people. And Maud actually went to the same school as Hans Niemann for some, that used to be a bigger boast a couple of years ago. But as a matter of fact, Maud told me before this tournament that Linda was making a comeback to tournament chess. And she was asking if I could help her out for the tournament, after which I say, well, actually, I'm helping out one of her competitors. And then we discussed a little, and we discussed whether she could enlist the help of Alex Ostrovsky, who is a mutual friend of Maud and Linda's. And Alex used to do the commentary for Gotham, for Levy, on his channel. So I think they're pretty good friends. And if Ostrovsky then is helping Linda, and Ostrovsky maybe used to help Levy, it stands to reason that maybe their preparation is coming from the same place, and that this is some kind of Ostrovsky, Rossman, Caro-Kann research department.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Ostrovsky and Levy are besties, as far as I know. They've known each other for a long time. So yeah, I think this might be coming out of the Ostrovsky Rossman kitchen. Yeah, again, this is really Levy's childhood opening the Caro-Kann with a quick c5. I like it if it works out. Again, if Black gets the pawn back, you can be playing a really good French. But yeah, getting the pawn back itself is not so easy. And why are you laughing, Jan Ludwig?
No, I went too far on that story.
Oh, okay, no worries.
People were bored at how long that
No, we
went.
like your stories. At least I do, so feel free to keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Oh,
but
okay.
I agree with you. It's difficult for Black to regain the pawn now. But on the other hand, if you're able to do so, Black will have a big advantage. So very, very interesting opening there between Nemo and Linda. In the meantime, I feel like there's been a very dramatic move on Alexandra's board because Jennifer has played pawn to f4. And my first instinct is that I really hate that move for Jennifer. Because one of the big problems Black has in the King's Indian is that the pawn on e5 is blocking the diagonal for Black's bishop. So when Jennifer plays pawn to f4, I'm super excited about the prospect of just capturing that pawn, opening up my diagonal for the bishop. And I feel like Alexandra has a fantastic position here.
Yeah,
I'm thinking she's better.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Black should definitely be doing quite fine. Because if we compare the bishops, the bishop on g7 is super active, whereas the bishop on g2 will always be staring at the pawn on d5. And it also feels like maybe the white king can be slightly more vulnerable now, given the fact that all those diagonals are open. So let's have a look. Let's say Black takes on f4. Let's say white recaptures with the bishop, right? And then we take on, let's say we take on f4. Wait, sorry. Yeah, and then let's say we take on e4, white recaptures with the knight. We take the knight, white recaptures. Maybe move like bishop h3. I am already starting to like this white. It feels like white's a little bit more vulnerable. These bishops are kind of biting on granite, and this bishop on g7 is nice and active.
Yeah, no, I genuinely think Alexandra has the advantage now. and she can be really, really happy with her opening setup. I also noticed that Jennifer already spent 20 minutes to get to the current situation on the board. And Alexandra, she's been playing so quickly her last couple of tournaments that she managed to win 2 tournaments back to back. And part of her secret recipe is just putting so much pressure on the opponents with her quick play, which is, completely opposite to what Andrea's been doing. But my concern has always been that the quick play leads to, quite a few inaccuracies. That is kind of the cost of playing quickly. Ask Nepomniachtchi, he knows. But that's why I thought this is working amazing against the 1900s 2000 rated players, but how is it going to work when she's playing a different bracket of opponents? And Jennifer is in that different bracket, and so far I'm super happy that the quick pacey play seems to be paying off even against Jennifer.
Yeah, and I was wondering, her time management, like you said, she's playing quite quickly. When I'm here, I always see she's up on time. Is that something you guys have been working on? Like, was she playing slower before? Did you tell her to play faster? How did her quick time
No, she just decided I'm going to start playing quickly.
Okay, well, yeah, that's okay. That's great for her,
because you can't really coach someone to do that, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's something you guys have been working on. I mean, sometimes there are players who tell themselves, like, I have to play faster, and then they still actually struggle to do so, right?
Yeah. No, it's incredibly difficult. And especially if someone tells you to do it, you're like, well, if I knew how to play faster, I would do it. But it's not that freaking easy. Because it comes at a cost. You do make a bit more mistakes, but you need to be less perfectionistic in your train of thought and be like, I'm making mistakes in time trouble. Maybe I should rather make small mistakes during the game than big mistakes with no time to think. And from a logical perspective, you understand that, it's probably a good idea, but getting yourself to make those quicker decisions, it's so tough.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think also, like you said, if you play faster, you will make more inaccuracies, but they will also show you where your weaknesses are, when your intuition is making mistakes. And that's also giving you very useful feedback. So I think it's definitely
that is
good
super
idea to play
interesting.
faster. And,
I've never thought about it that way.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, the biggest mistake here's the thing. If you have to make a decision, the biggest mistake you can make is making no decision at all, right? Like, if you make a wrong decision, at least you can learn from it. So that's a way to look at it. But yeah, to be fair, I mean, I am yet to fully implement this myself, as I still am someone who should play faster in his own game. So as a coach, Hammer, do you tell players anything to try to play fast? Are there any strategies you try?
Calling me a coach is a bit exaggerated. I feel like I don't really focus, like, when I'm giving advice to, for example, Andrea. I'm not really her coach, but I still try and give her feedback, and she asks for feedback, which I'm happy to provide. But I never focus on the time management issues, because she knows she needs to go faster, but she's not able to. And I completely understand that, because I know I need to play faster, and quite a good chess player, decent instincts, but I still, burn the clock so much every single game over and over, and it costs me. So I just feel like that's something you kind of, it's something needs to click for yourself. You don't really need me. Oh, you need to play faster. Of course, you know that. It's just what Alexandra did was that at some point she just decided, I'm done I'm done getting low on time. I'm just gonna, trust my instincts. And it's I feel like it's magical to manage to just decide to play faster. But I genuinely believe that's what Alexandra did, and it has improved her results tremendously. I still get very frustrated when she makes, what I consider mistakes that she's too good to be making. But at the same time, I've realized that that is a part of playing quickly, that you give up something to have the benefit of not getting into time pressure.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that, like, let's say you're a coach and your student is moving too quickly. I think it would be a mistake to tell them, or like if they're really moving, like there's of course two parts of the spectrum, right? There's people who move way too slow and there's people who move way too fast, right? But I feel like, as I was saying before, I think it's better to move too fast than too slow. Because again, if you move too fast, you're showing what mistakes you're making intuitively, and so it shows what you should improve upon. And again, you also you know what you need to learn from, and you're always putting pressure on your opponent, right? So when things do go well, for example, when you play Nepo, I don't know if you've ever played him, but when you play
I played him once,
and it's so annoying when good moves are coming in fast. It is the worst
thing ever. I got completely destroyed. He just played every move without thinking, and my nervousness just increased for every
Right. And you think like, oh, he played that quickly. It must be a mistake, right? And it's like, no, it's not. Like,
oh no, I mean, didn't.
Sometimes
it
makes an accuracy.
Yeah.
Well, the thing, of course, is he's also thinking on your time. That's also a good strategy.
Yeah. No, I have never been destroyed as bad as Nepo destroyed me. I genuinely felt so embarrassed afterwards.
Right. And
I'm a grandmaster at chess, and he's making me look like a little kid.
But
he just didn't spend any time. Maybe he was the little kid. Like, he can beat me without even focusing, it felt like.
Yeah, I heard with Nepo what happened. So apparently when he was a kid, he also used to be slow, and he was coached by Mark Dvoretsky, who's famous from the Endgame manual, but also was a great coach. And he told him, like, Jan, if you're playing a game with 2 hours on the clock, treat it as if you're playing with 1 hour, right? So if your clock gets below 1 hour, you lose on time. And it worked for him. And that's how he became so fast. And often Nepo, he has more time than he started with during his games.
Yeah, no, it's wild to me as a slow player. Okay. Speaking of slow, part of the reason my head is getting slow might be because we're approaching 1 a.m. in my local time. And I think that means I am done for the day. I'm going to let you take over the reins, Benjamin. But I am very happy about Alexandra's opening. I'm feeling optimistic about what she can manage in this game against the top seed in the tournament, and I wish you a good shift.
Hammer. Before you go, up until what point was this preparation by you and Alexandra?
Knight D to C5.
Okay, nice. So I guess you deserve some credit for her good position at this point, right? Well, we wish you a good night, Hammer. Get some rest, and we look forward to seeing you back tomorrow.
See ya, Benjamin.
See ya. Bye. All right. So Jun Ludwig has left us, and we are back with GM Hammer. Now we're back with Anna-Maya Kazarian. Anna-Maya, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Benjamin. Hello, everyone. I have returned. I am back. I'm really happy to be back. And it was awesome following Hammer's commentary earlier today. And I was also watching a little bit of both of you of the evening games. And super excited to be back. Super exciting games today. And I can't wait to see how the games will progress of the evening games.
Yeah, for sure. So let's have a look at what is happening. Nemo is currently still up a pawn. Linda will have to work to get it back, but at least I'm kind of happy for Linda that she's playing faster. Yesterday, she really seemed quite rusty. And in the game between Jennifer and Alexandra, Alexandra's opening seems to have worked out quite well. She has a very fine position here out of the opening.
Yeah, exactly. So, what was interesting to me about Linda's game, I mean, as you mentioned, she's playing much faster today. And I heard you and Hammer talk about the opening choice, and I checked quickly what Linda usually used to play back in the day when she was competing actively, and she used to play the Sicilian, so she does not actually have much experience with the Caracan. So I think this is targeted against Nemo, who has who has played many matches against Levy. And I remember there were these matches where he was only playing the Caracan. Every single game he was playing the Caracan against Nemo, and Nemo had to try and take down the Caracan every single time. And I remember that was not easy, but of course Levy is a very strong player. So I think no matter what opening he plays, it's a tough challenge to beat him. But yeah, I have a feeling that because of that, Linda plays this Caracan against her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yeah, nice opening choice by Linda. Yeah, she just played a6, challenging the bishop on b5. Right, so I'm curious to see what Nemo is going to do. I expect that she probably should take the knight on d7, and then yeah, I mean, Black definitely has compensation with the bishop pair, but you know, you're still down a pawn, and it's difficult to get back.
Right. So let's say I'm just going to guess. What about bishop a4? What happens if that bishop retreats to a4 to maintain the pin on this diagonal?
Mm-hmm. Good question. In case of bishop a4, and that's actually the move that has just been played by Nemo, also makes perfect sense.
I get the move.
Yeah, I like it as well. Keeping pressure on the knight. Black is a little bit tied up. Oh, by the way, we should mention that after b4, Linda first took on e3, if I'm not mistaken, and then played a6, and now bishop a4 by Nemo.
Right.
Yeah, again, these pawns are difficult to get back. I would think that sooner or later, Nemo should give up the bishop for the knight, because the knight's putting so much pressure on the pawn on e5, which is quite weak.
Right. So, I guess it's difficult to make the decision to get rid of the knight on d7, because once you capture on d7, this bishop will activate, and I see the light squares being quite weak, especially on this diagonal. It's rather unpleasant, and I think this bishop can come back to life this way. So, this could be why Nemo did not take on d7 just yet. How could Black try to unpin themselves to start pressuring this pawn on e5 more?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good question. I mean, perhaps maybe a move like... The thing is, Black would love to play a move like b6, but unfortunately that does not work, because if you play b6, Nemo can play c6, attacking the knight. You sacrifice the pawn on b4, but I guess first of all, after c3, the bishop is under attack, and the knight as well. But the point really is that the knight cannot move, because if it moves anywhere, white goes, for example, if you go here, there's c7 with a check, and you attack the queen, and a white would win the queen. So it's not easy. I mean, a5 can just be met with c3. Maybe b5 is a move. b5 to attack the bishop. I wouldn't be too eager to take, because Black takes his pawn on b4, and then everything is weak, and Black's just going to regain the pawn with a good position. But I guess you just move the bishop back, and then now you have a connected passer, and a5 can still be met with c3 to hang on to the pawn chain.
Yeah, that looks really good. So yeah, it's not so easy to take care of this. But yeah, I guess you don't have to overcommit to these type of moves just yet with Black. It's going to take some time to develop this bishop on c8, but as long as Black is able to put pressure on this pawn on e5, and since there's no pawns of white supporting that, it will be much easier for Black to play, because you can put pressure on this pawn easily with, let's say, queen c7. And if you simply develop with bishop e7, short castle, I guess it will become much harder for white to defend that pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so let's see what Linda's going to do. Yeah, I think as you're pointing out, yeah, just bishop e7, queen c7, and castles. So I would think sooner or later Nemo should snap off the knight on d7. In the meantime, Alexandra is still thinking. She has an 8-minute advantage on the clock, but looks pretty even. I mean, a draw would be a good result here for her against the highest seed in the tournament. So let's see what is going to happen. Maybe something Black can consider, but it seems a little slow. Is, let's say, g6, bishop g7. But again, at any moment, white can take the knight on d7, and then your bishop on g7 might also be a little bit stuck over there.
Right, yeah. I'm curious to see if NEMO will decide to take on d7 at some point, because I can imagine it's not easy to play that move, because you're essentially giving up both your bishops in this opening then, and yeah, if you're ready to face 2 bishops with 2 knights in a classical game, perhaps in Blitz it's more appealing, but not sure about classical. So yeah, Linda doing good so far, especially on the clock, a big change from yesterday. So yeah, let's see if it will pay off today.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, Nima, some people, Anna Maya, some people were wondering in the chat, what do you think about the shoes of some of the players, as you are quite an expert when it comes to dress codes with shoes?
Well, I may have experience with it, but clearly I'm not an expert. As you may have heard, I have been told otherwise about my fashion sense. But yeah, I have not seen the shoes of the players, so I can't quite judge here.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
Have you seen their shoes by any chance?
I don't know, but it feels like they've been playing on like flip-flops and slippers, so it seems like a very chill vibe there, like they're almost on vacation at this big mansion. Okay, we see Alexandra going knight takes e4. I'm kind of curious how that works out. Now, one thing, yeah, Jennifer can consider here to take with the knight, but also with the bishop. To be fair, I kind of like the idea to take with the bishop, because then you have the idea to try to eventually play on a dark square. Like, let's say you take with the knight and white gets another move to go, let's say bishop g5, attack the queen, and then knight f6. That's where things could get dangerous for black. So I expect that black should be in time with a move like bishop f5 to attack the knight on e4. Because if you take with the knight on e4 right away, then black takes, and after bishop takes, after something like bishop h3, it feels like black is doing very comfortable here.
Yeah, it looks really nice. I mean, there's a clear difference between black's pair of bishops and white's pair of bishops, because the bishops of white are just not doing much. They're blocked by the pawns here in the center, and this bishop on g7 doing an amazing job on his diagonal, and the other bishop is also very active on h3. So a clear difference between these two pair of bishops, and it feels more natural to play with black. With white, it seems difficult to make progress, to develop and try to push for something. With black, you just simply play queen d7, rook e8, and go from there.
Yeah, so the opening definitely has been a success for Alexandra. She's, again, got a very comfortable position. So it really hinges on the next couple of moves here, whether Jennifer can create any sort of problems for Alexandra, or if Alexandra will get a very comfortable position, and maybe even more, as we are seeing here, if black gets the right trades in. And the bishop on g7 will be quite powerful, always putting pressure on the pawn on b2. And it feels a little uncomfortable for white. And in the meantime, Linda is actually following our recommendation of the move pawn to g6 to fianchetto the bishop.
Yeah, usually we have good recommendations, but this time g6 does not seem to be the best option, but it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. You know, you develop the bishop to g7, the pawn on e5 is the pawn you want to get rid of. Once you're able to capture that pawn off the board, then you get so much control in the center, you get to play e5, and this bishop opens up as well to go to f5. So that's the plan. That's why we want to play bishop g7. Now, as someone in chat is pointing out, why did the computer not like Linda's move? Because it's weakening so much. You really have to try to develop your pieces first, let's say to e7, without weakening your squares around on the king side here. There's a lot of weak squares now, and it feels quite unpleasant. This pawn on f7 becomes very weak. If you manage to get rid of the e5 pawn, then it's completely fine. But if that pawn on e5 stays there for quite some time, then you may run into some issues, and this pawn on f7 will feel very uncomfortable. So this is why it's really easy for white to defend this pawn for now with queen d4 and bishop takes d7 to get rid of the knight altogether, making sure that pawn on e5 stays alive.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the move g6 might also be a little bit slow, right? I mean, it takes black longer to develop here. Like I said, if you start with bishop e7, you can castle on the very next move. Whereas now you go g6, only then bishop g7, and only then you can castle. So maybe Nemo can do something quick in the meantime. Nemo is writing something down on her score sheet. I don't know what. But, I mean, besides castling, maybe also something you can consider here is something like c4, sacrificing the pawn, because if black takes maybe knight to d2, attacking the pawn, and the knight can potentially jump into d6, or let's say black goes c3, then maybe knight e4, and then I can jump either into f6 or to d6. So that could be something for Nemo to consider as well.
Yeah, that knight can get really scary once it gets access to those squares. So yeah, you want to hold on to that pawn on d5 to make sure that no knight can access these squares, the squares d6 and f6. So yeah, let's see if she comes up with the move c4 that looks really nice for her. But yeah, she's spending some time for now. I guess, do you think she is writing down, let's say, clock times on her score sheet? Because a lot of chess players tend to do this. Perhaps you have done this as well in your career.
You know, I also write down the clock times. So yeah, maybe that's something she was writing down on her score sheet. It's actually one of the things you are allowed to write down. Like on your score sheet, you're only allowed to write down the moves, the clock times, draw offers, and I believe that's it, right? Because actually Wesley, so he was forfeited because he kept writing stuff down on his score sheet. I think it was something like, you know, double check, triple check, things like that. And then at some, like the arbiter at the tournament already made comments about it. He kept doing it, and at some point they were like, well, the only thing we can do is forfeit him. So yeah, take notes, or well, take notes, Chad, that you should not take notes on your score sheet. Only write down the moves and the clock times.
Yeah, and it's very common for chess players to write down the clock times. I had a phase, but I guess when you are on a live board like here, it helps during the game to kind of keep track of the time and see, okay, like my opponent spends this much time. They have been spending so much time already on their move, and to have an idea of what the situation is. But when you're playing on a live board, you can see afterwards, okay, on this move I had this amount of time. So it's easy to look at the backup. But otherwise, during the game, yeah, you can have a sense of how the game is going. Oh, so sometimes you can't really remember anymore, oh, did my opponent spend 5 minutes so far, or is it 10, 15 minutes, which is already quite a big difference. So that can be very helpful during the game. But yeah, sometimes you correct the mistake that you wrote down. I have been guilty of that as well, that you write the wrong coordinate, and then you have to scratch it out.
Yeah. Yeah, what also happens, like, I have been guilty of this. Like, let's say I get low on time, and of course you still have to keep writing down the moves, that you just scribble something down. You know, you don't write as neat anymore. But yeah, one thing that used to be allowed but isn't allowed anymore is to write down your move before you play it, because it's not allowed, because you can, of course, forget about the move you wanted to play, and then you're reminding yourself. So in a way, yeah, that's not allowed anymore. So yeah, anyway, let's see what's going to happen. I think, yeah, the point you made about like time is also a very valid one, that you might, it's good to like remind yourself, like, oh, I spent like 10 minutes on the last move, 10 minutes on the move before that. And so you might actively remind yourself, like, hey, I have to speed up here, or, you know, maybe it's time to actually take a bit of time on this very turn right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jennifer has captured on e4 with the knight. So, of course, Alexandra took back. But instead of taking on e4, Jennifer went for the move rook ae1. Very interesting move. So she does not want to capture the pawn just yet, but she will at some point on her own terms. Do you think this was necessary?
Yeah, I think it makes sense bring the rook into the game first. I guess now, well, first of all, bishop takes e4 could have run into bishop h3, so maybe she wanted to avoid that. And also now, in case black plays a move like queen f6, maybe you can still meet that with b3, which was not earlier before, because often the rook could hang in a corner. But yeah, it seems like a very fine position here for Alexandra. So I'm curious to see how she's going to proceed. I mean, I think maybe bishop f5 is fine, or like queen f6. I think if anything, black might just be a little bit better already.
Yeah, let's say black plays with bishop f5. I'm curious. If white decides to take here, would we want to capture that bishop on e4? Would it be a good trade for black, or do we rather move that bishop elsewhere and hold on to that bishop?
I think the trade would be slightly in white's favor, simply because the white pawns are on light squares, and the bishop on e4, it's not terrible or anything, but it's kind of stuck staring at its own pawns, right? Whereas the black light square bishop has more potential, at least for now. So I think the trade, if anything, would be in white's favor. Also, the e6 square could become available for, let's say, a white rook or maybe the white queen to potentially enter. So with black, I would be more inclined to keep the light square bishops on the board.
That makes a lot of sense. So let's see what Alex decides to play here, but it's her turn now. She's up 12 minutes on the clock, so that is quite a big lead. And yeah, I saw that the opening stage was very successful for her, so seems like the prep, the hammer prep has worked out, and that helps a lot when you are very well prepared and you are able to make your moves quickly. The time advantage can pay off in the long run. So yeah, very excited to see where this will lead the game to. But for now, Alexandra in a good position, but too early to call anything just yet.
All right, so Benjamin is pointing out in the chat, not myself, but another Benjamin, is pointing out that the engine move apparently is queen to f6, which might seem somewhat counterintuitive, indeed putting your queen on the same file as the rook. But it doesn't seem like white has a good way to take advantage of it, because black always has this check on d4. Black is also attacking this pawn over here. And yeah, so let's say white plays the move b3, right? A very natural move to defend against that. Maybe just like queen d4 or so, trading off the queens, take, king h1. And it kind of depends on whether black is able to hang on to this pawn or if white just gets it back on the next couple of moves. I mean, bishop f5, I guess you can take. So I don't know, the computer is quite enthusiastic here, but I don't know exactly why.
Yeah, hard to say. Perhaps you can start putting pressure on the queen side with a4, and if b4, then you already lose a pawn. So just to get this rook involved and get it on the second rank already.
Yeah, no, that's a nice idea. There might... Oh, wait, I have an idea. What if we start... Oh, no, wait. Okay, my idea was to go bishop f5 with the idea that in case you take, I wanted to maybe go bishop c3. And my idea is that if you move the rook, now we can take with check, and then we have g5, attacking the bishop.
Ah, yeah.
But I guess maybe there's like rook c1 or something, and white is fine. Anyway, but what white can also do, white can also take here right away. Because if you take the rook, then there's an intermezzo. Saving the bishop, then white takes here, and white is winning. So I don't see anything direct. But maybe, as you pointed out, maybe you move like a4, and black keeps a nice strategic advantage.
Yeah, because these bishops are so strong, and especially in this endgame, I feel like they will do a lot of damage in white's position. The pawns on the queen side feel a little loose, especially if a rook gets on the second rank. Black will have a very fun time on the queen side, I think. And it's hard to see what the plan is of white. It's really hard to see where they can infiltrate with the pieces, because a lot of squares are covered, blocked, and just not accessible for the pieces of white.
Yeah, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I mean, right now she's got a very fine position. So I'd be surprised if she runs into trouble. Really, it feels like after any move, black is if anything, is a little bit better. But as we pointed out, white, does have more space. If Alexandra does decide to trade off the light squared bishops, that could be in white's favor. So it's still a long way to go. Jennifer should be the better player. She's outrating her by 250 points. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. If she could, let's say, get a draw here, that would be a great start for her tournament, right? Because she won yesterday, and today drawing the highest seed with black. That's definitely a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say I'm rooting for Alex, but I did say yesterday that she has very good chances to win the whole thing. And seeing how she's playing against Jennifer, my prediction is looking good so far, but I'm not going to jinx anything right now. But yeah, she's just playing very convincingly. Her opening preparation has been on point, and her confidence is really showing. She's playing really fast, and she shows no mercy to the first seed. She seems very fearless. So that's really good to see. And I'm curious to see how this game will progress from here.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. In the meantime, Nemo castle, by the way, and bishop g7 was played by Linda. So putting some pressure on the pawn on e5. So now there's a big question how Nemo is going to position her pieces. Again, I do think that sooner or later she is going to have to give up the knight for the bishop. Sorry, she's going to have to give up the bishop for the knight on d7.
Right.
So let's say she does that right now, right? Linda recaptures. Question is, like, do you go knight d2 to b3, or maybe you put the queen on d4 first, castles, and then go knight bd2? But it feels like maybe black can go for a very quick f6 push, right? Combined with queen c7, and then black is getting quite some play along this long diagonal. So I think Linda cannot be too unhappy about how this game is going so far.
Yeah, as soon as the position opens up, those two bishops will become super strong. So I'm not sure if Nemo would want to play bishop takes d7, even though that looks like it's a really good idea to get rid of that knight, as black is planning to play short castle on the next move, and then the pawn on e5 will be hanging. And if you don't get rid of that knight anytime soon, then you may just lose that pawn on e5. So let's see what she decides to do here. But she went for the short castles move, which makes a lot of sense, putting the king into safety. And she actually just played the move c4. So that seems like a really good move.
Yeah, nice move by Nemo. So sacrificing a pawn back. But if black takes it, I think she can quickly go knight bd2. And yeah, she can probably regain that pawn very, very quickly with a good position. Maybe there's also moves like queen d6 to keep the black king in the center for now. So let's see what she has in mind if black does decide to take that pawn. Yeah, for black, I mean, okay, what do you do? If you don't take, you can also consider the castle, because after c takes d5, you can go knight takes e5, creating some problems along the long diagonal. So maybe Nemo would have to consider taking on d7 first, and then taking on d5.
Right. Not easy to simply sacrifice a pawn on d5. I would say that d takes c4 is most likely going to happen, but it does allow this knight to develop, and once again, accessing d6 will be very easy after d takes c4 and knight d2. And that knight can go up over there. So yeah, let's see what Linda decides to do, but short castle is not an easy move to make when your pawn is on the center is directly under attack. And understanding that after short castles, you get to take on e5. It's easy once you see it, but maybe behind the board, it's not so easy to figure this out.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see what she's going to do. Again, it's good that Linda is at least playing quickly today. Yesterday, she was already very quickly an hour behind in a position that looked completely fine. So I think she's just shaking off some rust. And yeah, I guess I guess you're either looking at pawn takes c4, and you might see like, hey, after knight bd2, white regains the pawn on c4, and then white gets a very firm grip on the position. Then e5 will be well defended. The knight on d7 is really stuck. White is also controlling, let's say, a b5 push, because they can always take en passant. So I guess maybe by matter of elimination, you arrive at kingside castles, because d takes c4 just looks like it gives white a big advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting to see the difference, the contrast between yesterday and today, where Nemo was playing really quickly against Jennifer yesterday, but now she has been spending quite some time against Linda, who was not playing so quickly yesterday. So the tables have turned, but for now, Nemo is doing really fine. And if the time usage means that she is playing well and obtains a winning position, then of course, yeah, why not? It would be worth it to spend the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So let's see what she's gonna do. Alexandra also still thinking, by the way, time is evening up in that game. So yeah, I don't know if any chat is asking, is it normal for chess players to be barefooted during a tournament game? I'd say it's rare, right, Anamaya?
I don't think okay, perhaps I've seen someone walk around barefoot, but it's really rare to see someone walk around barefoot during a chess tournament. I think it has been on my mind after a certain incident, but I couldn't get myself to do it. It was also a little bit cold, but yeah, it's a rare sight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we have to move kingside castles by Linda on the board. Good move, just getting the king to safety, getting out of this pin. And yeah, I guess now Nemo should take the knight on d7. Because again, if you take on d5, black takes on e5. And it's really hard to see how you do not lose, at least an exchange. How you do not lose the rook on a1. So I guess you take on d7. I think black recaptures with the bishop, because if you take with the queen, then white takes. And then after knight c3, for the moment, black's hanging on to the pawn on d5, but it's quite weak. So I think you do take with the bishop. White takes here, you recapture. And if you take again, I guess black is quick to go for something like bishop c6 and might be able to regain a pawn in the foreseeable future.
Right. Really nice find by Linda to play short castles. Even though her pawn center is under attack, she is ignoring it completely because she knows that the pawn e5 is also very vulnerable. So, yeah, let's see what will happen next. But for now, both players are playing really well. And yeah, this is going to be an epic battle, I think. I mean, seeing how Linda was playing yesterday, it looked really shaky. Nemo had a good game, but was not able to do much other than having to defend against Jennifer. So this battle is it's going to be super exciting, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, while the players are thinking, chat, feel free to ask us any questions. We'd be more than happy to answer those. And it seems like Alexandra has moved. She played the move queen to f6, a good move, activating her queen and attacking that pawn on b2. So I'm curious to see how Jennifer is going to respond to that. But the opening has certainly been a success for Alexandra.
Wow, she plays this queen f6 move. Really liked it a lot, attacking the pawn on b2, preparing this queen d4 check to trade off the queens, and she should have a really pleasant endgame afterwards. So yeah, she's playing really well. I quickly looked up if they've played each other online, and they have played a massive bullet match against each other back in 2020, back when everyone was home because of the pandemic. And I remember Jennifer was streaming around that time, and she played a match against Alexandra, and it was quite something. They played over 50 games, Benjamin.
Wow.
And who do you think won that match?
I think Alexandra, because I think she's more of a bullet player than Jennifer.
Yeah, exactly. It was quite close. The score was 30-23 in total, but yeah, it's interesting to see that back then they played each other so many games back to back. But even then, I mean, we know that Alexander is a really strong bullet player. But yeah, still Jennifer is the stronger player. So to see that Alexander won quite convincingly is really cool to see. But yeah, today they're facing each other in classical. Let's see if yeah how it turns out in classical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I mean, I'm sure these players have known each other for years, but for some of them, this might be the first time facing off against each other. I guess, though, Alexandra and Nemo have played each other in the past in like Canadian championships, maybe Nemo and Andrea as well. I know that Alexandra and Andrea played each other recently in a tournament. But again, yeah, for some players, this is their first time facing off against one another.
Yeah, they've most likely faced each other online, where it may have been Title Tuesday, maybe it was some match that they organized, or maybe in one of the Women's Beach Chess Championships. But over the board classical is a rare side for some of these players. At least playing in the same tournament is pretty rare. So yeah, it's really awesome to see that they're now finally facing each other in a classical tournament, to see who is the better player in this event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see how Jennifer's going to respond to Queen to F6. The pawn on B2 is hanging. It's not as easy to defend. And the nice thing for Alexandra is also that she often has the move Queen to D4. If she gets the move Queen D4 in, it feels like she'll reach an endgame, which is very risk-free for her, right? And I mean, what more can you ask for when you're playing an opponent 250 points higher rated than you, and you're with the black pieces, and you're getting a position which is slightly better for you with very little risk. So the opening has worked out great for her. And Hammer was being humble, but he did sneak in there that he did help with the preparation.
Yeah, I mean, it looks Alexander's position looks just amazing, and it's really hard for White to play here because it's hard to come up with a plan. You don't really have proper pawn pushes over here. Usually you want to push pawns to launch an attack if you don't really have the pieces for it, because the knights are off the board, the bishops are not really able to make progress here. So then you look at the pawns, and the pawns are also quite stuck here because you don't really want to play c5, that just loses the pawn right away. And now this pawn on b2 is under attack, as you said, and the G and H pawns are also just standing there and not really able to do much. So really difficult to come up with a plan for White. So Alexandra's position just looks amazing, as she's the one in charge of the position, attacking the pawn b2. And the question is, what is Jennifer going to do here now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not obvious to me. I mean, I wonder, let's say White takes on e4, right? And if Black takes on b2, what if we trade the queens and then White plays rook to e7? That doesn't look that easy for Black to deal with. Let's put that on the analysis board. So let's say rook takes c4. Let's say Black takes on b2. Let's say White trades, Black recaptures. Then White goes rook to e7, hitting the pawn on c7. Something Black can do here, which is a funny line, is bishop to f6, hitting the rook. You sacrifice the pawn, but in case White takes, you now have bishop to d8, hitting the rook, which is a little bit trapped. I don't think it can go anywhere. And the computer is not impressed here. Maybe, I wonder why. Maybe White can sack? No.
Can you take on d6 maybe?
Well, and just what? Black takes here, and maybe, yeah, let's have a look. Let's say White takes here. We take an
maybe
f1.
The d5 pawn is so strong.
Right. White might be getting very strong compensation here, yeah, with like d6 coming next, bishop here, c5. So yeah, Black wins material, but White ends up with an advantage. So then I wonder what Black should have done instead after rook to e7. What about this? What if you give this check first and now go for this line? Apparently, yes. This seems to be a clever inclusion, because now you have to recapture with bishop, which is more passive. Also, your king is in the corner. So this is probably the right line for Alexandra to get an advantage.
Yeah, but still not so easy, as Black is not developed here at all, and the bishops of White are still pretty scary here. So yeah, this would be a scary line to get into.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, but at any rate, yeah, it's not easy for Jennifer to just sacrifice a pawn like that. I mean, you can also play pawn on b3 here, trying to regain the pawn on e4. It did look promising for Black, but we weren't quite able to figure out a way for Black, a very clear path for Black to an advantage.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the pawn b2 is just not really contributing too much. And as we said earlier, if you play b3, then you invite the move a4, and that may also cause some issues. So yeah, you don't really want to play moves such as rook b1 just to defend that pawn on b2. So not an easy position for white, but it would be really cool to see if Jennifer will sacrifice a pawn and simply capture on e4 to get that rook on the 7th rank and try to go for activity.
Yep. We also have some more moves in the game between Nemo and Linda. Nemo took on d7 with her bishop, and Linda recaptured with her bishop. So let's see. Now I expect Nemo to take on d5, giving black an isolated pawn on the d5 square.
I think she took with her queen.
Oh, she took with the queen. Oh, yeah. I mean, for the moment, black is hanging on to d5, but now the bishop on c8 is so passive. It's difficult to get into the game.
Yeah, that queen is blocking the bishop on c8. And it something feels wrong. I mean, all these pawns are on light squares already, so that bishop is not having a good time there. And soon, white's knights will get very active. Knight goes to c3 to put more pressure on the pawn on d5. And overall, it feels just very unpleasant. And I can see this knight at some point head to d6 because this pawn will have to move at some point.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, white can indeed keep the pawn on c4 hanging to try to activate her knight. I mean, getting the knight at d6 would be a nice idea. Also a nice idea is getting maybe the knight at b6. Because let's show that. Like, let's say you start off with a move like knight c3. You sacrifice the pawn on c4. But in case black takes, you maybe play a move like knight a4. And if you get this knight at b6, right? Like, let's say black takes and you recapture. Like, if you get the knight here, how is this bishop on c8 ever going to get into the game? I think just not at all. It's just completely stuck here, staring at its own pawn on e6. The knight on b6 is just dominating it. And yeah, this bishop on g7 also is not doing that much. So this would be a great position for Nemo. Let's see if she's going to go for that, or if she will take on d5 first. The drawback of taking on d5 first is that then the bishop on c8 will always have more scope.
Yeah, and she did take on d5, actually. Perhaps she is trying to win the pawn as soon as possible, because after e takes d5, knight c3, you're attacking the pawn on d5, and black needs to try to defend that. And it seems to me that it's really difficult for black to defend that isolated pawn on d5.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like this approach by Nemo as well. It seems like the pawn on d5 will just get very weak. If we can show a few variations, like let's say you recapture here with the pawn, white just go, so let's say knight c3, attacking it. There's rook d8 to hang on to it, but maybe just queen d4, followed by rook a1. And it's really difficult to see how black defends it, because if you go queen e7, well, if you go queen e7, you hang it right away. And if you play a move like queen c6, so try to defend with bishop e6 coming next, then you allow ideas of like e4. And but a funny line, like let's say black goes bishop e6, I think we can go rook a1, sacrificing the pawn, but now we have takes. We give up our queen for 2 rooks, but now there's knight d4 hitting the queen and the bishop, and the queen doesn't have a good square. It needs to go like here, but then white can take, and then you pick up the bishop on f8, and you actually finish off the game right here with rook f7. So yeah, I think there's no way for Linda to actually hang on to the d5 pawn, and if Nemo is able to take it, she will get a great position. A knight on d5 can always be strengthened with a pawn on e4. And I think white is probably just winning there.
Yeah, even though the position is opening up, which should be good for the pair of bishops, black has concrete problems here. White has those pawns pushed far ahead in the position, which gives these knights over here great opportunities to move forward and control really nice squares. The square d6, b6, and f6, all 3 of them look really nice squares for the knights. So yeah, for now, concrete issues in black's position, and we'll have to see what Linda decides to do here. She's spending some time here, but she might be in trouble already because of the fact that she took back with the queen on d7 instead of the bishop. She really needs to develop that bishop over here, and now she may be facing some issues.
Yeah, I think she's in trouble. Yeah, Let's have a look at the other game. So in the other game, Jennifer played rook to f2, defending the pawn on b2 that way. Looks like a good move. Yeah, now queen e4 also no longer is a check. And I guess can just be met with rook takes e4 or bishop takes. And then rook takes d2, you recapture, or queen takes d2, you recapture the rook. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. It feels like there might still be something for black, but I don't see anything direct.
Yeah, everything seems protected now. This move rook f2 is really strong. I really like this move because, as you mentioned, it stops any sort of check on this diagonal. You can still play queen d4, but then white can simply take on e4, and you don't have to worry about any sort of attack. So yeah, I guess maybe black should start developing this light squared bishop to f5, get the rook involved to e8 somehow, because you need to start developing. And yeah, I don't really see what black has after queen d4 anymore, since the check is covered, and white does not have to take the queen on d4, of course.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what Alexandra is going to do. Maybe just a move like, let's say, bishop to f5, bring the bishop into the game. White can take the pawn on e4, and then something like rook a e8. And I would think, if anything, maybe black is still a tiny bit better because black's pieces are slightly more active. That being said, the white position also feels quite solid. So yeah, let's just see what she's going to do. And yeah, Alexandra has a lot of time to figure something out right here.
Yeah, so curious to see what she will come up with, but Jennifer is obviously not making things easy. She has to play very carefully here, as it's really difficult to come up with a plan. But for now, she's playing really well. She's defending well, and sometimes that's all you need to do, because if your opponent's attacking you, sometimes you just can't really counterattack, and you just have to play solid and wait for your opponent to make a mistake. Sometimes that's the strategy, and it could work out.
Yep. All right. So in the meantime, it looks like Linda has recaptured with the pawn on d5. Knight is c3 by Nemo. Developing the knight, hitting the pawn on c3. All very natural stuff. And now I guess Linda will just play a rook to d8 because it's the only move to hang on to the d5 pawn.
Yeah. The pawn on d5 is under attack. Black needs to try to defend that. If that pawn is off the board, I am really concerned about Linda's position. I'm actually already concerned about her position because that pawn is so weak on d5. And that bishop on g7 is out of the game, staring down that pawn on e5. This bishop on c8 is not developed, and this is going to cause Linda some issues. And this brings me back to the point you were making earlier. This is developing the bishop to g7 with g6, bishop g7, a short castle. It seems very logical, but it is simply too slow. And because of all the time wasted, now black is in trouble because white was able to do everything they wanted to do. And now this poor pawn on d5 is all alone. And what do you do about it with black?
Yeah, so it's somewhat unfortunate for Linda. She played queen takes d7 to hang on to that pawn on d5. But it looks like she's going to lose it anyway. And now in the worst circumstances, looks like Nemo's just about to pick up the d5 pawn. Again, the knight on d5 can always be strengthened with pawn to e4. And I don't see what you're doing here with black. I think this is just going to be a win for Nemo. Yeah, unless Linda finds a great way to fight back here. And yeah, and the game between Jennifer and Alexandra is looking, yeah, a little bit better for Alexandra. So let's see what she's going to come up with.
Yeah, Alexandra is slightly up on the clock now. It's just a few minutes difference on the clock, but yeah, she has a tough task here to try to figure out what to do next, because all the threats that she created are now covered by one move. This move rook f2 was a really strong move. So what can she do now? And yeah, you kind of want to create more pressure, but it's hard to see how. Earlier in the chat, I saw someone pointing out this idea of rook a6, rook b6, which makes sense because you want to involve the rook in some way. but it feels so slow. It feels like the rook on b6 is just misplaced, and at some point you'd have to go back and start all over again. But it's quite difficult to see what's next here for black, as there's not a lot of weaknesses in white's position.
Yeah, rook a6 to b6 is a very creative idea, but I do think that the rook will be a little bit misplaced on the b6 square, because white can also just play b3, and then what? And I think very often you want to have your rook join the action on the king side, right? So you want to develop your bishop, then move the rook to e8. That looks like a more natural plan to me, and I think it's also more likely that Alexandra is going to go for something like that. So I guess right now she's going to develop her bishop, either maybe bishop f5 or bishop to d7. Which one makes more sense to you, Anamaya?
Well, I really like bishop d7 in a way, because it just feels safe there. It just feels natural. But at the same time, bishop f5 makes a lot of sense to defend the pawn at e4 in some way, and also to stop any sort of attack on this f-file, at least for the time being. So I guess my preference would go to bishop f5. But it feels like it will not survive there for too long. Someone in chat is actually asking if you can just play bishop g4 to be annoying and prepared, developing the rook conventionally in the middle. What do you think of this move, Benjamin?
Yeah, bishop g4 also makes perfect sense. In the meantime, it looks like Alexandra has moved. So let's see. She has played pawn to b6. Well, that seems a little slow to me. I mean, it stops pawn to c5 from white. But now Jennifer has the time to regain the pawn on e4. Let's see how she's going to do so, either with the bishop or with the rook. I don't know. I think she should have just developed her bishop. So let's see what Jennifer is going to do now.
Yeah, I guess with the move b6, Alex is trying to play bishop a6 to attack the pawn on c4. It is a typical plan. Maybe she wants to play b5 at some point, but I think in this situation, the bishop really belongs on this diagonal, as yeah, you can simply play bishop f5, hold on to, well, try to hold on to the pawn, or at least try to put the bishop on a better square, because on the queen side, the bishop is not really doing much, because once you play bishop a6, b3 can be played, and white is pretty solid on the queen side for now. So yeah, it feels like she is heading to the wrong direction with the bishop, but it's still fine for now. But maybe because she's focused on a different plan, maybe this might cost her the advantage.
Yeah, so let's see what Jennifer is going to do. Maybe something Alexandra has overlooked is that, let's say, rook takes e4 cannot be met with a move like bishop f5, because that runs into bishop g5, attacking the queen. And now the queen doesn't have anywhere good to go to. Like, all of these squares are covered by the rooks. And if you go to f7, I guess there's g4, and you lose your bishop. So I don't know how she's planning to meet this move. Maybe with bishop to d7. One advantage of the move b6 is that, again, it stops c5. It also does protect a5, which often would be hanging in some variations. I guess after bishop d7, maybe white goes like bishop e3, and then you have to go queen to d8, which looks a little bit passive. You'd rather, let's say, bring your rook into the game first, rook e8, and then go queen to d8, because now this rook on e8 is a little bit left out for the moment.
Yeah, and that's why you don't want to commit to such moves such as b6 so easily, because developing of your piece is so important. And if you're able to develop right away, then it's of course a better idea to do that right away. Because now with b6, she's weakening the light squares on the queen side, and this bishop is not really able to do much on the queen side anyway. We want to have it involved more towards the king side. And yeah, that's why I think b6 is a little bit too slow. So let's see how Jennifer will deal with this. But for now, in the game between Nemo and Linda, Linda went for queen e6. She played the queen to e6, perhaps to play rook d8 on the next move. But I think she's going to lose that pawn on d5, Benjamin.
Yeah, so let's see how Nemo will take it. If she can also play, let's say, queen d4 first to defend the pawn on e5. But I guess just something like knight takes d5 looks quite good to me. Because if black takes on e5, maybe you just take on e5, black recaptures, and something like queen d4. This looks really good for white. I mean, you really have to trade here. And if the pawn takes, I mean, you're getting such a great majority here on the queen side and in the center, with like knight somewhere and d5 coming next. So this looks really nice for white. So yeah, Nemo has some good options here. I mean, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and queen e4 all look like they give white a big advantage.
Yeah, remember white is up the pawn, and Linda was not really able to recapture that. So yeah, if she's going to lose another pawn, then things will be very rough. This pawn on e5 is lose anyway. So if you get to trade the pawn on e5 for the pawn on d5, that's amazing for white. And especially if you get the queens off the board, if you get that bishop off the board for the knight on f3, let's say, yeah, white will have a fantastic position, and it will be quite easy to convert that to a win. So let's see what Nemo decides to do here. But for now, this pawn on d5 is hanging. She can capture it right now, and I think she's actually heading for it. But she took with the queen instead. She took with the queen instead of the knight. So let's see how that will turn out.
Yeah, might not be the best move in the position, but definitely a move that keeps a big advantage for white. White's now up 2 pawns. Black has the bishop pair, but the bishop pair is not operating at its maximum, at full capacity, because the bishop on g7 is kind of blocked in by the pawn on e5. It's rather the white knights potentially coming to the center that are really strong. So yeah, I don't think Linda has enough compensation here. But let's see what she will do. I mean, maybe she will trade on d5 right away. Maybe a move like rook e8, bring the rook into the game first to put some pressure on the pawn on e5 might make sense as well.
Right, and I guess when you're up material, you want to trade pieces, you want to trade queens. I'm just slightly concerned of the bishops activating very soon. Let's say queen takes d5, knight takes d5, that this bishop comes back to life and may cause some damage in white's position. But for now, I think white is completely fine. While the bishops are getting more active, this knight is also getting more active and gets to play a knight b6. Maybe knight e7 check could come in handy, maybe knight c7, but for now I think knight b6 makes most sense, and then getting the rooks involved on the d file.
Yeah, so let's see what Linda is going to do. It looks like a tough position for her, and yeah, you got to feel a little bad for her. Yesterday, she was definitely playing a little bit too slowly, which got her into trouble, and now, I don't know, she's playing faster, but this position isn't looking good for her. So yeah, again, she might be shaking off a little bit of rust. And I think, you know, we gotta respect also the fact that she did decide to play in this tournament. Again, she did not play for such a long time. But yeah, it's great to see her completing the field. And let's just hope for her that she, as the tournament goes along, she's able to find her footing more and more.
Yeah, she's doing much better in this game, but it's a tough challenge facing Nemo, who is a woman grandmaster. She's rated 2200 as of now, and yeah, she is not an easy opponent. She's also very experienced these days, playing a lot of Blitz and Bullet online. So even though Nemo hasn't played classical tournament in quite some time, she does have the experience of playing a lot online, and that may still help her a lot here. Any sort of chess helps with the chess, right? So yeah, it may not be classical, but it can still help her a lot in this classical chess tournament.
Yeah, no, sure. You make a very good point that, of course, I guess the best practice for classical is playing classical chess. But if you don't play classical, at least play some chess, right? Instead of playing no chess at all. But greetings to you as well, Mixil, in the chat. All right, so Jennifer's still in the tank. She's now down 10 minutes on the clock. The players have made 19 moves so far, so they need to make another 21 to reach time control. I wouldn't say this is like time pressure at all, but yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. To me, taking with the rook looks the most natural, also because again, that move bishop f5 does not work for black.
Yeah, it's good to see that the players are moving much faster. their time management feels pretty right. I mean, we see some time differences between the players, but I think overall the players are doing really well when it comes to time management. This is the stage where things get really interesting. They start spending their time even more because they have to figure out all the ideas, all different plans in the positions. But I would say that nothing too crazy so far in terms of their time management. So we may not see massive time scrambles today, but yeah, it's good to see that they're playing fast to make sure they get in time to reach the 14th move without any major issues.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, as the players are thinking again, chat, feel free to ask us any questions. It's always fun. The interaction with the chat is always fun. And yeah, so let's see. I mean, I wonder what else Jennifer can be looking at, because bishop takes e4 is also a move, but it just feels better to take with the rook, get that rook active on the open file. Also, it covers more squares that the black queen could potentially move to. So I'm a little surprised she hasn't played it yet. Yeah, well, there we have it, rook takes e4 on the board.
Okay, there we go. So she took the pawn with the rook, and yeah, she's activating the rook, and let's see how she will go from here, because what happens after, let's say, bishop f5, because when you play rook takes e4, it invites the move bishop f5, so it is something that Jennifer should be concerned about.
Yeah, bishop f5 looks like a good move for black, but unfortunately it seems to run into bishop to g5, attacking the queen, which doesn't have any good squares anymore. I mean, you can't, b2 is protected, d4 square is covered, and queen f7 runs into, I guess, either g4 or rook e7. Rook e7 might just trap the queen. So unfortunately, that move doesn't work for Alexandra, which she might be realizing right now. So I think she'll have to go for the more reserved bishop to d7. Still just developing the bishop, aiming to bring the a8 rook into the game with rook e8. White might be a tiny bit better there, but black is still extremely solid.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So bishop d7 is the move we're looking at. It makes me wonder what Alex has in mind, because she played the move b6, and there's a reason she played the move b6. But if she doesn't develop the bishop either to a6 or b7, then I wonder what was the reasoning behind b6. Was she maybe trying to stop the move c5 altogether? Maybe she was afraid of this move, attacking the pawn on d6, and maybe she was simply not looking forward to that. But yeah, it is weakening the light squares on the queen side a lot, so let's see if she can handle the position well here. But for now, she really needs to develop that bishop and get the pieces more active now.
Yeah, I think her idea might have been to go bishop to f5, but yeah, she might be realizing now that that does not work. Yeah, b6, like you said, stops c5. Also make sure that the pawn a5 is always protected. So yeah, I think she just has to continue her development here and play bishop to d7. I guess a move like bishop g4 also looks way too risky. Probably why there's something like bishop e3, attacking the queen on f6 and the bishop on g4. So right now, I don't see another move besides bishop d7. Just, I mean, sooner or later, you have to bring your pieces into the game.
Yeah, you need to start developing your pieces. And now that we know bishop g5, now that bishop g5 is a move in a position at some point, especially after bishop f5, you need to keep an eye on that, because for now, the move bishop g5 doesn't work because of tactical reasons. You get to take on f2, and this b2 pawn will, at the end of the line, after all those captures, will hang the pawn on b2. But yeah, if you manage to defend your pieces properly, then bishop g5 may get really scary, as White is looking for this move rook e7 to enter the 7th rank and make things very difficult for Alexandra.
In the meantime, we see Anna Crumling and Dina Belankaya sitting in the background. I don't know why. Maybe they're just taking... Are they facing off tomorrow? No, wait, they played in the first round. So why are they sitting down again? I guess they just wanted to shoot some pictures. Somebody asked, yeah, I think as you pointed out, you might have addressed this question. Yeah, bishop d7 in case white goes bishop g5. Black can just trade on f2 with a fine endgame. Yeah, it's kind of funny to see a photo shoot mid-game. Now they're gonna do the handshake. Like they could have done this before their game in the first round, but maybe they're just making pictures for their thumbnails if they're gonna make a YouTube recap.
Yeah, perhaps they had pictures taken earlier, but maybe not suitable for thumbnails. So now they're getting the extra pictures taken for the thumbnails. But yeah, I mean it's really cool that this tournament has 4 games that are split into across the day. It's a really rare sight because usually when you have double rounds, it's everyone is having the double rounds. But here we have 2 games in the morning and then 2 games in the afternoon. And yeah, it's a rare tournament. It's rare to see this in a tournament, but it's really awesome that yeah, we have this flexibility here. And yeah, it's perhaps not the best thing to do this during the game. This may be a little distracting, but I think the players are fully aware of these things and they know what they signed up for. So I think they're okay with it.
Yeah, it seems to be in the spirit of the tournament, right? Besides playing competitive chess, they also want to create some content. So that is why, yeah, we see these things going on and the players are all fine with it. Because, yeah, like I said, if you don't like, you know, being on stream or you don't like people taking pictures, then don't play the tournament. So, yeah, I don't think it's too distracting either for the players. I mean, if I'm playing a game, I don't mind pictures taking so much, but I do mind it if the pictures may make a sound, right? When you hear a click whenever someone takes a photo.
Especially if it's like a lot. Like if it's one click, like, okay, like if click happen, it's fine. But if it happens repeatedly or for a long period of time, then it can get distracting. And yeah, you don't want to hear so much noise during your game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right. So let's see what's going to happen. Alexandra is in the tank. She's still up 5 minutes on the clock. What else could she be thinking about besides bishop to d7? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I mean, to me, this move looks very natural. Just continuing the development. You want to bring the rook into the game as well. Bishop f5 loses due to bishop g5. Bishop g4, I guess, loses to bishop e3. So, I mean, of course, there's other moves you can play, but I don't think, yeah, all the other moves make that much sense. To me, bishop d7 looks the most natural.
I guess it's just difficult to accept that bishop f5 doesn't work here. And at the same time, this the tension on the f file just feels so off. Because the whole plan of queen f6 was to either play queen d4 or queen takes b2, but both of these moves are out of the question now. So then the question is, what are we going to do with this queen on f6? It feels like it's almost trapped there. So not a really pleasant situation for Black so quickly. And that's just because Jennifer played this very strong move, rook f2, shutting down all sorts of play of Black. And now it's suddenly unclear what Black can do. At least trying to create threats here is not easy with Black. So you have to play solid and play bishop d7 just to develop and proceed from there.
Yeah. So yeah, let's see what Alexandra is gonna do. She's still thinking. Linda is thinking as well. Yeah, and I wonder, like, of course I understand that Dina and also Andrea, they were wearing the pineapple shirt because of Hikaru, but why all of a sudden? Like, was there some sort of bet or something going on there?
Yeah, what was really funny on the first day, Benjamin, before you joined, is that so Andrea was facing Jules in the first round. And earlier before the tournament started, Jules made this video where she's highlighting that Andrea seems jealous because Jules is very close to Dina and she's essentially her wife. So then, yeah, she was, you know, pointing out that they are going to fight for Dina's heart But then during the game, we saw Andrea change into a pineapple shirt. And then soon after, we saw Dina change to a pineapple shirt. And we were thinking, this is quite a statement from Dina that she's taking sides here in this sort of drama. So yeah, I'm not sure how that went behind the scenes, but then all of a sudden Jules managed to beat Andrea. So yeah, things are a little unclear over here, but yeah, Jules played an amazing game against Andrea, and yeah, at least Jules said that it's settled now, but yeah, I don't know. This pineapple shirt statement is quite something.
Yeah, yeah, I think this is the first tournament I've ever seen where people are changing outfits during the game. And I guess only Hikaru can judge in the end who wore it better, because he's the expert of the pineapple shirts. He really brought that to fashion. But yeah, that's quite a funny story right there. I wonder if the other players also have a pineapple shirt. Maybe I should get one myself.
Yeah, maybe we should get it. Yeah, I was thinking if I had a pineapple shirt, I would also wear it just because everyone is wearing it, and it would be fun to show up in a pineapple shirt. But I don't have one just yet. Maybe I should get one too.
Yeah, it's just become such a meme. Yeah, like I guess Hikaru he was wearing it throughout the years. Anyway, Alexandra's still thinking. What else do you think she could be thinking about, or do you think maybe she's worried about something when she plays Bishop D7?
Yeah, I'm curious what she is thinking about here. I guess it's really difficult to change direction when you have a plan, you make a move to try to make this plan happen, but then all of a sudden your opponent plays this move that you perhaps didn't expect, and then your plan falls apart. You have to change direction. I guess it's difficult to do that so easily. And yeah, I think that's what's going on here with Alexandra, because yeah, I think b6, maybe it was with the only purpose to stop the pawn from going to c5. Maybe it was to try to play bishop a6 and target the pawn on c4. But yeah, she is spending quite some time now, and it's a tough position. She has almost everything on the right squares. She has a lot of space, but now she needs to develop these pieces on the queen side. So bishop d7 would make a lot of sense here. But yeah, I also wonder what other moves she's thinking about, because she doesn't have many moves left if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, white doesn't have any immediate threats just yet, so you can probably still pass with a move like, I don't know, maybe h5 or a4 or whatever. But yeah, as we pointed out many times, eventually you do want to get your other pieces into the game as well. So I would think at some point she should move the bishop. Bishop a6, people have been asking about that move in the chat. I mean, it kind of develops the bishop, but in case white plays b3, it feels like the bishop is just always offside there. So I don't think that is quite the right approach. I think she should keep her bishop on the c8, h3 diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many squares available there, and it only feels natural to place your bishop on one of those squares. And yeah, it makes a lot of sense to play bishop d7 here, especially after realizing that after bishop f5, once again for the audience, if you play bishop f5, you run into bishop g5. And all of a sudden, the queen runs out of squares, and after queen f7, you face rook e7, and the queen is completely trapped. So not a very easy position to play after bishop g5. So that's why bishop f5 in this position doesn't actually work, which is quite surprising. So here, that's why we want to play bishop d7. And yeah, we're not so sure about other moves that we can play here. Simply because none of the other moves either make sense or they're just losing material on the spot. I mean, you cannot really push the pawns on the king side. The queen side pawns are also quite fixed here. Playing a4 does not make much sense. So yeah, I guess there's not a lot of moves left. So by process of elimination, bishop d7 is the move that ends up there.
Oh, she played bishop to
Oh
f5.
no.
I mean, isn't white just winning
Oh
after
no.
bishop to g5?
Oh no, she did play the move bishop f5. Oh no, Alexandra.
I don't know what she missed. And she
I
thought
think
about it for quite a while, so I'm quite surprised.
I was trying to see Jennifer's expression. She seemed to like have this like side eye look, right? Like, isn't that just dropping something? Isn't that just allowing me to play bishop g5 perhaps? So yeah, Alexandra playing bishop f5. Very concerning because this is allowing bishop g5 as we just talked about. And if Jennifer finds this move, then things are not looking good for Alexandra.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh. Like sometimes what can happen if you think for too long, like you might overthink things, right? And that can really be a curse. Sometimes a long thing is a wrong thing, and we might be seeing something like that here. So bishop g5 is not an easy move to spot. So let's see if Jennifer will find it. And even if she does, the game is not completely over yet. Maybe she can go for something like queen takes b2. Give up, let's say, you know, 2 minor pieces for the rook, and she might still be able to keep the fight going in this endgame after rook a8, attacking the bishop, like the rooks are coming in. It's not completely over yet.
Yeah, I mean, the pair of bishops against the rook. I've seen games where people resign there. That when they have a rook versus 2 bishops, they just resign because they know that, okay, the rook is just useless against these 2 pieces. But I would say in this situation, the bishops don't have so much flexibility, especially this light squared bishop does not really have much access, cannot really do much damage. I mean, all the pawns on the queen side are on dark squares, so you can't really attack those pawns with that bishop. So even if you get to, let's say, a nice diagonal like a4 to a8, e8 to cover many squares, what's next? So yeah, this is definitely still a playable position. One that is, yeah, you really need to go into survival mode here, but definitely not completely over just yet.
Yeah, for sure. And so let's see what's going to happen.
Bishop g5 on the board.
Oh, bishop g5 has been played by Jennifer. Good move, attacking the queen. Yeah, the queen is simply kind of trapped. If you go to f7, rook e7, the queen is actually trapped. You lose the queen for a rook. So I think the only move Alexandra has here is queen takes b2. Again, white should get the advantage, but it's definitely not over yet, where black can maybe try to activate the rooks along the E and F files.
Yeah, I guess that you can call this sort of, well, it's not really the Botez gambit, but it comes quite close to it as the queen is under attack and about to get trapped. But I believe Alexandra took on b2. So let me confirm this as they have made their moves rather quickly. Yeah, queen takes b2 was played first. Queen takes, bishop takes, rook takes, and now bishop takes e4. And bishop takes e4 has also been played by Jennifer. So we are indeed in this endgame that we were just looking at. Rook e8 played by Alexandra, and Alexandra is now in a worse position. 2 bishops are much better than a rook, but in this situation, perhaps with the open E and F files, perhaps Alexandra can find some compensation there, but it looks really difficult for her.
Yeah, it would be great if the black rooks can somehow enter the white position, but I guess white can just play a move like bishop to d3, which has just been played. Good move by Jennifer. Definitely the best square for the bishop. You definitely don't want to move to g2. That would have allowed rook e1 and black wins because you have to block with the bishop. Bishop c2 also not ideal because it allows black to, let's say, give a check on rook e2, followed by rook f2, and there black's winning. Bishop e1 might be fine for now, but it looks more passive. So bishop d3, definitely the best move. I guess black can give a check on e1, king g2. And again, white should definitely have the advantage because white has the 2 bishops against a rook and a pawn. But the extra pawn for black isn't doing much just yet. That being said, it won't be that easy for white to target the black pawns on the queen side, for example. So it's still going to take a while for white to make progress here.
Right. Yeah. I guess the question is, how do you make progress? Because usually you want to push the pawns to create weaknesses, but here white does not really have breakthroughs. I mean, you play c5, black can easily capture with a d or b pawn, and then black will have a passed pawn, and things may get complicated there. What would be the winning plan here for white?
Good question. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe what you, I mean, under some good circumstances, I would like to, like, maybe trade off the rooks and then go bishop d8, but it seems difficult to do because after you trade, like, quickly goes like rook a1 and gets counterplay going. So I don't think that's quite a way to do it. Maybe try to create some play on the king side with like h4, h5. Yeah, again, well, white should be better, but it's difficult to make progress here. So Alexandra just has to keep fighting here, and then she definitely still has a chance.
Right. Yeah, maybe you can I was pointing out that it's not easy to push c5, but maybe you can actually start with c5 just to open up some files or diagonals. Because if b takes c5, then the rook can come in on b7 and slowly gobble up those pawns on the queen side. So that could maybe be an idea to consider, to actually sacrifice a pawn, and in return you get to attack the other pawns on the queen side, because for now white does not have any access to those pawns.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen. We also have some more moves in the game between Linda or actually one more move, queen g4, as you pointed out, keeping the queens on the board. I think it makes sense. Now let's see what Nemo is going to do. I think with white, you really want to get the knight to the d5 square. So maybe you just move the queen somewhere like maybe the d4 or d3, followed by knight d5. Looks pretty good for white. So let's see if that is what Nemo is going to go for.
Yeah, I guess the idea behind moving the queen to g4 is not only is it attacking the pawn b4, but it's also preparing the bishop to go to e6. And then a queen has to retreat, and slowly black will be able to develop the pieces and make a comeback somehow. But of course, Nemo is not going to allow that to happen so easily. Yeah, I guess it would make sense to try to defend this pawn and also try to trade the queen off the board. So I think queen d4 or maybe also queen e4 comes to mind, and try to get the knight involved as well, as so many squares on the other half of the board, on black's half of the board, are so weakened. We want to put the knight on b6 or maybe d6, and f6 is also accessible to the knight perhaps. So I believe Nemo played queen d4 indeed. So I like this move a lot, and let's see what Linda will respond to this.
Yeah, queen e4, good move by Nemo, offering the queen trade. Black certainly does not want to take on d4 because then white recaptures with the pawn and gets a very healthy structure. So yeah, let's see. I mean, Linda declined the queen trade with queen e6 to g4. Maybe she will continue to do so, but white gets a really dominant position in the center. So I guess she might just have to continue her development here with a move like bishop to e6.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. That bishop feels very strong, but at the same time, since almost all the pawns of white are on dark squares, you can't really attack those pawns anymore. The bishop of black on g7 is quite bad over there, just staring down upon e5. If you were able to play f6 to trade off that pawn on e5 to open up that bishop on g7, it will be a very different story. But it's not that easy. After f6, white could even give up that pawn on e5 to just simply spare time to play knight d5, get the knight to b6, or maybe e7 check. And there's so many ways that white can infiltrate into black's position. That's why white's position is so good. So tough situation for Linda, but she is not out of the game just yet. She can still keep fighting by simply developing her pieces and develop the bishop, developing the rook, and see how it goes from there.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. I mean, I wonder if Alexandra's going to try to enter the position with her rook, with like rook e1. Or if she will just try to sit, right? I mean, and really ask Jennifer how she is going to make progress, because it doesn't seem that easy for white. If you just say, well, like king g7, rook f7, and pass, at least for now. I guess, again, what white can do is just push the pawns on the king side a little bit, h4, g4, maybe h5 at the right moment, maybe like bishop to d2 to c3 is an idea to reroute bishop. So yeah, but it's a bit of a pity. Alexandra had a great position, or very comfortable position out of the opening, and now it seems like white certainly has the advantage. But like I said earlier, yeah, the fans shouldn't give up. Shouldn't give up. Just keep believing, and as it's still difficult for white to make progress here.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially because black has the extra pawn, and it's not easy for whites to break through in the position. So yeah, we'll have to see what Jennifer comes up with, but for now, it's Alexandra's turn. She has to make a move here, and the move that comes to mind the most is rook e1 check, just to get the rook on the first rank and get it more active while also giving a check.
Good to see Nicholas Stoyson in the chat, by the way, supporting the channel with 1,000 bits. He's a big supporter of really the chess category as a whole, so it's always good to see him.
Good to see Nicola. Thank you so much. He said that Alexandra was winning the last time I was here. Alexandra was doing an amazing job in the early stages of the game, but then she made a mistake. To quickly recap what happened just now, is that she played the move bishop f5, attacking the rook on e4, which makes perfect sense. But after bishop f5, she allowed the move bishop g5. And suddenly her queen was in trouble, because after queen f7, the queen is trapped after rook e7. So she would lose her queen there. That's why she gave up the queen, essentially. Well, she gave it for, she got some material for it back, of course. But it ended up in this position where Alexandra has a rook and pawn, but Jennifer has the pair of bishops. And yeah, that's a tough situation to be in. It's not the worst position. I've definitely seen worse positions, again, with the material imbalance that we see here, but definitely still an unpleasant one.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have a move by Linda. She developed her bishop to the e6 square. Makes sense, maybe followed by rook 88. So now let's see what Nemo is going to do. She can trade on g4. She can also bring her rook into the game with rook 81. Then after rook 88, you can consider giving up your queen for 2 rooks. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. She's played the move h3. Also looks like a good move. Hitting the queen, because again, if black takes, you're happy to recapture the pawn. So I think Linda should keep the queens on the board. I guess maybe queen h5 is still a safe square, because queen g3 runs into 94. Your queen gets trapped.
Yeah, that queen doesn't really have many squares, and that may actually, it may, I may think, I think it's actually going to, yeah, maybe Linda will actually capture on d4, because going to h5, it feels really dangerous. It will be safe for now, but I can make a case for her playing queen takes d4, because yeah, that queen does not feel safe at all on the king side. But she does play the move queen h5 very quickly, so at least she makes the move rather pretty quickly. But yeah, her position is not the greatest. She's down 2 pawns now, and the queen on h5 is also in a very uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, so queen h5 on the board in that game. In the meantime, we have some moves in the game between Alexandra and Jennifer. Sorry, king g7 was played, and now king g2 by Jennifer. In the meantime, by the way, I see Christo in the chat. Big shout out to him. He's a fellow streamer, also a big guy on TikTok, and he's done some commentary for me when I was playing an over the board tournament.
Oh,
so good to see
awesome.
him in the chat. Yeah.
That's awesome. Welcome. Hello. If you guys have any questions for us, let us know. We're here to answer them, as the games are still ongoing and a lot of action is about to happen. Remember, the time control is 90 minutes for each player, and after move 40, they receive an additional time of 30 minutes. And
after every single move, they receive 30 seconds extra. So you can argue that it's difficult to lose on time, but it has definitely happened to a lot of chess players. And yeah, time scramble is a real thing. We're all used to really fast time formats, especially those that play online chess. But yeah, it's definitely still possible to feel the time pressure in classical chess, and it can go wrong really easily. So that's why it's important to have good time management in classical chess. And today, it seems like the players are having good time management. So that's at least a good thing to see.
Yeah. All right. So h6 and bishop to d2. Those moves are also played in the game between Jennifer and Alexandra. Yeah. Now the white bishops are doing a really good job of making sure that the black rooks cannot enter the position. The white king is covering the squares along the f file, and the bishops are covering the squares along the e file. So I guess white will just keep the bishops where they are for now. And again, what I like for white is maybe to go like h4, g4, and then at the right moment push those pawns against, maybe with h5, or with something like g5 at the right moment. And then you have the idea of potentially anchoring in a bishop on, let's say, the f6 square. So yeah, I guess for now Alexandra just has to sit and wait and hope that maybe it's not so easy for white to make progress.
Yeah, she plays move king h7, so she's essentially waiting and also stepping out of this check on c3 that was right there. So yeah, she's not really able to do much here, but maybe king h7 is inviting white to play h4 to prepare h5, since this pawn on g6 is pinned now.
Yeah, so let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah, by the way, a plan I like here also for white is, let's say you start with g4, right? Maybe black goes like king g7, again, then h4. And at some moment, a check is going to hit you at a very, it's going to be very annoying to deal with. Because if you go to h7, well, then there's h5. If you go to f7, then there's rook f2. So, yeah, let's see if Alexandra can come up with a good defensive setup. But I think for white, pushing these pawns looks like a good plan, as the black pawns are quite vulnerable in g6 and h6.
Yeah, the pawns are not really supporting each other, and you cannot really push one pawn. You can't really push g5. Pushing h5 feels like a disaster. I'm debating whether I want to take on h5 or just play g5 and target that pawn on g6. Both feel really good. So yeah, really tough situation for Alex. I see a question in chat for me. Would you be very unhappy playing with black in Alex's game, or do you think it's totally fine to play for you? I would be very unhappy. I guess it maybe depends on the opponent, but no, I think especially against someone like Jennifer Yu, or I think anyone in this event, I think I'll be very unhappy with my position. Because yeah, this is really difficult to play with black. You're essentially just waiting for your opponent to strike, and you can't really do much about it. You're just standing, and you're not able to create any sort of counterplay. It really depends on your opponent's mistakes. If your opponent makes a mistake, then you have the chance to come back. But if your opponent just plays the right moves and has the right plan, then it's pretty straightforward as well. So yeah, really concerning position for Alexandra. Really difficult to make any sort of progress here. Any sort of, I mean, you can't really move the rooks to white's camp at all. If you even play rook e5, you lose the exchange right away. So it's really difficult to make a move here with black.
Yeah, so Alexandra is, no, actually Jennifer is currently thinking. So let's see which move she will come up with. Yeah, we have this position right here after move king h7. So yeah, h4 makes sense with the very direct threat of pawn h5. Also g4, because it stops black from going h5. So let's see which move she will go for. She can also move the rook, as the bishops, again, are covering the entry squares. And Nemo has, by the way, moved. So yeah, after queen h5, she moved her rook to d1. Makes a lot of sense, bring the rook into the game. And again, now rook 88, you can consider giving up your queen for the two rooks. You don't have to, though. You can also just move the queen to, let's say, e4 or e4. That also looks pretty good for white.
Yeah, I guess after rook d8, it's very tempting to just take the 2 rooks for the queen, especially because of the weak dark squares in black's position. The knights over here are going to have a good time on those squares, and yeah, black's position is just really cramped up, so it's very tempting, especially because I want to play knight e4, get my knight on f6, and now that the queen is on h5, I can maybe even get a fork in, so that would be really tempting. But of course, there's no need to do that. Simply playing queen f4 makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, no, I generally like the idea of sacrificing the queen for the 2 rooks, and then, like I said, knight e4 to f6 looks great for white. So yeah, I think for black it's way too dangerous to play rook a8 here. Maybe you move a rook to e8, either the a8 rook or the f8 rook. But it feels like Nemo is getting closer and closer to a win here. I mean, she's up 2 pawns. She's got great control in the center, and the black queen on h5 also can easily run out of moves. So Linda needs to be very careful here.
I see that Jennifer has made a move. She plays the move h4 as expected. She's threatening the move h5, so Alexandra has to deal with that threat right away, either with h5 or by moving the king back to g7. But she plays king g7, then bishop c3 comes to mind, and she may run into some issues there. So I think h5 would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I think h5 is the only move here to keep the game going, because as you pointed out, king g7 runs to the bishop c3 check, and then after king f7 there's rook f2, and you lose the pawn on g6. And if you move back to h7, then there's h5, and you lose the pawn on g6 anyway due to this pin. So I'm curious to see what Jennifer has in mind after the move h5. Maybe g4, with the idea that in case black takes, then you can go h5. That's definitely something you can consider, although it might run into something like rook f3. Maybe that's how Alexandra can get some counterplay. Like, let's say you take king g7, bishop c3 check would be covered, so then rook e2 would be a threat. But of course, she doesn't have to go for such direct operations. You can also just, after h5, maybe improve your rook first with a move like rook b1. Maybe move this rook over here, and then eventually go for g4 when the timing is right.
Yeah, the chat is wondering, is there a way for Alex to turn it around? Hard to say. I think the chances are very low, especially because she's not able to try something. Usually when you're looking, when you're in a worse position, you're looking for counterplay, and it's just difficult to even find counterplay here. What can you possibly try? All the entry points are blocked by these bishops over here. Even if you try, let's say, rook e7, rook f7 to get to f2, white can simply play move the bishop almost anywhere. Let's say bishop e1 even, and yeah, everything is defended. But until that point, white has a couple of moves, so you're not going to be able to play that idea even that easily. So the first step is to think of an idea, and the next step is to actually be able to execute it. And those two things are very difficult in this case. The bishops are just so much stronger together, and it's looking quite hopeless for Alexandra here.
Yeah, so let's see what she will do. I guess, yeah, she will move her pawn to h5, because you gotta stop white from playing h5. And yeah, again, for white, it's not that easy yet for to break through. So again, Alexandra just has to hang in there and hope that eventually an opportunity will arise. She's also now down 10 minutes on the clock. She definitely still has enough time to reach the time control. She only needs to make another 13 moves. But yeah, it's definitely not an easy position. And in the meantime, Linda is still thinking as well. Both players are around 32, 33 minutes in that game.
Yeah, the time management is surprisingly very good today. We are used to the time scrambles. Also, early today, I saw that both games were in the massive time scrambles. So these two games have been going much better in terms of time management. The players are making their moves quickly, and that's really good to see. Even though two of them are not making the best moves, of course. We've seen some mistakes already. But good time management helps a lot. It goes a long way. And in the long run, you'll see that if you simply play faster, you'll be able to play much better games, because once you are in a critical moment and you need the time for it, if you have the time for it, that's amazing. But if you don't have the time for it, that's when you start losing points in an unnecessary way. So seeing the players with good time management today is a really good sign for the rest of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Alexandra's played h5. Good move stopping white from advancing her pawn to h5. So she's definitely still hanging in there. And now it's up to Jennifer to find the right way through, which again is not that easy yet. g4 might be a little bit rushed. Maybe black can take, and after h5 again, a move like rook f3 might create some play. So let's see. Like I said, she can also improve her rook first. But I guess the good thing for black is that she's not allowing white to easily get the rook into the game. And at least the pawns on the queen side for now are well defended, and the pawns on the king side as well. So I'd say white should technically be winning here, but the win isn't that easy yet.
Yeah, I would say g4 is really tempting, even though it may give black some chances to activate the pieces. I think since it comes at the cost of giving, if you take the pawn, which you probably have to, since there's not a lot of moves you have left to defend the pawn on g6. If you take the pawn, then after h5, this pawn becomes a passed pawn. And these two bishops over here are going to be very helpful when it comes to supporting that pawn to move forward. So I would be really concerned there if I was playing with the black pieces. So I really like the move g4. Maybe if you calculate it and the concrete line does not quite work out for white, but I really like the idea. So I'm curious if it's actually sound to play g4, or maybe it's a little bit rushed to play it already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps we can have a look at it. So what happens if g4 would be played? Yeah, again, I think it might just be a bit rushed. Because of stuff like, let's say, takes h5, maybe rook f3, and in case, oh no, wait, you take here and you tag the rook. So maybe what you do is you move the king. Maybe you move the king, right? Because now if you take up the bishop, you allow rook e2. You don't want to do that. And if you take up the pawn, now rook f3, attacking the bishop, and the bishop can't quite move because of rook e2. So I think g4 is a way that white rushes it. I think white has to, let's say, move the rook first with rook b1 or so.
Right, and simply prepare it. And I guess since black doesn't really have moves, you can do g4 anytime.
Well, I guess eventually Alexandra will play king g7 again to step out of this diagonal to make it more difficult to make g4 and h5 work. And yeah, again, it feels like this should be a win for white, but it's not that obvious to me how you break through.
Yeah, not so simple. For now, black is holding on, but of course, yeah, white is the one in charge of the position, deciding what's going to happen here. So you have to be really precise here, and especially since Jennifer is such an experienced player. She is the US Women's Chess Champion twice, so she has a lot of experience, and I'm sure she also has patience to deal with this position right. So yeah, patience and experience go hand in hand together.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, just updating everyone. The live position we have is this one right here after h4, h5. Jennifer has 33 minutes on her clock to figure out a plan. Alexandra has 28 minutes. So that's plenty of time to reach the time control. Again, they need to make another 12 moves to get there. And Linda is still thinking, by the way, after rook 81, she has 26 minutes on her clock. Yeah, it's looking tough for black. I mean, you're down 2 pawns in Linda's game, and there's just no active plan. You just have to sit and wait and hope for the best. But yeah, it feels like white should have plenty of ways to improve the position.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic situation where the knights are just so much better than the bishops as well, because the bishop on g7 is just out of the game for now. The bishop on e6 has more access and is able to move around much more, but there's not really a lot of pawns on light squares. So even though you have a lot of space, you have a lot of squares available, what do you actually do with that? Because it's not like white has major weaknesses in the position. One can argue that the doubled pawns here in center are weaknesses, but as you can see, the pawns are really well defended. This knight will soon head to either d6 or f6, and things are really looking difficult for Linda. She's already down 2 pawns, but she also has a much worse position because it's simply easier to play with white.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see. Yeah, Linda's still thinking down to 25 minutes. Jennifer's thinking as well. So yeah, if anyone in the chat has any questions. Okay, so Gypsy's asking, this is a really fancy house. Does anyone know whose house this is? I'm thinking Hikaru. Yes, this is Hikaru's house. Yep, you figured it out. That's why there's plenty of pineapple shirts in that house. Indeed.
There's a whole
Gypsy
stock
figured
of
out.
it.
Yeah, indeed.
We should have known. We should have known.
All right. Is Nemo shaking? I guess a little bit. I mean, yeah, maybe she's a little bit nervous. She might feel like a win is near. That's always where people can get a little bit excited. And Anamaya, do you think she made her last move on purpose to get herself 33 minutes and 33 seconds on her clock?
I think it's a coincidence, but yeah, it's always so satisfying to see that happen. But yeah, I think people usually don't really try to get nice numbers on the clock. But as long as we're not down to zeros, it's fine.
Yeah, we have another good question in the chat. Yeah, this isn't all ladies tournament. Most of these players are also content creators. Yeah, indeed, all ladies in this event. And somebody had another question. Anyway, yeah. So let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, Linda and Jennifer still in the tank again. It's not so easy as for Jennifer to break through.
Yeah, she still needs to come up with a good plan here. Because for now, Alex is just controlling the only two open files, and rooks belong on open files. So she did her job to try to hold on and survive here. She stopped the move h5, so there's no more direct threats in the position. But now it's on Jennifer to come up with a plan and try to break through in a position, as she is winning here, but it's not so clear just yet. It's not so clear. She really needs to come up with a good plan. Yeah, if she doesn't have a good plan, then black just sits and does nothing. So you need to find some way to make progress here.
Yeah. So yeah, okay, Jennifer reaching for a piece. I wonder what she's gonna do. Right. She hasn't moved yet.
Yeah, she's on 29 minutes, and they have played 28 moves, so yeah, that's plenty of time, and a rare sight in this tournament to see the players with so much time on their clock just before reaching move 40. Only 12 moves away, so yeah, that's really good time management. It makes me really happy because we haven't really seen much of that in this tournament.
All right, so let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah, no, indeed. Like, I think most of these players are streamers. I mean, obviously the Botez sisters, Nemo, Anna Kremling, Dina Belenkaya, Jules, streamer as well. Linda, she is a content creator in her own right. She creates music.
Right.
And all of you guys can check her out if you type ! Linda in the chat. Jennifer used to stream a little bit. Now not so much. I guess she's busy focused on her academics, as she's going to be a senior at Harvard. And besides that, she's also a 2-time US women's champion.
Yeah, these players have a lot of achievements in their own fields. I mean, whether that's in chess or in art, as in Linda is a full-time musician, but she used to be a really active chess player back in the day. It was really funny hearing this. I was tuning in a little bit in the commentary of Hammer. Hammer was talking about how Linda played in the tournament in Oslo. What are the odds that Linda plays in tournament in the home country of Hammer, and that there were some connections that led her to know a good friend of Levy. So yeah, it's crazy how small the chess community is, how small the world is. But yeah, all these players are either well known or have done amazing things in chess, content creation, art. It's really awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And it was kind of funny. Like Hammer was telling that story, like how Linda was good friends with a girl from Norway, and he pronounced her name, and I have no idea what the name was or how to pronounce it.
Me neither.
So I kind of lost him there a little bit. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what is going to happen. Well, somebody's saying, what happens if Jennifer puts her bishop on e6? I think it's actually very difficult to get the bishop to e6. Like, how do you get there? I don't see a good route. I mean, there's like king g1, but again, king g1 allows rook f3, so you don't quite want to do that. So you can get a bishop to f4. That's certainly true, but after that, it's not clear to me what white does after that.
Yeah, so we want to put the bishop on e6, but sadly the bishop does not move this way and cannot teleport. So yeah, the bishop is necessary to cover the e2 square, because as soon as the rook gets to e2, things get shaky for white, I would say. You have to protect the second rank as much as you can. But yeah, I think for now, bishop to e6 is out of the question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so let's see what is gonna happen. Okay, yeah, Jennifer's still thinking, Linda's still thinking. Linda getting down to 19 minutes. She needs to play another 22 moves to reach the time control. So yeah, she's definitely still has some time, but she cannot keep going for such long things anymore, as the time, is ticking away. So let's see what she is gonna come up with. Somebody's asking, well, if you go rook f1, then the rook just gets captured. Rook f1 and then rook e f1, pairing rook f2. If you go rook f1, the rook gets captured. So unfortunately, that doesn't work. Yeah, well, blunder highs, generally what you want to do is you just want to create targets to attack. So that's why h4 was a good move by Jennifer, trying to go h5, and that's why h5 was a good defensive move by Alexandra. And I'd say, generally speaking, you don't want to trade off a pair of rooks, as then the one rook black has will be easier for that one rook to move around and attack the white pawns.
Yeah, this rook of white can be of major support to the pair of bishops, so you want to try to hold on to that rook as much as possible, unless you have a clear path to, let's say, create a passed pawn and have a much better position. Then, let's say, if we remove these two rooks off the board, I think it will be much more difficult for whites to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, okay, so what Sash meant in the chat is to go rook f7, followed by rook ef8 to go rook f2. That certainly makes sense, but I guess the moment you double up your rooks on the f file, white can go, let's say, bishop f4 to block the file, and then, yeah, all of the maneuvering has been for nothing. Somebody also asked in a question in the chat, what is the best Alexandra can do in this position? The best she can do right now is just sit. And
sit and
ask
wait.
Jennifer, sit and wait, and ask Jennifer how she plans to make progress. And it doesn't seem easy. I mean, that's why Jennifer is spending so much time. I mean, I also honestly don't see a very clear plan here for white to break through. And in the meantime, I think we have a move by Linda. She moved her rook to d8. So she's allowing the queen sacrifice, she's allowing the queen trade for the two rooks.
Yeah, and I think if I was Nemo, I would go for it, because this queen on h5 is simply out of the game. And yeah, It's going to be a fun party for the knights over here who can easily access the square f6, the square d6, and I think the two rooks are going to be superior. But while I'm saying this, Nemo already moved, and she moved the queen to e4, so she did not take on d8. Perhaps she does not want to commit to something like that easily. She's already up 2 pawns. She doesn't have to risk and complicate matters, so why not just step away and threaten to take the pawn on b7?
Yeah, no, queen e4 definitely keeps a big advantage. Yeah, I'm a little surprised she didn't go for it. It looked really promising to give up the queen for the two rooks, but yeah, as you pointed out, this also keeps a big advantage for white. And Jennifer has just moved her bishop to f4. Very logical move. All right, so now I'm curious to see, like, let's say black goes rook to e1, right? What does she have in mind there?
Yeah, let's see. Perhaps she's focusing on the move c5, because now if they take c5, of course, bishop takes c7, and black's position is collapsing. And if you take with the b pawn, this rook comes in, and the pawn on c7, either the pawn on c7 or the pawn on d6 will be captured, because with the rook on the 7th rank, the pawn on c7 is hanging and pinned as well. So I think she's simply preparing to move c5, and it's not easy for black to deal with this. I guess she has to play very passively, putting a rook on the 7th rank, either rook f7 or rook e7.
Yeah, I guess you just have to sit. Yeah, either moving a rook to f7. Yeah, again, you can just continue to sit here with like moves like king g7, rook f7. Rook e1 makes some sense here to me, just being a little bit annoying with the rook you have. You know, maybe you double up on the e file, maybe like rook d1 attacking the bishop. Just sticking around there with the rook could just be a little bit annoying for white. So that's the move I would play. So let's see if that is what she is going for.
Yeah, let's see. But for now, bishop f4, I really like that move. Trying to prepare c5, and at the same time, it feels just like an annoying move to deal with, right? The rook is restricted on the f file. The rook on the e file only has access to e1, and I guess it's something you can try. But even if you get to play rook e1, maybe if white really wants to be annoying, white can just play bishop e2, king f2, and that rook will be very alone on the 1st rank. You want rooks to be connected, and this is one way to disconnect them and make them even more sad than they already are.
Yeah, we have a move in the meantime by Linda. She played bishop to h6. Makes sense, targeting the pawn on e3. So let's see what Nemo will do right now. Like now, queen takes b7 runs to takes here. So I don't think you want to do that. Maybe some move like rook d6 again. Black isn't too eager to take because you recapture the pawn and your pawn structure gets fixed. All of the pawns, all of a sudden you have no double pawns anymore, and you have a very strong passer on the d file. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. She's got 32 minutes on her clock compared to Linda's 15. So she's got a big advantage on the board and on the clock as well.
Right, bishop h6, it's a nice move. It's a creative move, let's say, because white wants to take the pawn on b7, of course, but if white takes that pawn on b7, then the bishop gets active, being able to capture the pawn on e3 with check, so you cannot move your queen that easily. So let's see what Nemo comes up with now. I guess one of the moves that comes to mind here is the move knight to d4, but it seems like she already moved the rook to d6.
Yeah, rook d6, good move by Nemo. Now the queen can comfortably move back to the d4 square, attacking the rook on d8. Maybe like knight e4 to f6 still is an idea. So it's looking better and better every move for Nemo. So I think she's got great chance to win this game. So let's see what Linda's going to come up with as she's getting down to her final 15 minutes.
Yeah, this is looking great for Nemo. She is she's just playing a really good chess here and not giving her opponent any chances. And yeah, having a lot of time on the clock is also very convincing. So she should not have difficulties converting this. If she was down to, let's say, 30 seconds, I would still believe in her because she's very strong in shorter time controls, but she has a lot of time, and Yeah, I think we should trust her conversion skills here, as she is in a completely winning position now.
Yeah, all right. So as the players are thinking, we are going on a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon as the players are entering into the decisive stage of the game. So we'll see you in just a few.
I'm anxious. Lately, I've been going through changes. I'm having trouble acclimating. Can't help but find it frustrating. And geez, my brother says he's proud of me. And I know he ain't seen nothing yet. No, he ain't seen nothing. Just gotta get out of my head. Cause I'm good. Long as my arms beside me, long as my feet below me, long as the stars above me. I'm good. Long as I'm steady growing, long as the wind is blowing, long as my mama loves me. I'm blessed. Might not always be obvious. Even when I'm not at my best, feel like I'm not in love. Too small, too weak, too young, too smart to be this dumb. I remind myself that I'm blessed. Keep my own roof over my head now. Make time to see all of my friends falling and out of love. Get down and get back up. Slowly then all at once I realize that I'm blessed. Yeah, I'm blessed. I know to raise a person takes a village. Don't need to do this on my own. Yes, I might need some time alone to reposition in my zone. Nobody said this would be easy. My dreams are not so far away. So take time to revel in today. Come with me, cause I'm good. Long as my heart's inside me, long as my morals guide me, long as you're thinking of me. I'm good. Flying between these sessions, long as I keep on guessing, long as my mama loves me. I'm blessed. Might not always be obvious. Even when I'm not at my best, feel like I'm not enough. Too small, too weak, too young, too smart to be this dumb. I remind myself that I'm blessed. Keep my own food in my head now. Make time to see all of my friends falling and out of love. Get down and get back up. Slowly then all at once I realize that I'm blessed. When the fog has faded from my face, I'll be around. And when the rose film has been stripped away, I'll be around. We've charted our separate ways through forest to higher ground. However long I must wait, I'll be around. what you get back. And the person that you are is the people you attract. So I'm running my own race, just like my mama taught me. And I'm fine, yeah, it's all mine. Oh, it's all. Not everything is for you right now. What is for you will surely rise to the top, like the tide in the night or the cream of the crop. So dive, it's a big blue ocean that you're swimming in. Feel like the rain as it falls down a mountain peak. Water seeks its own level, water seeks its own level, water seeks. Ready for you. I'll be home in a minute, so feel free to come through. You know that I'm easy, baby, so it's whatever you wanna do. I ain't planning on going nowhere, 'cause I'm comfortable inside. Got my cocoa hot and some fussy socks, so it's whenever you wanna slide. If you get
And welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of Chess Camp, hosted by BotezLive. Anamai, a few moves have been played, and let's update everybody about everything that's happened. I think we left off after h4, h5, and here bishop to f4. Here Alexandra played rook f7, and Jennifer played rook f2, and here king g7 by Alexandra, but this allowed bishop h6 check. And now
Ouch.
it seems like Alexandra is losing a pawn.
Yeah, she is losing the thread in this game now, because if she takes the bishop on h6, then she loses the rook on f7, of course. So she has to move the king back to g8 to defend the rook on f7. But then the g6 pawn is hanging, and once that pawn is off the board, the pawn on h5 will fall as well, and then it's a clear win for Jennifer, who will have 2 passed pawns on the king side marching down the board very soon. So she probably missed this move, bishop h6, so that was a really sneaky setup by Jennifer, but that's the way you should try to play. You should try to create threats, post threats on your opponent, and yeah, sometimes they are not so easy to track. So really a nice idea by Jennifer, but Alexandra in major trouble now, and yeah, this is almost resignable now.
Yeah, it was just a very tough position for black, because I think with the move rook f2, white was setting up ideas to go pawn to g4, because now the bishop on f4 is protected, and in case it takes, then h5, and then after the bishop takes here, literally every single piece is hanging here. So that's why Alexandra probably played king g7 to defend against that, but bishop h6, yeah, very strong move. And like you said, you're not only losing the pawn on g6, because here you're also losing the pawn on h5. The rook is under attack. If you go rook e5, just bishop f4. And if you lose this pawn, I mean, black doesn't really have anything going yet on the queen side. So this is looking really tough. And in Nemo's game, her position is starting to look better and better as well. We left off after rook to d6. Then bishop to c8 was played, knight d5, threatening a fork, king h8 by black. But the white threats are just overwhelming here. I mean, maybe something like queen d4, threatening knight f6, attacking the queen and the rook. Also setting up ideas of e6.
Oh, wow.
So this is looking really good for white.
Yeah, I mean, black's position here is just simply collapsing as well because the black pieces are super passive. The bishop had to retreat all the way back to c8, and this rook is just a star on d6, as well as the knight on d5. All the pieces of white are having a purpose, and yeah, it's a matter of time until Linda resigns, I think, because Nemo has a fantastic position and so many threats that she can create here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Alexandra is thinking in the current position. I mean, maybe she's considering to take the bishop on on h6, but then white can take on f7, attacking the pawn on c7. There's rook e3, I guess, still to attack the bishop, but I guess just bishop f1, moving the bishop back. You're going to take on c7, and it feels like the position just collapses for black there. Or actually, as I just realized after rook e3, maybe the easiest is just to go rook f3 back. Black moves the rook, and then you go rook f6. So, yeah, no, this is looking tough. Nemo still, yeah, she has 25 minutes on her clock. That's also still plenty of time to figure out a good way forward. And king h2, also a nice move, threatening pawn to g4, which would trap the black queen.
Yeah, I really like this idea. It's one of those moves where, I mean, there's so many ways to improve the position, right? And this is clearly setting up the threat of g4. And yeah, there's not a lot of moves that black has here. So you're basically asking your opponent, okay, show me what you got. What can you even possibly do here? She can try to play bishop f5, but that's not doing any harm. She can just move the queen to the side and yeah, prepare to move e6 that you pointed out earlier. So yeah, what do you do after king h2? It looks quite terrible. Alexandra played the move king g8, so we see that the rooks have been traded off the board. But yeah, now these pair of bishops are so much stronger because white managed to break through in a position. White is going to capture that pawn on h5 as well, and then these two pawns will march down the board very quickly, and that will be the end of the game. So yeah, that will be a tough loss for Alexandra, but she fought really well, but was not able to survive against such a strong player, Jennifer Yu, who has won US Women's Chess Championship twice, which is an amazing achievement by itself.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, so bishop takes g6. I mean, it's a tough position. I don't see what you can do here. You're going to lose the pawn on h5, as you pointed out. Then white has two connected passers on the king side, which will just push itself to victory. Maybe a move you can try, I mean, really with the emphasis on try, is the move rook e7, with the idea that in case white takes, there's rook h7, and you win a bishop, and black's all of a sudden not worse. But I guess just bishop g5. Attack the rook first, the rook moves, and then you take. Again, these two connected passes are really just kind of push themselves with the support of these bishops over here. So, I don't know. Yeah, let's see what Alexandra is going to do.
Yeah, unfortunately for black, rook e6 is not a good move because the pawn on the d5 covers that square. Otherwise, rook e6 would have been amazing, of course, but sadly for black, that move is not good at all. And that's why this position is lost, right? Because any other move is not helping anything. If rook e5, we can also play bishop g5 to block the rook and then capture the pawn on the next move. So this is pretty much over for Alexandra.
Yeah, we have another move in the game between Nemo and Linda. Linda played her pawn to f5, attacking the queen on e4. She's alone en passant. White can also play a move like queen e4, again, x-raying the king on h8, eyeing the rook on d8. Yeah, Nemo just has some great choices here. And let's see, she did take en passant. I mean, hey, if you have the opportunity to do so, you might as well. So yeah, looks great here for Nemo, also since Linda is getting down to 8 minutes on her clock.
Yeah, some might say that en passant is forced, and Nemo proves it right here. She takes the pawn almost instantly. And yeah, why not? She has this strong pawn on f6. The queen of black is still surviving, but the position of black is completely lost, of course. It's only a matter of time until the game will be over here. But yeah, it's really difficult to defend everything here with black. The black pieces are extremely uncoordinated, whereas white's pieces are so active.
And soon we may see knight e5 coming up, threatening knight f7 check. G4 is still a threat, and so there are many other moves possible for white.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. But yeah, this looks really tough for Linda. I mean, she has the bishop pair here, but really it's the white knights dominating. And we see Alexander playing that move rook to e7, setting up the trap that bishop takes h5, runs into rook to h7. But yeah, again, a move like bishop to g5 or maybe bishop f4, really anything. And then you take the pawn on h5 on the next turn. It's just winning for white. So yeah, I mean, maybe there's just one last trap that Alexander is setting here.
Yeah, she can try to set up that one last trap, but yeah, that will be the end of it. And of course, Jennifer also has a lot of time on the clock, and we actually do see this on the board: rook e7, bishop g5, and then rook e5. But the pawn on h5 is now lost. Jennifer did not fall for the trick, and yeah, soon the pawns will move forward.
Oh. Actually, bishop f6 here just traps the rook right away. There's no square anymore. So I think if that move is played, we might see a resignation.
Wow, that is so unexpected. I did not expect the rook to be trapped in the middle of the board by only 2 bishops, essentially. Wow. That's crazy. Well,
yep.
Let's see if Jennifer plays that move. I mean, the focus was on the pawn h5, but now let's see if she actually spots that bishop f6 is completely trapping the rook. It's crazy how the pair of bishops are controlling so many squares, and the king is conveniently enough also taking away these 3 squares, and then this bishop covers that square as well as the square on e8, and then the bishop here. These squares, and then final square taking away by the pawn on d5 is absolutely insane.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's see. Jennifer's taking her time. I mean, I guess she does see the move bishop f6 because otherwise she probably would have captured the pawn on h5 already. Linda getting down to her final 5 minutes. But yeah, it's looking tough. I mean, she's down 3 pawns at the moment. She's got the bishop pair, but her pieces are quite passive. And it's just really, we're just really waiting for NEMO to deliver the final punches here.
It could be that Jennifer could also be considering bishop d8 because now the pawn c7 is also it's also possible to target that pawn, and then the pawns on d6 and b6 are also dropping. But yeah, I think if she spotted bishop f6, she would have played it almost instantly. So maybe it could be that it's not on her radar just yet.
Yeah, all right. So we have a move by Linda. She played queen to f5, offering a queen trade. I guess now queen to d4, or maybe queen h4. Both look good for white. After queen h4, yeah, the bishop. Although, I mean, queen h4, that also hangs the knight on d5 a little bit. So I like queen e4 a little bit better, just keeping full control over the position. It's very difficult to see what black does there. And yeah, the white threats are really just piling up in that position.
Jennifer ends up playing the move bishop f6. She found the move that is trapping the rook, and this is resignable for Alexandra now. The rook has nowhere to go, and as soon as she loses the rook, she basically loses the game as well, being down a piece and more.
All right, yeah, so bishop f6, and yeah, Alexandra is going to realize that her rook is trapped here. So I think we will be seeing the end of the game here. I mean, if you lose the rook, the end game, it's just hopeless. And in the meantime, NEMO played queen to d4, centralizing her queen, x-raying the king, eyeing the king on h8. And yeah, this looks really tough for black. There's just so many threats here for white that it's just difficult to keep all of them under control with only 5 minutes. And there we see the resignation by Alexandra.
Big win for Jennifer Yu. She played amazing chess. She was in a slightly worse position out of the opening because Alexandra played opening and right after that really well. But at some point it was too difficult to play. Jennifer played really well. That move rook f2, I think, was the start of everything. She played super solid and managed to come out of this position that she was in really well. And yeah, there's one final mistake where Alexandra lost the pair of bishops for the rook, was, I think, the beginning of the end.
Yeah, so top loss for Alexandra. She had a very fine position out of the opening, but I think, yeah, b6 was the first slight inaccuracy.
Right.
And then, yeah, bishop f5 was a big mistake. And after bishop g5, her queen got trapped. So, yeah, she's going to have to evaluate this game, either herself or with, Coach Hammer, and come back in the next couple of games. But, it can happen. Still many more games to go, 5, that is. And yeah, maybe someone can tell us, who is she playing tomorrow with the black? Who is she playing tomorrow?
I can quickly check that for you. So Alexandra is playing tomorrow against Nemo, so that's going to be an exciting match. Jennifer is facing Linda in the morning round, so that's going to be interesting as well.
Yeah. All right, so we have some more moves in the game between Nemo and Linda. Linda found some good moves. She traded on d6 and now played queen to e6, hitting the pawn on d6, which doesn't look that easy to defend. I mean, again, still, if you lose the pawn on d6, you're still up another 2 pawns. So white's certainly winning here. So let's see what Nemo will play in this position.
Yeah, it's like almost every move is winning here. But at the same time, the win is not 100% clear, right? Because it's not like I mean, we see the eval bar spiking up, but it's not like we have a full rook extra or a full piece extra. So we have to prove it still. And if you play carelessly with white, of course, there may be a moment that you give away the advantage. So you may want to be a little careful, as the pawn on d6 is heading right now. But yeah, it doesn't sound too bad to simply move this pawn forward, because even if black captures the pawn on d6, you get to play e5, and this knight will be able to support the pawn push of the e-pawn with, let's say, knight c7. Maybe knight e7 works too. Knight f4 also comes to mind. There's a lot of ways that the white can win here, but I'm sure Nemo will take her time, because you don't want to spoil the advantage that easily.
Yeah, for sure. And she's got 22 minutes on her clock to figure something out. That time definitely comes in useful right now. Maybe move like queen e5 is also good. Just defending the pawn on d6, making sure, again, that you keep that 3-pawn advantage. I don't see a way there for black to regain a single pawn. f7 check is a move, but black still has bishop to g7 to block. It's also important to keep in mind to not go for a move like knight b6, which might look tempting, because then black as bishop takes e3. So again, white should be winning here, but I don't think there's a final knockout punch just yet. I think, yeah, like I said, a move like e4 looks good, just continuing to improve the position. Because, yeah, again, even if you lose 1 point, you will still be up 2.
Yeah, exactly. So black's pieces are also very passive, especially bishop on c8, bishop on h6. They are pretty much out of the game. G4 would be nice to play to prepare g5 and completely trap the bishop on h6. But once you play g4, then queen takes d6 check, and you have to be a little bit more careful with that. So that's why I really like playing queen e5, the move that you mentioned, or simply pushing the pawn forward, so at least you have a reason to give up that pawn, so you have another pawn coming up. But yeah, for now, it's Nemo's turn. She has 21 minutes on the clock, and the players are on move 26, so that means they have 14 more moves to make until the 14th move. So yeah, for Linda, she doesn't have much time left on the clock to reach move 40, but of course she's also in the lost position, so the time for it doesn't matter so much. What does matter is Nemo's time, and she is doing pretty good on the clock.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Nemo does look a little nervous. She probably realizes that the win is very near, but she's like, oh, where is the actual win? It's always kind of annoying when you're in that situation. But I think, as we mentioned a couple of times, just, keep making moves, keep the pressure on Linda, and then eventually the win should come to you by itself, because White just has such a dominant position and up two or yeah, for the moment 3 pawns. So yeah, let's see what she's gonna do.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you know you're completely winning and you want to finish it off in the easiest, the most simple way possible and don't overcomplicate it. That's what matters a lot, because once you start overcomplicating things, that's when you give your opponent chances and you don't want to allow any sort of counterplay. She plays the move e4, just as I thought as well. Was a really nice move because we want to move the pawn forward. We want to move the pawn forward to yeah, possibly promote it all the way on e8, but also to simply protect the pawn on f6. And yeah, soon enough, the other pieces will be able to support the pawns as well.
Yeah, so e4, a good move. Yeah, I think practically you just have to take the pawn on d6. Otherwise, white goes e5, keeps the pawn on d6, keeps the pawn on f6. That just looks terrible for black. But yeah, queen takes d6, e5 still looks dominant for white, with threats like queen h4 in the position. So let's see, Linda getting down to her last 4.5 minutes, but I don't really see another move that makes sense besides queen takes d6 here.
Yeah, she will have to take that pawn on d6. With that pawn on the board, it's even more difficult to play. So yeah, I'm expecting her to take. She may take a little bit of time. She's down to 4 minutes, though, so she has to make a move fast, as they're not close to the 14th move just yet.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what's going to happen. Linda is thinking in this position. I mean, honestly, I don't see another move besides queen takes d6, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like white is just crushing there. Nemo still seems a little nervous, I guess, only just because she realizes the win is near.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also trying to figure out what other moves black can possibly consider here, because other than queen takes d6, what else is there for black? Sometimes it's even hard to find legal moves, because let's say you play king g8 just to get out of this diagonal of the queen, then you face knight e7 check, and you don't want to deal with that either. So king g8 does not make much sense. Then what else is there? If you play bishop d7, it doesn't really contribute to anything. You just allow e5 very easily. So yeah, it's just really difficult altogether to find the right move here, or find a move here with black other than queen takes d6. So she should consider taking the pawn quickly now. Down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and she is going for it. She takes the pawn on d6. Let's see what Nemo decides to do. I'm expecting her to play e5 instantly. And there she goes.
Yep, e5, very logical move. That was the point behind e4. And yeah, we are now at move 28. 20 moves have been played by Nemo. Linda has played 27 moves, so she needs to play another 13 moves to get an additional half an hour on her clock. But yeah, reaching move 40 here seems difficult. I mean, white just has such a dominant position. I think there's a good chance that Nemo will finish things off before the time control.
Yeah, I think so too. Her position is very convincing. This knight on d5 is still doing a great job there, controlling many squares, and soon we'll be able to support the pawns on e5 and f6. The bishops are not able to do much in this position, and yeah, perhaps, yeah, I want to play rook c1. I want to involve the rook in some way, but rook c1 is not possible because of the bishop covering it right there. So we would have to involve the rook in a different way. Perhaps rook e1 to push e6 at least. Maybe rook d1 to support the knight on d5. There's so many moves possible for white. And yeah, let's see first where black's queen is heading to, because it's under attack. And she moved it to e6.
Yep, queen e6, logical move, blocking the pawns. All right, so now queen h4 looks like a great move because the bishop on h6 is actually kind of trapped. You give up the knight on d5, but once you capture the bishop on h6, white just has so many threats. Wait, let me pull it up. Yeah, let's say you go queen h4 here, you sacrifice the knight. But if you take here, you attack the rook, you also throw in queen g7. And if black plays, let's say, a rook f7, I think you can just go knight g5. Attacking the rook really kind of move. You give up another pawn, but after king h1, there's no more checks. The rook is hanging, and black is simply getting checkmated here. So I think that would be a great way for Nemo to finish things off.
Absolutely, that's it's a super satisfying way to win a game, and she plays it. She plays your move Queen H4, and she played it so. She made the move in such a way that was just so satisfying. It's one of those moves where you just know you're completely winning, and you're so confident about your position. So she knows she's winning. She knows that it is over very soon, and yeah, she's converting this in a great way.
Yeah, so let's see what Linda will do. I mean, the bishop doesn't have any good squares. I mean, she captures the knight on d5. Now Nemo will capture the bishop on h6. And I think this game will continue for, just a few more moves because the white threats are just overwhelming. Rook f7 on the board. And I think now knight g5, as we pointed out, is just crushing.
Yep. Yeah, knight g5. What else is there? If the rook moves anywhere, f7, queen f8, it's just too overwhelming. Too many threats. So resignation is expected very soon. But we're waiting for Nemo's move. Sometimes it's just hard to pick a move out of so many good options, but I think knight g5 here is a very convincing one. I guess she is still making sure that there's nothing after queen takes e5 because it comes with a check. You have to move the king, so just to double check if everything is right, and she has a time for it, so why not?
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, just making sure after queen e5, king h1, there's no more checks. I mean, there clearly aren't. And yeah, like I said, I mean, she hasn't played classical chess in a long time. So when you are close to a win, you just really want to double, triple check is that you are actually winning. You're not allowing your opponent off the hook. But I think she's got this in the back. Knight g5 is such a natural move that it is almost hard not to play it.
Yeah, it's after rook f7, the first move you think about is knight g5, but then you slow down a little bit and think, okay, queen takes e5, maybe a little bit tricky. King is in check. And is there any sort of counterplay that my opponent has? You always want to make sure to double check, especially in classical. It's in Blitz, you would play knight g5 instantly because you think, oh, there's probably not going to be anything anymore. But in classical, you want to be extra careful. You want to make sure that you're actually completely winning because a mistake is, really painful in classical. If you make a mistake in such a winning position, it can be really painful. So you are much more careful because of this long time control.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. I'd be surprised if she doesn't play knight g5 again. It just looks so natural. Again, I think she's just double, triple checking. I don't really see another. I mean, maybe king h1, making sure the black doesn't take with a check. But yeah, I mean, why not knight g5, right? I think she's just double, triple checking.
I guess king h1 is also like super giga chat to play because you're basically telling your opponent, yeah, you don't have any move really, so I can just afford to play king h1. Why not?
Okay, she plays rook to e1, also looks completely winning, defending the pawn on e5, making sure that Linda cannot even take that pawn. And yeah, honestly, it's also difficult to see a move for black here. I just like knight g5 a little bit better because it was more forcing, but I'm sure that the win is gonna be in the books anytime soon here anyway.
Yeah, black does not have any useful moves here. No matter what, knight g5 will happen anyway, and checkmate to be followed soon as well. So yeah, this game is going to end very soon.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so let's see what Linda's gonna do. She's getting down to her final 2 minutes. Knight g5 is I mean, Nemo is making it very clear that that is going to be her next move. I don't know what you do. I don't know. I don't see it. I mean, maybe, yeah. You can play a move like, I don't know, like queen c4, meet knight g5 with queen f4, but that's just one check. After king h1, it's just all over. So let's see. I mean, I don't know. Nemo still looks a little nervous. Again, I think it's just because she realizes she's close to it. And we have a move by Linda. She played her pawn to b5, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe she's trying to set up bishop b7 and then pointing towards the pawn on g2. So if you move knight to g5, then maybe there's some queen takes g2 ideas. But of course, after knight g5, bishop b7, you can just take on f7 with check. And yeah, the queen has to retreat after that. So knight g5 on the board. And black is not in time to even pose a threat on white's position.
Yeah, no, I guess you just have to move the rook with something like rook to c7. I'm curious to see what Nemo is going to do there. I mean, you can go queen f8 check, which is winning. You can also go e6. Really, oh, she plays bishop to b7. But yeah, now you just take the rook with a check, and that's what happens. And I guess Linda has to capture it. Yeah, I guess just e6 take and e7 is winning. Also something like rook d1. I mean, it's hard to see how you stop rook to d8. I guess that's the move I would go for. I think, or yeah, Nemo's reaching for the e pawn. So I guess e6 is going to be played anytime soon now.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Simply pushing the pawn, trying to get it to promote, and also this king is in a corner, so that king is getting checkmated too. So yeah, all in all, a really nice game played by Nemo. Linda put up a great fight though. Considering her game yesterday was really tough. She spent a lot of time on her moves, but today she recovered really well. But Nemo is a very strong player, so losing to her is no shame at all. But she put up a great fight, trying her best to survive. And yeah, this seems like it's going to end very soon after rook d1, threatening rook d8.
Yeah, rook d1, good move by Nemo. Rook d8 is simply unstoppable. I mean, if you go bishop d5, amongst other moves, there's just rook takes d5, followed by rook d8 on the next move. So I think we will see resignation. Yeah, we see it right here. And Nemo wins her game and moves to 1.5 out of 2 as well. She's now amongst the leaders.
Yeah, great result by Nemo. She played very well, very convincing win, and looking forward to see how she will do tomorrow in her game. I believe I said she was playing Alex. Yes, she's playing Alex tomorrow, so that is going to be super exciting to follow, as the two have quite some history.
Yeah, so tomorrow we will have the matchups Andrea versus Anna Crumling. We will have Linda against Jennifer. We will have Nemo against Alexandra. We will have Jules, and we will have Jules against Dina. So some exciting matchups to look forward to. And yeah, I think now, yeah, the scoreboard has been updated. We have Jennifer, Anna Crumling, Dina, and Nemo in the lead with 1.5 out of 2. Then we have Alexandra and Jules on 50% with 1 point, and then we have Linda and Andrea on 0 points. So yeah, all the players have been playing some good chess so far, so we can only look forward to the games tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, it's still early to call anything, but so far we have seen great chess. The first 2 rounds are in the books, and tomorrow is another round and another set of exciting games ahead of us. I'm looking forward to tomorrow already, Benjamin. And yeah, let's see who is going to take the lead tomorrow.
Yeah, so we are going to be wrapping up for today, but really wanted to thank all of our viewers. They always make it a lot of fun in the chat. Also, thanks again to you, Anna-Maya. It's been a lot of fun with commentating with you again. And so I'll leave the final words up to you.
Yes, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in. This was day 2 of Chess Camp, organized by BotezLive and presented by Chess.com. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for commentating together with me, Benjamin. It was a pleasure, and we will be back tomorrow with you guys. Same time, same place. I'm going back to bed, everyone, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching.